Miguel is counting down. We're fine. Shall we mute? So we're mute when they start. Right. Good morning, everyone. Good evening, someone. Good afternoon, maybe someone. But good morning to everyone who's watching on European time, including myself. I'm a little bit envious that you're not sharing video today, because then people won't be able to see your very narrow eyes and maybe bloodshot eyes. But yeah, I'm more awake than I look. That's always how it is in the morning for me. People will spot me coming for breakfast at conventions to say, "Are you okay? Did you sleep okay?" But yes, yeah. I did, and I'm fine. This is just how I look in the morning. This is my morning face. Yeah, it's just a face I'm going through. That's basically.
I always say I don't play well with others until about 11 o'clock. So we shall see.
It's a very good point, but yeah, we'll try. It will be 11 in just an hour here, so that's the good part. So we are not too far from starting our first presentation for the day. So that will be Richard Jones. He's ready. We'll also say that in an hour from now, well, we'll first of all, Rod, you have something to say about yesterday, don't you?
Yeah, I just wanted to say thank you very much for everyone who gave the puzzle challenge a go last night. So we have 38 people completed the puzzle challenge and sent in the code words. So they've got entries to the draw later on. There's still what, 5 hours. So if you're still still having a go at that, 38 people have managed it so far. So if you want to keep going, then do. If you basically drop me a message on Discord if you're a little stuck, and maybe I can help you out. Okay, but yeah, 38 entries so far, and congratulations, the people who'll be getting extra entries in the draw. In third place, third quickest to get in was Irene. Second place, second quickest to get in was Nico, and then first was Alberto. So what I'll do later on is work out actually how long it took them, and then we'll see if Ari remains the champion even though he's not in the draw. So
I have a hunch that it might have been broken yesterday.
So yeah,
I think so.
But no, so I was delighted to get some of the comments back that people seem to have good fun. So thank you very much. So
and cool. If you enjoyed that, then this, which is going to be very difficult for me, this is I have to get up. This it doesn't work. It doesn't work because of the background, which is of course actually here. Yes, but this is a book by Rod Gillies, who just happens to be our co-host, and he has a couple of these books that he has actually made, and they're available on Amazon. So if you liked the puzzle, then go on Amazon and grab a book or two like that. They're really
thank you very much. Mate,
absolutely
much appreciated.
So I was really wondering, have you finished the model, Rod?
Oh yeah. No, I managed to get it done last night. It's absolute class. I'm loving it. It's brilliant. It's really good.
Can you hand it over? I'd like to see it.
Oh, do you want a swoosh?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, cool. Oh.
That's really, really nice.
It is. It's a lovely little model, isn't it? I think it's brilliant. I think the cowling, the engine cowling's absolutely fantastic.
It's disappearing though. It must be perfect for warfare because it's a stealth. Model.
Yeah, it's stealth
really,
Ricky.
Really nice. That is so nice. So nice. Okay, I'll hand it back to you.
Oh, cheers, man.
There you go. All right. So we should get on with the program. We're just rambling here. And rambling is a good keyword for the next presentation. But first, in an hour from now, we will be talking about classic themes, or rather new takes on some classic themes when we have Dale Harris as a guest. If you don't know him, he's done no. I didn't get that slide ready. That's fine. Okay, but that's going to be worth looking forward to. He's done some amazing stuff, among other things, some Fabuland stuff, which is always nice to see. But it's all about the classic themes for our next hour as well. My very first Lego sets were from 1978, the year when the minifigure as we know it today was introduced. So minifigs are special to me, and this is also certainly the case for Richard Jones. A child of the 70s and 80s. As a child of the 70s and 80s, the introduction of minifigures was a turning point in his childhood, he says. After a brief flirtation with Technic, he entered his dark ages in the mid-80s. But then the same thing happened to Richard, as to so many others. He got kids, which is a great excuse to get back into Lego. Then he started a blog called The Rambling Brick, and his love for the classic themes made him start a little private investigation into what really happened to those themes. And we are about to get an insight into his findings. So please go ahead from Melbourne, Australia, Richard Jones. You are muted, Richard. So if you'll turn off that. Yes.
Being muted is the story of my life on Zoom. Thank you very much for your kind introduction. And I would like to thank everyone for being up to catch. It's always a hard act to be the very first presentation on a Sunday morning of a convention, and I suppose I'm only grateful because that it is in fact a virtual event, and as such everyone wasn't able to be out sort of at the event dinner last night, finding it very, very difficult to get up and going today. Now we're going. But
of course, it's in Australia. It's actually 6 p.m., isn't it? So it's Sunday evening for you.
Well, it is. But that's just me and the people that are in my time zone, and I'm sure there are many more that are in other parts of the world this evening. So
that's why you look so awake, and I look so tired. That's it. Okay, I'll let you go.
I've had the day to get going.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. I'll let you go ahead with your stuff. I'm looking forward to it.
So I'm going to just do the obligatory awkward Zoom moment with the screen sharing. And is that all looking good to you there?
It is.
So one of the things that I often hear from adult visitors at Fan Expos is that Lego is just not the same as it is when they were kids. And it left me wondering, are the classic themes that we all grew up with dead? In this talk, I'd like to have a look quickly at, I'd like to take a look at what makes up a classic theme. Have the classic themes died? And if so, where did Lego bury the bodies? And what's been their legacy? In the beginning, though, there was the brick, a humble piece of plastic of such potential and variety that with only 6, you could put them together in over 915 million different ways. I lost track after 8, and I'll leave the task of documenting them all to somebody else. But the brick was good. A land was created to demonstrate the great potential of the bricks, buildings, vehicles, and people. Things might have changed a little, but the land remains to this day, showing the potential to the world. And when the borders reopen, it will again be good. Now, while it's grand to produce exhibitions of enormous scale, there remains a limit as to what you could achieve in the comfort of your own home. So designers created models, small and portable, complete with instructions that would allow you to recreate things that you might have seen in real life. The scale did vary, and the towns that you built felt dull, empty, and lifeless. And so figures with limited potential for expression were introduced. They stood around, wore different hats, but they couldn't move. But they did give you a glimpse of what could happen with this town that we were building in a more simple days. Meanwhile, in the same building, in the office over there, new figures came to be. They could wave their arms, stand tall, and perhaps be just a little bit politically incorrect. Then one day in 1978, we met the minifigure, and creations could stand proud, knowing that they were now home to people who could bring them life. We had our three main themes for our figures: castle, town, and space. These themes let us take our imagination to the past, present, and future. All the people were happy, and it was good. Time passed and stories were told with our figures, and the early outings were simple. But then new themes were introduced, and each time the form was altered, further storytelling arrived. Fabuland emphasised storytelling in its instructions and an early expansion into other media, with books, records, and claymation television series. Years passed, and other storytellers came to enter the world, bringing their own characters and tales. Dark times approached. New challenges appeared, and the company navigates treacherous waters for a while, and as time passed, focus returned to the brick. The audience was regained through the efforts of strange creatures and licensed properties. The town grew to become a city. Action themes came and went. Castle and city space combined in a single theme and vanished, and things have not been the same since. What makes a classic theme? Themes all contain content in common with, contain a collection of sets with common content, and our original themes, castle, town, and space, provided thematic play set in the past, present, and future. The builds were simple, and our colour options limited. Castle launched with just the classic 375 castle, the yellow castle. With 14 knights, this anarcho-syndicalistic collective served no obvious monarch at the time of its initial release. Over the following year or two, the range expanded to include a collection of knights as well as a jousting tournament. The ruling elite were revealed, but we didn't see any further sets until 1984. The initial release of Lego Town presented us with a collection of sets encompassing a range of activities in town life. Many are familiar to those of us who are fans of Lego City today: police, fire, road construction, motor repair. There were even sets containing collections of shops and even accessories. At this time, scale modelling was actually still pretty optional. Many of the smaller models were unable to fit a minifigure, but by 1980, the style had become a little bit more settled, with the majority of sets released to accommodate to figures. Within years, our cities were well populated with firemen, policemen, road workers, and other people going about their business. Space had an early flirtation with North America and arrived in the rest of the world in 1979. Coming hot on the heels of Star Wars, these sets were firmly set in outer unexplored worlds where physiological support was required, but you could still enjoy a good cup of coffee through your helmet. The structure of the theme is clearly delineated and has been repeated time and time again. Small vehicles on the land and flying, some not so small vehicles, one-man spaceships, larger ships, and several bases. And this pattern has been seen time and again in classic space or in other space themes. Classic space as such continued for about a decade, defined by the print on the spaceman's uniform and being replaced by the first of the factions shortly afterwards. The classic colour scheme that we all associate with space of blue, green, grey and yellow was only really a thing for a couple of years. But as time went by, we saw a number of different colour skins for the theme, and space sets have always had a well-defined design aesthetic, being thematically consistent within a release, within a release wave ever since. As Castle progressed going forward, we saw the development of more clearly defined factions. Sets would also depict the activities of medieval life: the armourer, the tavern, peasant life, knights travelling, as well as treasure and prisoner transportation. Certainly sets would normally be linked to members of particularly one faction or another. Black Falcons, the Castle Knights, Forestmen. Only occasionally was there evidence that they didn't get along. For kids, many of the aspects of life were much simpler in the early 80s compared to today, and building a Lego set was no exception. You'd all remember that most of the sets of this era would include ideas for alternate builds on the back, or even pictures of them on the instructions, but don't look for those clear instructions on how to do it. Of course, building techniques were simpler, and it was relatively easy to use the contents of one set to build something else without too much effort. And indeed, attempting to reverse engineer some of these sets is certainly, a favourite challenge of some setting up displays for fan conventions today. For the majority of sets, the time investment in building them was relatively modest. The value of play lay within the final model itself, and only the largest of sets would take hours to build. This simplicity was essential, especially if you were to pull the model apart and rebuild it into something else in a timely fashion, and then put it back together the way Mum and Dad had left it. But what did these sets have that might have let us define them as classic themes? Was it a common time period, a simple colour palette? I'm going to run with the packaging. Virtually all sets of this era have featured the yellow and medium azure Legoland band across the box or the instructions. And this, in fact, gives us another theme to play with, that of pirates. Pirates didn't arrive until 1989, and the theme introduced a number of exciting new aspects to life in the plastic Lego world. We got animals, we got facial hair, gender, and clearly defined conflict from the outset, as the pirates and Imperials vied for supremacy in the Caribbean. Drawing on the Fabuland storytelling experience, there were even books and comics dedicated to storytelling in the pirates' world, although the artwork made no attempt to make you think that the story was explicitly referring to your Lego. This theme brought us small scenes, large scenes, boats and raiding parties, to say nothing of the colonies on land occupied by the Imperials, providing an opportunity for some civilian life to develop. Despite the fact that they all had facial hair, the pirates all looked like they maintained the original smiley face. Over the years, our classic themes evolved. Through the 90s, we lost the Legoland branding and gained that of system. In Castle, the number of castle factions increased, dragons and magic became commonplace. The factions were kept separate between sets, however, so you could define the alliances and enemies as you chose in your household. Town branched out into different sub-themes: divers, Arctic, outback, and even a proto-city theme. Other things changed. Space saw the rise of different factions, each with a different neon streak, except for the Space Police. They were more staid in their livery. But again, only the Space Police and Blacktron factions shared sets with each other, mainly because of Blacktron prisoners. The other factions overlapped in their release dates, but whether you associated them with each other or not, whether they were in competition or cooperation, that was up to you. To say nothing of how awesome they all look under UV light. In the meantime, we saw other themes starting to run in parallel, shorter-lived story-driven themes such as Aquazone, Time Cruiser, Adventurers, and Rock Raiders. Somewhere around this time, the builds on the back of boxes were providing too many headaches to customer service, who were just finding it a bit too hard to explain to people how to make that model on the back of the box over the telephone. And as such, these alternate builds were ceased, with the back of the box moving on to highlight play features, the minifigures, and describing other features of the build of the set and how to contact customer service. Then in 1999, everything changed again, with the arrival of the first licensed minifigure theme, Star Wars. This was a truly exciting development for fans because for the previous 10 years, we'd been using this guy to represent Darth Vader. Now he was able to look a little more like the real thing. Other licenses followed: Harry Potter, Spider-Man, Batman, and even more followed with time. However, we came onto troubled times, and the company had extended its reach beyond the core skill of toy manufacture, extending into running theme parks, producing computer games, clothes, and more, to say nothing about toys linked with a television series that didn't even feature a brick. In line with this, the parts range got a little out of control, with the single-use elements becoming a routine part of the range. Colours had also just become much more common. As you can see, where Paredes is introduced in the early 90s, there's a slow increase. With Star Wars and Rock Raiders around the turn of the century, there's a dramatic increase with about another 30 colours introduced into the range of solid colours by the time we get to 2004. The company was posting losses, and almost straight away we started to see the palette being reined in, both with colours. And here we are looking at the elements being produced and removed from the palette each year. And as you can see, in 2004 and again after 2017, when there were concerns about the company's performance, there was a net loss in parts from the colour palette during any given year. I'd like to thank Hugh at Brickset for helping me to unlock some of the mysteries in the database to get this data. These elements are only referring to system elements and not looking at Duplo, Technic or Bionicle. As the decade closed out, we had Indiana Jones, Pirates of the Caribbean. It started to become apparent to some that the themes that we'd loved by kids, that were being loved by kids and as AFOLs, shared a lot of common ground with these new licensed themes. Star Wars was a great source of spaceships. Indiana Jones was a great source for adventurers. And it would appear that Pirates of the Caribbean was a great replacement in some people's eyes for the classic Pirates of 2009. The arrival of Hobbit and Lord of the Rings revisited castles and battles between orcs and man, as well as engaging an epic hero's journey. Peter Jackson's treatment of the Hobbit allowed for significantly more sets than you may have been able to get out of this original source book. Meanwhile, the in-house themes were not totally stagnant. We still had extreme stunts, sports and Arctic sets on the shelves, and World City started to take over the reins from Lego Town. It was actually a pretty slow period of growth for real-life Lego, with only about 24 sets being produced in these themes over 2 years, the majority in trains and police. World City became Lego City in 2005. Is this just a continuation of Lego Town? We'll touch on this shortly. In the early days of the century, we returned. Castle had its coexisting factions under the Knights Kingdom banner. Initially, we had Bulls versus Lions, but then drawing on some of the storytelling techniques using the construction figures introduced in Bionicle, a story-driven theme that had done very well during the company's troubles. We saw Knights Kingdom using both construction figures plus also minifigures to tell its stories. One of the things that we're starting to see now in these themes is that we are having both the protagonist and the antagonist factions in the same sets. This theme was followed by the fantasy era, where we had animated skeletons, orcs, wizards, and mages at 12 paces. However, during the fantasy era of Castle, we did also get the medieval village, which gave us our first really good insight into civilian life at the time of the Orc assaults. With over 1,600 pieces, it has the highest part of any in-house Castle set ever released. And if we're going to include Hobbit and Lord of the Rings, surpassed by the Tower of Orthanc, and perhaps by the microscale Hogwarts. Space was much less consistent in the way that it handled the themes. Life on Mars was released in 2001 and became the first space sub-theme since Space Police to combine factions. However, in 2008, Mars mission saw man return with a logo reminiscent of the classic Space, but with the Martians feeling decidedly less friendly than those previously encountered. This was ultimately structured as two themes in one, I think. One centered over the humans, the other with the Martians, but sure to provide a mixture of large and small flyers, land vehicles and bases. Again, most sets involve a conflict-based scenario straight out of the box, as opposed to 10 years earlier when you had to buy a couple of boxes to get opposing factions. We also saw the number of action themes explode. Typically set in a near future, we saw themes that involve covert action with diabolical cartoon villains such as Alpha Squad agents and Ultra agents, underwater action with Aqua Raiders and Atlantis, drawing on the Aquazone experience, and also underground exploration. Rock Raiders led later to Power Miners. Dinosaurs were also a perennial favourite, bringing man and beast together. Dino Attack and Dino 10, and Dino. And perhaps you can see that this theme has ultimately moved on to the Jurassic World franchise. The spirit of adventurers was reignited by Pharaoh's Quest, but could Jack Rains ever really be a match for Johnny Thunder? And we saw great traditional movie matinee monsters come to life in Monster Hunters. One thing that the millennial themes had in common, as we mentioned, was that heroes and villains were always coexisting in all but the smallest of sets. Who was who? I'll let you decide. Then came the animation revolution. While Atlantis had experimented with a half-hour special on Cartoon Network, the LEGO Group had grander plans afoot for its story-driven themes. Rather than drawing on third-party intellectual property, the LEGO Group developed Ninjago, a ninja-based theme featuring the elemental ninja, their sensei, and a collection of supernatural enemies, at least in the first place. This subsequently has evolved into a major science fiction and fantasy theme for the group. That theme was intended to run for 3 years, and its successor, The Legends of Chima, was well into production by that time. By the time it became apparent that Ninjago was a juggernaut that was not going anywhere but forward. Chima ran the better part of its course, and I can't help but think that part of its appeal was that its anthropomorphic warriors had the feeling of being a post-apocalyptic Fabuland. In 2015, we meet the Nexo Knights, incorporating a set of collectible shields that provided us with power-ups in an associated video game. This was a fantastic, well, in the minds of some, a fantastic space and castle mashup. It raised the ire of many AFOLs around the world looking for a proper return to a space or castle theme. The navy blue castle elements may not have really cut it for the 12th century. The series ran for 2.5 years, just as the enemy factions were starting to bear a resemblance to a classic 90s space theme, but they were never seen again. This fluid play has been a steady pathway in development over the last decade or so, beginning with Life of George, where you made a simple model and took a photo of it and your phone timed you. Fusion, Ultra Agents using conductive bricks to help unlock storytelling elements, Nexo Knights, Ninjago augmented reality playgrounds, the Hidden Side theme, and now video. Is this a great way to be going forward? It's an exciting way, I think, an exciting way for LEGO to embrace the technology available, but whether it's just an evolutionary cul-de-sac for our themes remains to be seen. So where are we today? All of the minifigure themes are now essentially based in animated series in part. Even Lego City, which became Lego City Adventures just in 2 or 3 years ago. Our real world friends are currently brought to us real world series rather, are currently brought to us by City and Friends, Girls on a Mission, while the fantasy adventures can be had through Ninjago and Monkey Kid. But if we look at the total landscape of storytelling themes based around minifigures today, fewer than 1 in 4 are based on an in-house IP. The one theme that does ride on the shadowlands of minifigure source licensed content isn't really heavily based, but is Speed Champions, which sort of evolved from the racing sub-theme in Lego City or Lego Town years ago. So here we are 40 years on. Castle as an ongoing play theme, gone. Space, gone. We're left with something resembling town, but is Lego City really the same? In some ways, Lego City is a bit more grown up. The cars are wider, there are more people, but only the busy, noisy aspects of the town are left. There's a high proportion of emergency services present in Lego City than there ever was before. Here we are looking at the absolute number of fire brigade releases over the decades. But wait, there are more sets being produced. Sure, so let's look at it by percentage. Of course, it's odd that that awkward moment when your presentation just goes to put. There are fewer places for people to live in Lego City than ever before. Houses were frequent models in the period prior to 1990. However, in Lego City, unless you're using it as a criminal hideout or it's burning down, there have only been 2 houses that are reasonably intact produced in the last 15 years. So, and unless you buy a large city square or Main Street set, there doesn't appear to be anywhere for people to go to work or to eat. Perhaps this is why there are so many criminals and much more police activity in Lego City compared to Lego Town. Again, absolute number of sets and as a percentage of the releases containing police. There was no real evidence of crime in Lego City prior to 1992, rather. The force was well provided to with the latest in technology and next to no work to do. And then this character, Jailbreak Joe, was seen attending the police station. We have no idea of his crime, what he was charged with, or even if he ever actually committed one. The absence of a Lego courtroom has historically been a gross oversight on the part of the design managers. We see him escaping custody again in 1995 and 1996. And in fact, we have no idea whether or not he's actually a criminal. He may merely be a security consultant to the police force, demonstrating weaknesses in the systems that the police have in place. Let's flash forward to Lego City, where we find a town loaded with recidivists. After escaping years ago from prison, some dedicated themselves to freeing others. Let's just follow the career of this gentleman who starts off as a simple cat burglar and then perhaps becomes so much more. Having run the gauntlet of the jewel heist, he attempts to offload his haul, but gets busted before he's able to hand off the jewels. But he's broken out of his holding cell by some friends. And then again, while trying to fence the jewels, he gets caught and is transported to Prison Island. He remained in prison for a while, was broken out, escaped to the mountains and was again caught. He's no longer returning to his masked bandit ways. And eventually has returned to Lego City, tired of his disorganised life, and is attempting to reorganise crime in that town. But with such an altered set of fundamental priorities, I'm not convinced that Lego City is not a continuation of Town, but rather a source of its own story and going beyond. The size of Lego City allows it to tell bigger stories, expanding beyond the realms of a state of emergency and infrastructure. And we see a number of sub-themes recurring through Lego City in alternative settings. These may well have met criteria for being considered action themes in previous years. Rock Raiders and Power Miners have taken on a less fantastic tone, but seeing similar material with both the mining and volcano research sub-themes. The underwater exploration themes that took us towards Atlantis and Aqua Raiders has been revisited by the City Deep Sea Divers in 2015 and 2020, and more recently Ninjago. So let's have a quick look at the legacy of the classic themes. While it would appear that City embraces the spirit of Lego Town, it's not the entire story. And what about Castle and Space and, of course, Pirates? And if the classic themes have indeed been killed off, where have the designers hidden the bodies? There are several themes that I think are worth focusing on. And let's start by looking at houses and retail outlets, because we saw before that very few of these left in Lego City. But indeed, Creator 3-in-1 has been focusing on producing houses more and more over the years, and it's always been a staple of the Friends line. And if you have a look here, while Lego City have produced virtually no houses over the last 10 years, well, 1, 2, we've seen about 9 from Friends, but we've seen more than 20 sets through Creator 3-in-1. And that's just sets, that's not allowing for the alternative ways to build them. Creator 3-in-1 and Friends also focus on shopping and retail outlets, just as an example, and also alternative services such as amusement parks and hotels. Friends alone has produced over 80 shops in the last 8 years, many employing young people, giving them a sense of purpose and keeping them out of trouble, perhaps explaining why there is no significant police presence in Heart Lake City. On to Creator 3-in-1, and here's a spoiler. I reckon it's probably the most Lego-like of Lego themes, encouraging us to put sets together, pull them apart and rebuild another model. 31120, the Medieval Castle, has just been released, and it's one of the biggest castles sets ever. But you know you don't want one. You're going to have to buy 3. The pirate ship caught us off guard when it was released last year, hot on the heels of another set that we'll see shortly. And again, do you really just want one? Space has also seen a common livery within the Creator 3-in-1 theme, and these sets tend to be a bit smaller and a bit less expensive than those in Pirates and Castle, which perhaps means we're going to just keep seeing more and more of these appear. All these sets feature multiple models, encouraging you to pull them apart and start again. And most of them aren't so big that you wouldn't feel discouraged to try, and especially given that we've got the instructions for the alternative models. But personally, I think that this figure embodies all that's great with the current Lego Space sub-theme of Creator 3-in-1. The redesigned classic space torso and revisiting the Spirius droid head design, rather than giving him a transparent helmet, printing the helmet onto a transparent head itself. Lego Ideas has become another source for us, and over the 11 years that it's been running, there have been 35 submissions accepted and sent to the market. And as well as real life and licensed models related to space exploration, we've also seen direct callbacks to Space, Castle and Pirates. Adults, though, are looking for different things to kids. They're looking for a longer build, something to display, nostalgic Easter eggs. Although I'd have to be kidding if I were to say that I'd never built a contemporary aircraft and then swished it around the room like a mad thing. So where else should we look for signs of these classic themes being remembered in the themes of today? As I said earlier, Ninjago is best described as a science fiction fantasy theme. Wait a minute, science fiction, that's kind of like space. Fantasy, that's kind of like castle. And while the theme may at first appear to be a blur of colour running in every direction with outlandish costumes and characters, there's no doubt that the sets here produce a combination of spaceships, mechs, and dragons that would not feel, and fortresses that would not feel out of place in any space or castle theme. Even pirate territory has been visited within Ninjago. And if we're going to consider Ninjago, perhaps we should consider Monkey Kid as well, because although it may be ostensibly a contemporary retelling of a classic Chinese story, we see plenty of elements in these sets that may well belong in other themes. I cannot look at this theme and not think that it's actually a space theme wrapped up in a traditional story. And indeed, if you look at some of the smaller details within the build, these will belong in classic town. Over the last 10 years, we have had over 36 series of collectible minifigures, and this is another great source of characters for our themes. These figures have come from both original and licensed sources, and some of them, such as the more obscure DC superheroes, The Simpsons and DC minifigures, they may not have been enough to warrant sets of their own at the time of release. So perhaps we should consider the collectible minifigures as the best place to ensure that characters can live on in minifigure form. We've certainly seen many figures fitting our classic themes over the years. Here they are in Castle. Some great townies. Pirates. And more spacemen and new aliens and villains than you can poke a stick at. Well, we're just about there. I don't really feel that the themes that we grew up with exist as we knew them. I think we have to accept that those themes are now gone, and we can't hold out waiting for Lego to release a wave of in-house space, castle, or pirates. We know that they care about these sets. We know that they're producing material and are respecting the legacy of the source material. It lives on in the themes of today, particularly the Creator 3-in-1, Ninjago, the collectible minifigures, and dare I say it, even in some of the licensed themes. Thank you very much for listening. If you've enjoyed this, then you can check out other ramblings of mine on Rambling Brick, and also check out the Extra Pieces podcast, which is co-hosted by Jay Ong. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Richard. If you'd stop sharing your screen, then we can have a little chat. Brilliant. Thank you so much for that. It has there's so much stuff in there that there's some things that I thought about, but so much stuff that I hadn't thought about at all. There were some thoughts that I had during the presentation. I thought you're talking about the motionless figures. The first they arrived in what was it, 77, 76, 77?
Yeah, 70. 76 or so.
Yeah. And I was thinking, what would the Lego movie look like? If it had been those figures. Yeah, exactly. Just like
there'd have been a lot with scribbles on the face.
Yeah, sure. That takes you right back to your own childhood, of course. And also the spaceman who is drinking coffee through his space helmet, which essentially he's sitting outside doing it. So,
Absolutely.
I've never noticed that. That's just hilarious.
But as a kid, it didn't matter, and I think that was part of the great thing with it. It was it's as kids looking at these sets, we certainly didn't worry about the fact that it wasn't quite what was needed, and that's perhaps not what I see with a lot of the kids today. They'll say, "There's no cabin. How's he going to survive on that scooter? He's going to perish in space." It's thank heavens Ninjago was set on a world with an atmosphere.
It's basically the same. It's basically the same as it's the same thinking that the houses in town, they didn't have a back wall. So why would the space station have a back wall? It's like,
Absolutely.
Except there's the little detail of pressure that's going to have to, or atmosphere.
But you look, when you then look at the Lego City space sets from 2 or 3 years ago, there was this space station, and it's totally tubular and totally locked up, and you have to pull it apart to move your figures around and then put the lid on, and you can't see them.
Yeah. So it's the playability versus reality, which is a problem, of course. Also, a really good point about the conflict, depending on you getting more than one set, because there weren't protagonists and antagonists in the same box so you sort of had to. It took more to it wasn't that easy to create conflict. I wonder if that was intentional, because I know they really shied away from the conflict thing in the beginning.
I think that was probably a deliberate move, and to not actively put people fighting each other. And I mean, certainly, the color grey was even resisted as a set in the cut as a color for just introduction in general, but even they resisted putting it into that initial castle release.
Yes, of course,
because it was just going to put too much grey bricks for tanks into the marketplace.
Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, that's Also, really cool statistics from Brickset about the number of colors. That's really cool. Do you have those available on your blog somewhere? Because I'd like to see them.
So that's actually the color data is actually from Ryan Howarter, and the part data was from Brickset.
Okay.
So you can actually access the part. I'll send you some links to get the part data, which is all encompassing.
If you could, if you have some easy links for that, you could post them in the chat maybe, or on the Discord.
Yeah, I'll get those, pop those in the chat shortly.
That would be really cool.
Yeah. So have we got some?
We have got some questions. I was just going to say one more thing. Is that I noticed you talked about the fact that you could see the pirates smiling even despite their facial hair. When I Googled for pictures of you, facial hair is a big is a big thing on your pictures. Yeah, although I can always see your smile, but yeah.
I still self-identify as bearded. The shaving happened for the pandemic. I work in healthcare. For the for the N95 masks, to get a proper seal, you need to be clean shaven. So
yes.
The next time you'll see me with a beard, either the plague will be over or I'll have retired.
Will it come back?
The beard will come back at some point. Yes. At the moment, it's just in here.
Okay.
But I'll bring it out for everyone to see with
Rob,
time.
if you'll, yes, exactly. Yes, exactly. So you're bearded on the inside. That's
Absolutely.
So, Rob, do you have some questions?
I do, yeah. So we had a bunch of questions, so tried to gather some of them together because we got asked the same thing a couple of times. So I've put together a few questions. The first one is probably around the entire term classic. So it's often used within our community and kind of in the same way as iconic, I would suggest, but it also carries real connotations of retro and vintage as well. And so there's some things about, debates about, does something have to be 25 years old or from your childhood or stuff. So if you're going to describe something as classic, do you think it's more important that it's about age or it's about styling?
So for my purpose of definitions, I was taking themes that existed within that styling of that initial packaging with the Legoland branding on.
Okay.
And how they continued on.
Yeah.
Sort of, I suppose really we could call these foundation themes. but I think Pirates has such a legacy that it belongs in that list of themes that I'm referring to as classic.
Yeah.
And
so it's from an era rather than just...
they're the sets that were produced within that era, but they're also the themes that have run for... but all of those themes ran for more than 6 years in their initial run.
Mm-hmm.
But I wanted to put a time start on because it feels too early to be calling Ninjago classic.
Yeah,
because it will meet it on that duration criteria as well. So I'm really calling it sets of an era that were around when the adults of today were kids.
I can't wait
for a long period.
Yeah, I can't wait for Lego shows in 20 years where people are doing neoclassic Ninjago with like.
That would be fantastic.
I remember when Ninjago was new. So brilliant. Right.
Absolutely.
I've got a question for you. So obviously some of the older themes are products of their time, with depictions of Indigenous cultures or gender roles that nowadays we would find problematic. You got any thoughts on how Lego has moved them forward in the last few years?
So I think there have been a few ways in which we've seen changes there. I think we just have to look to the recent Ireland wave of Ninjago, where we have the Islanders on that theme they're essentially purple skinned. They're sort of non-human rather than obviously Indigenous, but they have the masks, they have the face painting, they have the totems. So it really feels like it's an island culture, but it's being depicted very much as one that's not one that we can easily relate to. And they're just being referred to as islands. Now, I'll acknowledge I have not gone heavily into the mythos behind Ninjago, and I haven't watched the latest series. So this is just my impression as an outside observer looking at the advertising material. Other interesting things have been with some of the gender. There's a huge movement about, whether we're hypersexualizing minifigures by putting great big curves and great big smoochy lips on them. And I'd actually take solace from the new city sets. There is a character, Jessica Sharp, who is in the set that's got the lions. And while she's wearing a tank top in the jungle, that has subtle curves on her body, but she's actually wearing a scarf around her neck. So there's absolutely nothing resembling a neckline there. And I think certainly that that perhaps being more sensitive, making people feel like they can be more included. Lego is plainly no longer a toy for 10-year-old boys.
Or just for 10-year-old boys, yeah.
Not just for 10-year-old boys. We do want 10-year-old boys playing with it, but I was concerned when I was visiting our local Lego office, and I was introduced to some of the staff. Hi, I do marketing for young boys. Hi, I'm selling for the young girls. I'm selling for the old boys. So it's actually how the company is still structured in some ways in local offices. But this is perhaps, I feel poorly qualified to talk about it a lot, and I'd perhaps hand over to my colleagues and friends at the Women's Brick Initiative to talk about that further, because they've got their data and their arguments much more solidly put together. We do see better representation of women. We're seeing more people of colour being represented in the licensed themes now than we were 10 years ago, and I've gone through that over the last years. We're certainly seeing a lot more, much more balance between male and female characters with the current Harry Potter, which we didn't look at all. But I can tell you there's much more balance there now than there was when the sets were initially released 15 years ago.
Yes, certainly.
Minifigures, as Tove said yesterday, collectible minifigures are now very much more balanced when it comes to gender as well.
Yeah, well, that's only happened since Series 19 that balance has arrived. And certainly there have been people keeping track of that over the years. City's also gone from being 10%. So when Friends came out in 2012, 60% of minifigures in Lego City were male, 10% were female, 30 were not clearly defined. And now that balance is perhaps more up at about 35, 10% not clearly defined. So there have been huge steps being made in the in-house themes to get that gender balance fixed. More like real life.
Yeah. So it's certainly discussions that have been happening and, working on some of the books with DK and Lego. Those are discussions that over the last few years have become much more prominent in our planning and working out, it's storylines for the Build Your Own Adventure books, for example, actually making sure that, it's not just all about a male hero and things, even if that's what the IP was about, for example, or, some of the other ideas books and things, making sure there's a really nice representation of actually the world, not just a bunch of blokes. So cool. Just, do you think a licensed theme could ever be considered classic? So how far down the road do we have to get before old school Star Wars becomes classic Star Wars?
There will be people who will already say that it is a classic theme. I don't think it would. I would consider that is it's going to be a legacy theme, certainly. What does that mean? It means it's one with a lot of history, but I don't think it's got that same, because it's drawing on so much source material outside of Lego.
Yeah.
I don't think that that's going to be quite so much the case. I think we will see that. I think we'll consider, as you said, Ninjago as classic in due course. Look, I would almost consider. I consider Nexo Knights as a way to reinvigorate classic space, and I lousy castle series from my point of view, but great for building spaceships with.
I have a question.
This made me maybe nostalgia speaking, but I think also there is a certain innocence. There is a certain innocence in the classic themes that just isn't there in Star Wars or some of the other sets. Yeah. But that may just be, as I said, maybe nostalgia speaking.
I think you're right.
I think it was certainly simpler times. The thing I don't understand is why in Lego Town there was never a fire brigade getting a cat out of a tree, because there was certainly never any fire to be seen. Fire elements existed. We saw them in like some of the extreme team sets, but there was never even ever any building on fire. Yet we've had fire being depicted actively in Lego City since 2008. Now 1 in 5 Lego houses that have been produced in Lego City are burning down. Similar number of burger bars.
I know. I think the fire department's actually maybe going round and starting fires in order to justify their continued investment in sets.
That's the thing. I mean, we have the bad guys, but where are the arsonists? There are no arsonists.
Richard, just one question. It was actually one of the very first questions that got asked that prompted this thought. Was if you could go back in time to the late 70s, early 80s, and you've got the money to buy an entire line, which of the classic themes would you buy all the sets of to build? What's your favourite?
So based on my behaviour of the last 5 years, I'm going to say Generation 1 and 2 Space. But Ice Planet is certainly, I've been finding that those 90 neon classic, there was a terrible typing error, or I meant to be thinking about Neo Classic Space one day, and I found myself thinking about Neon Classic Space. And I think those themes are all fantastic, but Ice Planet just seems to capture the structure of that original classic space theme just that little bit better than say Blacktron or Spirius or Robotron or any of those themes.
Yeah. Well, I thoroughly enjoyed seeing all those images. It was just brilliant. A really nice nostalgia hit. But it's not just nostalgia. I thought it was really incisive commentary and very entertaining and dry as well. So brilliant. Thank you very much, man. Enjoyed it.
Thanks for having me along. Thanks everyone for being up at 9 o'clock in the morning in your parts of the world.
Thank you so much. Have a nice evening in Australia.
Thank you very much.
All right, Rod, I think you're taking us through to the next presentation.
I am. We are running a little behind, but I think we can just bash straight on if that's okay. So
sure, we can wait with the breaks until later. It's just one presentation in, so it should be okay.
So
there we go.
Coming up at 11 o'clock, we've got Jonas going to be talking about exploring the mind of a living Lego parts encyclopedia. So
that's actually that's what I call it. So I'm not sure he's aware of that I'm calling it that, but okay.
Brilliant. However, next up, I'm delighted to say we've got Dale Harris joining us. So I'm really looking forward to seeing what Dale's got to talk about. Dale first came to my attention as a builder a couple of years ago with a massive Lego space exploration base with whiffs of classic space in there. It was a really impressively detailed and landscape bit of spacey goodness, and I just thought it was brilliant. He's then flirted with various building genres, including a little dabbling in my personal favourite genre of steampunk. However, his work in what we have to call, I think, Neo-Fabuland is just an absolute delight. It's everything that I think good Lego building should be. It's colourful, it's well put together, and it's just fun, and it makes you smile. So Dale, we're going to hand over to you and your presentation from Neoclassic Space to Neo-Fabuland. Hello.
Hello. Okay, I guess I better start.
Yeah.
So my name's it's weird because I can't see myself. Now I can. So my name is Dale Harris. I'm a Lego fan from Bendigo, Victoria, Australia. I'm a member of the Bendigo Lego user group, which is known as BOLD, and Michael Peebles is our ambassador, so a lot of people would know him. In my day job, I'm a graphic designer. So I kind of like to bring that way of thinking to what I like to build and how I like to build. I've got everything written down that I want to say, so I'm trying to say it, but I'm not
no worries.
Really speaking. So anyway, we'll
it's all right. They're a very kind audience, so don't worry about them.
Yeah, I've been watching, so yeah.
So did you do all the graphics for your record store?
Yes, I did.
Oh, mate, I absolutely love that. For anyone that hasn't seen it, if you go on Dale's Flickr and have a look at, I think it's your most recent model, is it?
It's not really, but it's the most recent one that's out there.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, the most recent one that's on there. And it's basically a record store. And the graphics that you've done for the record store are brilliant. I'd love to see that, as I said. So I really liked it. So.
Yeah, I've got some call outs there too. Some things that we all love, hopefully. So
yeah,
some people get a kick out of seeing some of those things. Yeah. Yeah. So should I talk? Yeah. So I've loved building since I was 3 or 4, and so obviously in the early 80s. I started building in the early 80s, and so my interest in Lego kind of waned when I reached my teenage years.
Yeah.
And whilst later on when my kids were born, I introduced them to Lego. It just wasn't something that I thought could still be for me. It's something that that's something kids do, and so whilst I love building the sets with my kids, it took until 2015, so not that long ago, when my wife Coura joined our local lug, and kind of introduced me to the idea that maybe it would be okay if we went along for us to have that spark to get the Lego out, and so we, got all the Lego out from under my son's bed, and he was about 13 at the time, so he was just starting into his dark ages, and we got all the Lego out and sorted through it and started thinking about building again. And
it's that moment where you find other people like you, and you realize that actually this is okay, this is good.
I'm allowed to like this. Yeah,
absolutely. So,
yeah. I mean, I always had a folder on my desktop where I'd saved cool builds and things that I'd seen, but I just didn't think I was allowed to do it myself.
Yeah.
Anyway, that all changed in 2015, and I kind of like building either architecture from my hometown, and there's some of that in the background behind me, or each year ideally for Brickvention if they accept it, but I like to build something that recalls a beloved theme from my childhood. So the first one that I did was on neoclassic space, and then from that the next one was Fabuland, and that's what I'm going to talk about. Cool. I'm talking about both of those, but yeah.
Well, no, I'm interested to you.
All right, so I've got a PowerPoint thing that I'll talk over the top of.
Yep.
So what do I do?
If you select share screen at the bottom of the screen, the buttons will come up when you move your mouse. Yeah.
Share screen, it's green. There we go.
Yep. So you click on that, and you should have the opportunity to select your presentation. Is it open?
Yes.
So if you have it open, you should be able to select your presentation, and if you click share screen, that should look
beautiful.
We had a couple of wee problems yesterday, but if we do, don't worry, just you can email it to me and I'll click through for you. But
it's just asking me to change my system preferences. Will not be able to record the contents of your screen until it is quit. Oh no.
Don't worry about it, man. We're all good. If I will message you my email address now, and we can.
Sorry.
No, mate. We're all good. There's always a bit of tech issue, so it's not.
Sorry, everybody.
Hey, man, it's no problem at all. So yeah, so that space base that you built.
Yes.
I absolutely loved that, man. I thought it was fantastic when I saw it. Because that's what, a couple of years ago now.
I'm going to have a problem sending you this PowerPoint because it's a gig in size.
Oh right, okay.
I think that I need to allow my computer to. I need to quit.
Okay.
Zoom and come back in. I'm sorry.
Okay. Right. Yeah. Let's do that. That's not a problem. Okay.
Or is that working?
Oh no, that's it. There we go. So if you just go to presentation mode, we are all good.
Beautiful.
Amazing.
Can't see it, but oh no, I can.
Yeah,
right.
There we go. Brilliant.
Okay.
Well done, mate. Cheers.
Okay, so yeah, each year I like to build a large display with the aim of displaying it at Brickvention, which is held in Melbourne in January each year, in the good years when we don't have COVID. And in 2018, I chose the theme of neoclassic space. I'm pressing the wrong buttons there. So yeah, growing up in the 80s and 90s, means that I have a fond love of the Lego sets of that era. So classic space and castle would have to be my all-time favorite themes. And I personally didn't have a lot of classic space themes, classic space sets, mainly just a few little rovers and things, none of the big sets. But the theme has always appealed to me because of the limited color palette and the kind of retro tech aesthetic. And I'm into all the sci-fi, all that stuff. So it's always had a place in my heart. And so when I was thinking about what themes I'd like to approach, it was the top of the list. So obviously everyone, well, I think all of us know what neoclassic space is. It's builds that look at classic space as an inspiration. And so whether that's the color scheme, the style of the building, there's different ways you can apply it. And I'm only going to be talking about how I've chosen to apply it. It doesn't mean that I think it's the only way that you can apply those things. So
I think that's the great thing about these themes, that they're all open to individual interpretation. So my idea of what makes classic is maybe slightly different from your idea of what makes classic, but that variety means we can have really nice stuff, but that it lives in the same universe, but it's been built by different spaceship companies or things like that.
That's
so,
right. So I started out obviously by doing a bit of research. I wanted to build a large-scale display, and I want it to immediately be, when someone looks at it across the room, I want them to know what they're going to see when they get over there. So I'm looking at the sets for the visual cues. Obviously, some of that is just about using the right colors, and some of it's about sorry, I'm going to read what I've written, so I don't.
Crack on, man. It's all good.
So normally with any kind of build that I do, or anything that I'm doing in my professional life, it all starts with research. And you might have a brief. In this case, it's obviously the brief is in myself, but I just start by collecting material. It might be, in the case of this, where I've collected images of all the different sets. I've gone to Brickset and looked through all the information. I've joined all the Facebook groups, and I've looked at everything that everyone's building on Flickr and has built. And during that process, I found out that there actually are some agreed upon rules.
The rules.
Yeah, the rules. And so that kind of took me by surprise, because as a child, you don't ask anyone how to play with your Lego or what how you should build something. And so I do understand why there are rules. They were created so that builders from all over could build their ships or bases or rovers, and they'd look like a cohesive theme when they were displayed together. So I fully understand that. I think it's a great idea, especially for a group build, that you set some parameters so that you get something that looks like it all fits together and belongs.
Yeah, absolutely.
But obviously, in my own build, there were things that I didn't agree with, and so I've kind of looked at why. Well, we're going to talk about the things that I didn't agree with and why. It doesn't mean that you need to take that on board. So one of the things that in the rules of neoclassic space, they say that you should use realistic skin tones for your all your minifigs, and I understand completely why they think that's a good idea. It's about as Richard was talking about, it's about representation. We want people to feel that Lego is for them and represents them and their life, and so it's a good thing. I'm not I'm not saying that it's a good thing, but the reason I've chosen to stick with the yellow minifig faces is that it is that nostalgia. It is that a Lego minifig is instantly recognizable with the yellow face. So that's why I've done that. And also the reason they chose yellow as the color for the original minifig heads is that it's not exclusive. It represents everybody. No one has this skin tone. It's meant to be inclusive from the start. So I think that's a good thing. Another thing they talked about is using red and green landing lights on the different wingtips. Initially I thought, where does that even come from? Someone just made that up, and that's just my own lack of knowledge. Like, obviously it comes from the where is it? I've written it down. Sorry.
No, man, you're okay.
International conventions on navigation lights. So it makes sense that they've done
shipping.
But when I did my research and looked through all the sets and all the ships that came in those original sets, it doesn't come from there. It's not followed in the sets. So I kind of took that as a sign that I could choose to do whatever I liked, and mine are green. It doesn't make any sense, but mine are all green. The same thing happened with spacesuit colors. So in the neoclassic space rules, they've specified that you should use red and white only, and that's because the original sets there were only red and white, and I thought pretty hard about it, but then I thought, well, I love the blue and the yellow minifigs, so I'm going to use them. And originally, I actually looked through all the things about whether they had particular roles based on their colors, and I actually came up with my I don't know if they're my own or based on some of the things I read, but I had yellow for scientists and blue for technicians, red for pilots and white for command. But in the end, what I ended up doing, because I started to position them like that and work, in the end I just ended up mixing them up because it looked too rigid and too staid, and it didn't look like Lego enough. So I ended up mixing them up. The other one, and this is a big one for lots of people, is light grey versus light bluish grey. So the rules in the classic space say you should use light grey as much as possible and avoid using light bluish grey, and definitely don't mix them together. And I understand why, but they haven't produced any new light grey parts since I think about 2004. So it makes the actual
I suspect
have what's available and what you can possibly do quite limiting. And I do get that that's a good thing as well. And certainly in my life as a designer, limitations are a good thing. But I'm building my own classic space world, so I'm going to do what I like, and I just used as much light bluish grey as I could. And where a piece only was available in light grey, I used it anyway.
I think the mix makes it look almost like weathering, or something needs maintenance, or something like that. That sometimes that mix of old and new in grey or light bluish grey, you get that. It just makes it feel more weathered and stuff. I quite like it.
I definitely love using it in when I'm building a building or a landscape where it can do those kind of things. But the next thing is bumblebee stripes. So all those classic space ship, well, not all of them actually, but a lot of them have these stripes of of yellow and black on their wings, and it looks great. But I've replaced mine with some of the great printed hazard stripe printed parts that we have available, because I kind of see it as, well, I don't know what it was originally meant to represent, but to me it looks like hazard hazard tape or hazard stripe. So I've just used the available printed parts that we have now.
Yeah. You think the designers would have used those had they been available?
That's kind of my thought process. I have no idea. I haven't found it out from anybody, but that's my thought process. Yeah. And the next thing is the red wheel hubs, and I do think that they look great. But I also know that when they were designing those original sets, no one was saying, and we should make the hubs of the wheels red. Like, no one was choosing red wheel hubs for their space vehicles. That's all they had. Everything had red wheel hubs. All the sets had red wheel hubs. So I've kind of taken that to mean that I can change it to a different color, and I've just used light bluish gray for my wheel hubs. I know some people won't like that, but that's okay.
That's okay.
Yeah, that's okay. All right. So after going through all the rules, I kind of started to think about the must-haves for a neoclassic space build, and what I wanted to include in my build. And I started out with things like, so I wrote a list, and that's what I always do. I started out with things like the limited color palette, the retro tech aesthetic. It had to have a range of play options like those original sets do. And that includes things like having all different sizes of ships and different types of rovers and movable lab pods. Sorry,
I said nice. No, that's great.
Oh, sorry. The light grey terrain. So I know that on the boxes they had like a tan coloured terrain, but the base plates are grey. So that's what I thought. And the handy robot assistants and a lot of satellite dishes. Like, if you look at those, there's a lot of, they're sending a lot of communications.
There's a lot of communications going on.
Definitely. And the next thing is I started to think about was the computers. So obviously, if you're building a colony out in space or an exploration base, you're going to need a lot of computers. And we had those beautiful printed computer parts.
Yeah.
But I decided I wasn't going to use them. This is another one of those sacrilege things. So the reason behind that is I kind of see, like, if you look at actually what is represented on those parts, it shows physical buttons and small cathode ray or LED screens. And it's, my neoclassic space base is far in the future. So I just didn't think it was representative of the technology that they would have now. And what I wanted to do is have, displays that could be mounted on walls or in surfaces, more usable than a computer that you sit in the corner over there. So I started to think that I wanted to have, screens that could look like they're touch screens, so that the surface might change depending on what you're dealing with. And I started to look through all the available black printed or stickered parts on Bricklink that could be used for computer screens. And these are some of the first ones that I found.
Nice.
And most of them actually come from Batmobile set, I believe. One of them, the one in the next to the 2x2 tile, comes from a Chima set, and the 2x2 tile comes from I've written down all the numbers, I can read them all out, but comes from a Batcave set.
Nice.
It's actually a sticker on a dark blue tile, so it didn't actually come up in my initial search, but I saw a video by Captain Mutant on one of the Facebook groups. I'm like, oh my God, I need that. That's the tile I need. And so I, found out from where it was from, and ordered, quickly went on Bricklink, ordered 12 of them. I thought I'm do a bit of a test and see how these look. Now, as soon as I started building with them, and in the set, they'd kind of, to make it look more varied, they'd rotated some of the screens, some of the tiles. But when I actually started to do that, I thought it just looks too repetitive. And so I designed some of my own. So these are my 2x2 tile designs. Some of them, I've gone back through the back catalogue of existing Lego Space tiles. Some of them are inspired by Star Trek. Some of them, they're inspired by lots of different things. But I've used the color scheme of those other existing pieces, and the form of that Batman tile, and just gone to town.
Those are absolutely beautiful, Dale. I just think they're fantastic. So,
I like them as well. So I ended up getting them printed by Ed at Brick Sanity in the UK, and they're beautiful tiles. I love them. Here's some photos of them in situ in my build. You'll notice some of the sticker placement is not that great, but that was whoever put that sticker on that tile that I purchased. That's not my handiwork. But
leaving it like that is quite nice. I like that you've left it. That
there's clearly something wrong with that screen. So then I'm gonna show my base and talk about some of the features.
Cool.
So this is a video, so hopefully it works. Yes, it looks like it's working. Is that working?
Yes, it's a little slow, but we're all good. So
okay. So it's got 3 levels. It's got landing pads that are attached by gantries to the inside. It's got a fully landscaped terrain. So I found out building this model that I love building landscape.
Nice.
Everything I've built since has got terrain.
I love the way that the building emerges from your terrain, that the building's built within the mountain almost. I think it's fabulous.
Yeah, that was kind of an idea I came up pretty early on, and I thought, well, I have seen other people do that, and I'd like to have a go at it. But I definitely wanted to have the blue lab pods, because I think when you look at a classic space, those pictures on the base plate boxes, base plate packaging, the how much blue versus how much grey is used it's what says this is a classic space base. So I wanted to make sure there was still some good patches of blue in my build, so that when you see it all together, it says classic space, even if it's not. So I've got little quad bike like rovers that you can attach a trailer to. This is inside the base at the moment, so it's got a lift so you can get up to the top, and it's gone now. Different rovers. This one's articulated. It's for
that articulated rover style. That's a classic space classic as well for me. That
is.
Yeah. No, it's lovely.
A little tiny runabout. There was obviously lots of those little tiny. Obviously, it's a little bit bigger than the little tiny runabouts that we had in the sets, but it's my homage to that. Assistant robots.
Oh,
friendly,
I like a mech
helpful,
with a face. That's a good face. That's great.
Friendly, helpful robots.
Yeah,
nothing's going to go wrong. And so that's my neoclassic space base. Okay, so after I was just going
to say, I love that it is obviously inspired by the classic theme.
Yes.
But then just little touches that break it away from almost stuck to that recipe. So, for example, for me, the yellow highlights around the doors, etc. You know, that to me, that's fantastic. It looks futuristic. It looks cool. It has got a touch.
I did think if there's a dust storm, you're going to want to see where those doors are. So I made them.
And I love that. So no, it's, to me, it's that thing. It's about taking inspiration from a classic theme, but not being bound by it. So no, I as I said to you, I remember seeing this. I think it was a couple of years ago, was it?
Yes,
I'm just loving it. So.
Awesome, thank you. All right, so the thought process behind that kind of had me thinking, what am I going to do next? I definitely wanted to approach a classic theme from my childhood, really, something that was beloved, and something that would appeal to I hoped would appeal to the audience at Bricknerd, even if a lot of people might think that it was what is it called? I forget what it's called. There's a Nintendo game with animals.
Oh, Animal Crossing.
That's it, Animal Crossing.
Yeah, so
you know, it's only Anyway, lots of people thought it was Animal Crossing, but anyway.
Well, I think Animal Crossing's probably pushed the value of Fabuland figures up on Bricknerd somewhat. So
So I chose, and some of it might be because I've just been working with a lot of grey. That I chose something very colourful. But I chose to go with Neo Fabuland. And my reasoning is that if you can Neo classic space, then you can pretty much Neo anything. And so why not Neo Fabuland? So I started the process, as with Neo classic space, by looking at the range of sets that are out there and trying to work out what things say Fabuland to people and what things I really should include and what things people would expect, I guess, from a Fabuland display. And so, I through all the sets. I also did the same things. I joined all the Facebook groups. I went and looked at all the images on Flickr of anything Fabuland related that anyone had ever built. All the things I normally do. And trying to think, what would we know, it's really easy to know what the design conventions are for neo-classic space, because we just look at those particular sets and they say, this is the color scheme, this is the overall style, these are the parts that we use that are important to us. And so for Neo Fabuland, you can do the same thing. You could do it with anything. So I kind of wrote this as a blog post, but the first thing is the primary color palette. So most of the things, buildings or vehicles in Fabuland are blue, red, yellow, or green. They also have some white, some black, and obviously at the time, the Fabuland color palette, because of some of the Modulex colors, is much broader than at the same time period than the standard Lego color palette. And it had oranges and browns and lime green before they were in town or any of the other stuff. And that's also, I think, because they're trying to produce this storybook world with plants and animals, and they couldn't all just be red, green, yellow, and blue and black. So I thought pretty early on, and I've seen other people do Fabuland and use all the great new colors, and it looks amazing. But one of my concerns was that I want, as with my classic space, I want people to be able to look across the room and say, oh, there's some Fabuland over there, and come over. So the color palette and the way the colors are used, I think, is really important in doing that. No matter what I'm going to build, I can make it look like Fabuland just by limiting to the Fabuland colors and using them in the ways they're used in the original sets. So the next thing is the storybook style. So Fabuland has a style that's kind of based around storybook illustration of the 70s and early 80s. And all the kind of pieces have this, they're more decoratively styled and exaggerated than the style of their equivalents in town or in normal Lego. So normal Lego, for example, a shovel in normal Lego, the minifig shovel piece, is completely utilitarian. It's got no. Whereas the shovel in Fabuland is decoratively styled. It's got rivets, and it's beautiful. So they've taken the time to create this storybook world, and it's reflected it not just in the fact that there were physical storybooks and it's about telling a story, but all the elements are reinforcing that storybook style play, I guess. So I just thought anything that I want to build has to reflect that, has to have that level of detail and that level of whimsy. Yeah,
I think that's a great word for it, whimsy. It's exactly that. It's harking back to a wonderful time that never was. So that's right. It was a nostalgic theme when it launched. Never mind.
That's right.
It's there's an element of almost like if you go to the Disneyland parks, the Main Street USA kind of feel of harking back to an America that never was. That whole it's got something, although it's not Americana, it has that nostalgia baked into it right when it was new. So I love it.
Yeah, and obviously one of the things that I thought was pretty, and it's the same with Classic Space, there's key pieces that you want to make sure you use that say immediately to people Classic Space. And obviously Fabuland had so many unique elements. So I definitely thought there's no way I can build a Fabuland display and not use as many of those elements as possible. So, I spent a bit of money on Bricklink. I'm not going to lie. But I just, you have to. I just had to include as many of those elements. It just wouldn't have read as Fabuland as well without them. And the other thing is the hand-drawn lettering and hand-drawn signage. So that appealed to me as a graphic designer. Any excuse to fire up Illustrator and look at some fonts and get going. So I wanted to make sure that I, as much as possible, mimic the style, although I wasn't going to do the same things, but mimic the style that was used for those hand-drawn signs and house numbers, and even in the sets, some of the there's physical elements that are printed on walls. Well, I mean, obviously, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to brick build as much of it as possible, but having those hand-drawn elements will help people to feel that it is Fabuland. So I wanted to do that. All right. So then I did the same thing. I looked through. I made a list of what I must include. And that's the same kind of things. It's a limited color palette. It's a storybook style. It's the range of play options. I wanted to have a variety of different buildings and vehicles in different styles. Obviously, they're related, but and they live in the same world. But I didn't want everyone to feel like they lived in the same house, just in different colors. And for my own satisfaction as a builder, I don't want to be building the same thing over and over again, even though they're based on really simplified sets. well, I'm not a 3 or 4 year old, so I want to make sure I'm building something that satisfies me now in 2019 or 2020 when I was building. Hang on, whatever, 2019 when I was building. Yeah. So and I definitely wanted to have that fully landscaped environment because I love building terrain and lots of plants and flowers and those. And Fabuland has these distinctive round trees. They're flat in the real thing, but I wanted to make sure I could build some nice round trees, so they read as Fabuland trees. Nice. The first thing I started to think about is the windows. I thought it's actually going to be quite limiting. There's no way I wanted to use Fabuland wall panels in my buildings because it would immediately restrict what I could build. But I did think that I have to try and recreate these forms as much as possible because it's such a key part of what makes a Fabuland building look like a Fabuland building. So I looked at ways to brick build them, and I started out by building them just in LDD and then rendering them out in Studio, and I posted them to the Facebook groups, Fabuland Facebook groups, to get some kind of feedback to whether people thought that actually read as Fabuland. And obviously I got, I did get some really great feedback, and most people were really supportive. Obviously for some people, it's not Fabuland unless it actually is Fabuland. So I get that, but I'm never going to please those people because that's not what I'm trying to do. I'm not trying to say, here are my Fabuland sets. I'm trying to build something that appeals to me in 2020 as a builder. I did those. Now, one of the things I've done, Lego doesn't obviously make those window panes like that. So I kind of based all of my windows around the standard 1x4x3 window frame. And I used my wife's Cricut machine to cut vinyl stickers based on the original Fabuland windows, and they're actually stuck onto standard Lego 1x4x3 window panes.
Right.
So it's a bit of a cheat, but I could not see any other way to brick build the panes unless I took the scale right up. Obviously, I could take the scale up and build beautiful window panes, but keeping it at that scale, I couldn't see a better way to do it. Someone else, I'm sure, will come up with a better way.
No, they look great.
Thank you. So I started with the first thing I wanted to do is test out the idea of revisiting a classic set and looking at all the things they included and then how I would approach that now and using these techniques. So I started with the Fisherman's Cottage. Why is my slide not changing? Oh, here we go. So it's, look, I think it's a pretty iconic set. And I knew that I wanted, my absolute favorite Fabuland figure is Edward in his fishing gear. So I definitely wanted to, start with him. And I kind of looked at the set and I've written down some things that I wanted to, sorry. I've gone completely off what I was going to say. Anyway,
man, we're all good. It looks brilliant.
Yeah. So first and foremost, I wanted to recreate a small hut with a door, with 2 windows on a pier with a rowboat. I also wanted to make sure I included the table, the chair, the cup. Incorporate the house number as a custom stickered tile and the lamp or lantern, and the tap. Now, I didn't end up building the tap, but anyway, but I wanted to put them in as brick-built elements and around under the tap, there's a bucket. I wanted to make sure there was a bucket. Just being completely prescriptive about what had to be in it because it was in the original set.
Yeah.
And so, these are the things. That's what I just read. And making sure that I included Edward in his Macintosh, his sou'wester, and carrying his trusty fishing rod. So all the things that are in the set, pretty much. So this is actually what I ended up building. It's as you can see, it's inspired by the set. It includes all the things that are in the set except the tap. And
so nice.
One other thing that I left out is the flowers. I didn't do that on purpose. I knew that in the finished build with everything, there'll be flowers and trees, and so I didn't worry about working out at this stage what the flowers were going to look like and what type of flower. Yeah. Anyway, so I made one major change to his house. I changed the color of the roof from green to blue.
Yeah.
And I thought that maybe in the last 35 years he might have had Gertrude come and change the color of his roof. But the reason I did that is I knew that I was going to have green terrain. So I wanted to make sure that the buildings stand out from the terrain as much as possible. So I took a bit of a license with that. And I have added like the verandas and things. That's purely about adding some detail because the original set was very simple.
Yeah,
and
that's lovely. And the pier is fantastic. I'm looking at that now, and the spacing on those planks. I love that. That's lovely.
Yeah, it's really flimsy.
Shh, we don't talk about that.
It looks good, but it's really flimsy.
Yeah.
So then, what I did over the next while, I kind of in an effort to build a kind of audience and to convince some people that maybe Fabuland might be an okay thing. I started revealing, as I finished each build, revealing them online, and some of them got most of them got really good feedback, but some of them got amazing feedback. So here we've got Edward's fishing hut, which we've just looked at, but Boris's post office got amazing feedback, and it was all kinds of things, and that was great.
It's lovely. That yellow bow window is fantastic. I just think it's great.
And then we've got Bonnie's B&B and Hannah's greenhouse. So Bonnie's B&B is actually the building that I designed first. I didn't build it. I didn't build it until much later. I actually designed it in LDD just to test the idea of Fabuland and whether you could build. So that's why it's kind of a weird building. I really like it, but it's a weird mix of things, and it's got a anyway. Whereas Hannah's greenhouse had a distinctive purpose. So in the original sets, Hannah, she comes with a wheelbarrow and there's that beautiful shovel in the background there. She comes with a shovel and a rake and a few things, but now she has a greenhouse and a potting shed house where she can like garden to her heart's content. So I thought that was kind of missing from the original sets. And also the roof of this of her potting shed is based on the angled part, the original Fabuland roof pieces.
Yeah.
It's like that's my one concession to recalling the angle of the Fabuland roofs. So
I love the round tree as well. You were talking about the tree earlier. Trees. That's fabulous. I didn't even mean that. Fabulous. No, it's really nice. So,
And then I've got the dock and Wilfred's lighthouse. So they're kind of related in that Wilfred in the original sets is a paddle boat captain. And so I've kind of got the idea that, he's, retired to the life of a lighthouse keeper. So he's got his weatherboard lighthouse that it's based on the those white weatherboard lighthouses in Maine in the US.
Yeah, it's got a very New England feel to it. It's lovely.
Yeah. And I've got the Victorian seaside in the dock. I've got the Victorian seaside kiosk, and this actual structure, the shelter over the seat, is based on some tram stops that we have in Bendigo that are I don't know exactly what era they're from, but they've kind of recall that kind of style as well.
That Victorian bandstand kind of thing. Yeah. So.
And then I've got Gertrude Studio. So I think it's worth pointing out that Gertrude in the original sets is a painter, and so she's pretty much responsible for everyone's houses being blue, yellow, green, and red. And I don't think she gets enough credit for that. So she's the originator of the Fabuland color scheme. So I've given her a house that's got 3 levels. On the bottom, she's got a level where she can do a painting business, but then she's also got a house in the middle, and up the top she's got an art studio where she can practice her true passion, which she's an artist. So
and is her true passion, does she paint in like grey and
yeah she only paints in monotone.
Really?
And then the bandstand. So this is also inspired by one of the original sets. Obviously there isn't a bandstand, but there's what are they called, the Fabuland Big Band, which has Peter Pig on tuba and Gabriel Gorilla on drums. It's set 3631. And so obviously in the past 34 years, Rufus Rabbit has joined the band on accordion, but I wanted to give them a proper bandstand. They're just standing on like a really simple stage in the original set. So now they have a bandstand, and it's, I'm trying to think what's next. So then I'm going to show, I've got another one of those videos of actually Edwards Island in its everything.
Cool. Looking forward to seeing it.
So here it is. It's
wow.
Because again, it's terrain and it's all the things I like. We get to see hopefully the Fabu Figs going about their daily lives and doing all the things they like. You can we've got a bit. Oh, this is the ferry. So I used the base of the original paddle boat, and now we've got a ferry that people can catch from the dock. There's the dock again. So, and the post office, and we've got a letter being mailed. We've got eating ice cream at the beach. Some of those Fabu Figs are pretty in not great condition, but that's all right. I've got a
that adds to it.
Yes. I just wish my photography was a little bit better. That's all right.
Mate, it looks good.
Clive going for a spin on his skateboard, and Hannah's garden. There's actually a couple of buildings I didn't show, which is Dr. Dog's house, which is here. So we've got Dr. Dog waiting in the front yard here. And then there's also a tavern, but it's the yellow building over there in the back. But you've seen the other buildings. Oh, there's a tavern.
Yeah.
So Bernard's serving some beverages. And look, the lawnmower has to be my favorite Fabuland piece. I mean, it's not a piece; it's 3 pieces, but it's got to be my favorite. My favorite. So Bonnie Bunny. Someone's been chewing on those feet. Wasn't me.
The landscaping is just excellent. It's so detailed and yet remains crisp and clean. You know, sometimes I struggle when I'm doing landscaping to stop it becoming, you know, I want to put detail in, but then it becomes messy. So I love the balance you've got between the detail, but also keeping it crisp and tidy. It's lovely.
I think that's about making limitations on the color too. Like, you can create beautiful terrain and like really realistic looking terrain, which is not what I've tried to do here. But it can appear messy because of the range of colors that you include in it. It can look amazing, but it can appear visually messy. So yeah, obviously with this, I'm going for a kid's storybook world where it's all clean cut lines and clearly defined shapes and colors. So
lovely that you've got some sections off grid as well, though. You know, just having some of the buildings not on the square, it just breaks it up a little and makes it feel a little more organic and stuff. So it's lovely.
All right. Anyway, I think that's pretty much everything I have. That's it.
Thank you so much to give us that insight into your process. So I love seeing models. You know, seeing models is great, but actually you can look at models just on someone's Flickr or Instagram or their website. Hearing you talk about your process and the way you go about things and the thought that you've put into before you even start building, the thought you've put into how you're going to do it and what's important and what isn't important is fascinating to me. I'm in the real world, work with designers a lot, and that's the bit of the process and the job that I love is actually the start of writing a brief and thinking about it. So hearing the details of your process, I thoroughly enjoyed that. I thought that was fabulous. So thank you. I'm going to hand over to Ari quickly because I think we'll have a few questions, if that's okay. If you want to stop sharing your screen and then we can share the screen. That's good. Cool.
Right. So thank you so much for that presentation, Dale. That was absolutely amazing.
Thank you.
I have so many. Okay, we have questions from people, and then we have my questions, which are of course more important. So I'm just going to go. Let me just say, your graphics are fantastic. Your slides are perfect. It just looks so amazing. It just pops out from the screen. So it's really, really wonderful. I want to mention that shovel you were talking about as well, the Fabuland shovel. Yeah. It basically has Fabuland written all over it.
It does.
Doesn't it?
Yeah,
Literally.
It really does.
Yes. Yeah. There's actually safe Fabuland on the shovel. Which I think is the only part that has that.
Well, they scrubbed it off the bottom of those half barrels because it was on the bottom of those.
It was. Okay. Which have of course been repurposed for so many other things, like even engine thrusters things that I think they've been used for. What I would say to you is you, after the presentation, you should scroll up through the chat because your eyes are gonna go wet because it's just praise. So you need to do that. You need to read it.
Thank you.
Then Miguel mentioned your website, harrisbricks.com, which I think we should also mention because some of those designs that you did, the classic space designs, are actually available there. Is that right?
Yes, they are.
Yeah, which is good.
I'm not a salesperson.
No, but still, does it have a shop section? Because somebody is wondering where they can get one of those T-shirts.
You can't get one of these. I've only got one.
I love that with the Fabuland H. That's just beautiful. And also the blue spaceman with the stone tablets. Just brilliant.
Yeah, the 10 commandments of neoclassic space.
Yeah. So questions from people. Miguel wants to know, because you said you'd spent so much money on Bricklink. Miguel wants to know, what is Bricklink? No, just
no. I shouldn't tell you about it.
No.
Dangerous.
No. Yes, it is. people are saying the rules for classic space are just guidelines. Then somebody said whatever the builder decides is correct. So it's always correct. So that's
that's
good.
That is right.
How does a minifig use a touchscreen? Is one of the questions.
yeah, there is that.
Yeah, those motionless claws just trying
that's
to.
right.
Yeah,
They'd have the same trouble with the. Oh no, I don't know. Maybe they can use the physical buttons. Yeah,
I don't know.
maybe that's the answer.
So,
I got it.
what's your next project? What's your next build going to be?
So I'm working on a. So my absolute favorite theme is castle. So I'm working on a Black Falcons versus Forest Men build.
Oh, amazing!
Neoclassic.
Lots of terrain. Lots of terrain. No, it's not a neo anything. It's just,
Okay.
yeah.
Then Hugo wants to know: have you ever thought of making a crossover between Fabuland and neoclassic space?
Well, yeah, but no one has a helmet, and you can't get a helmet on. They're going to asphyxiate. We don't want that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Then if sure. But you could always put spacemen in the Fabuland world. So
Yes, true. You could.
that'd be very, very weird, though. Then we have somebody's wondering: is your plan to keep these builds, or are you going to destroy and repurpose the bricks?
So destroy is a horrible word, but I'm going to destroy.
Oh man.
Well, I just don't have the room to keep everything, and I like building. What I enjoy is building. So
Common problem.
Yeah. I'll keep some little bits and pieces, but I can't keep everything.
It's just interesting. I mean, it would be really difficult for you to repurpose the neoclassic space stuff into Fabuland because that doesn't work, and it's very color specific. So yeah,
it's Fabuland, but in a quarry. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. Are you fit? Michael is wondering: are you going to physically build your idea submission?
So they don't make some of the parts in the colors that I've used, so that's going to be a little bit of a problem. Yeah.
Okay.
But that's not the purpose of Lego ideas anyway. That's
the record store, yeah?
Yes.
Absolutely fantastic model, loved it. So
thank you.
Yeah. I think those are the questions. But as I said, please do scroll up through the chat and have a look at the comments that people have made, because every time a new model dropped onto the screen, you get, whoa, wow, this is amazing, fantastic, I love this.
Thank you, everybody.
My favorite. Yeah, and so when Miguel said if ever there was a Fabuland set that he would like to have, like in a mint box, it would be that with the elephant and the dock.
Yes, yeah.
That's really awesome.
Yeah, we're going to go back in time before, if that would ever be possible.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Right. So thank you so much, Dale, for that presentation. I loved it, and such a clean. It just, and obviously you're a graphic designer, because the presentation just it's just
very pretty.
Yeah, it's just how my brain works. I can't help it.
Sure. Yeah.
We all bring what it is that we do to Lego, and
absolutely. Yeah. Good brain.
Thank you so much, Dale. Thoroughly enjoyed talking to you.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
All right. So Jonas is okay. Jonas, who's doing the next presentation, is okay. We're starting a little bit late, so I think we're just going to have a quick break.
Back at 10 past.
I think that's okay. That will be okay. Yeah. So back at 10 past with the introduction for Jonas, and go have a wee break.
You are a cheeky git.
Right? I know. Yeah. Okay. See you around.
Speak to you.
There we go. Just made it back from the bathroom. Woo. Very quickly, which is probably more information than you needed anyway. But in an hour from now, we will hear from Tiago Reis Catarino. You have, of course, already met him because he was in the panel of Portuguese Lego designers yesterday. But he will be talking a bit more about his personal journey in and out of the clutch powers of Lego. Worth sticking around for. But first, we have another brilliant creative mind for you. Our next presentation is by somebody who was a guest on my talk show in Paredes de Coura 3 years ago, whose name will probably forever be linked to the piece used 4 times in this picture, the Duplo grass. A friend of his described him like this: he examines every new Lego part that he gets hold of to find every possible way it can potentially be attached to other Lego parts, be it with studs, bars, flower pins, Technic axles or pins, gravity, you name it. This then goes into his brain, just waiting for the right time to be put to use. He also writes for a New Elementary, which must be said to be a perfect match. And he has led the Parts Festival at various Lego events. I could go on and on, but I'll finish with pointing out that he was named Builder of the Year 2017 by the Brothers Brick. My partner Rod was involved with that award ceremony. So there will be a thing or two to be learned, I think. If you have questions, post them in the chat and Rod will pick some for later. But now, please welcome Jonas Kram.
Hi. Thank you very much for the very kind introduction. I always feel a bit flattered. So thank you very much that I can be here.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I'm indeed building my own Lego models, and that's why I am going to show you one of them in detail. Let's see if this works. I hope you can see that, my 12 by 12 studs presentation.
Yeah, we can see that fine, Jonas.
Perfect. I'm building a lot of models. Ara has shown a few of them already, and now I have one particular model I want to show you, and give you an insight in how I approach building Lego models, and show you the steps, how the building process goes. And yeah, for that purpose, I took one of the builds I built very recently, and I sped it up. Didn't show it anywhere else yet. So we will have like this exclusive reveal of this small model today here. So even the builders or the other fans who are following me on Instagram or Flickr, this is completely new. So stay tuned to see this build. First I will talk a bit about how I find my inspiration, what I want to build. Then I will talk about some of the building techniques I kind of used in this model, and then of course show you the final model and talk a bit about the details that are in there. This particular model was built for a building competition. Since 6 years on Flickr, the Castle Contest Summer just is hosted. Sorry. And that castle contest always has different categories, and one of them is the 12 by 12 studs category. And the only limitation here is that your build has to fit on a 12 by 12 studs base. And I like to push myself out of the comfort zone with with contests. As Ara said, I attended the Iron Builder, and with this particular challenge, it's a size that matters, and it's a very small size, which doesn't mean it has to be a bad build, but you can pour even more love into this very small footprint and work on every detail even better. And I think especially in these times where you can't show your models as Lego exhibitions, it gets better to build smaller. Or I myself like to build smaller because on the digital surface, or your digital tool like internet or Instagram or Flickr, everything is shared at the same size. And even the small builds get the big attention. On a physical event, it always happens that when you have a little build, people will miss it out, but digitally that works in favor when you like to build small. So I was very interested in trying out something for this 12 by 12 stats category. Okay. Yeah, when I start with a build, I always try to get an image in my head of what I want to build. I guess everyone tries to get that. And for myself, it helps me to find concept art or illustration or screenshots of movies or screenshots of video games that capture something that I like or that I find appealing. And in this particular case, I found this design by Pete Cooper, who had made this 3D model of like a bell hanging in an arch. And for my case, it was very, was the perfect choice because I have like this very small footprint, but it's a rather tall building. So I have still a lot of space where I can put in details. And yeah, that was the starting point for my creation. It's not about taking this model and making it 100% into Lego bricks, but all these little details like the interesting roof here with the different angles and this arch here in front, or the use of a bell here, or the detail like the tree. All these give a lot of inspiration that can be used later when building it in Lego. So the first thing I started with was the bell, because as you saw that's the centerpiece, and I wanted it to stand out. When you look at the model, you immediately realize, okay, there's a bell hanging there. And so I started playing around with metallic gold pieces or ink gold pieces. There aren't so many available, but it's getting better and better. And for my bell, I used a minifigure crone, which is connected with a lipstick to the 3x3 dish. And then you have a astronaut visor that is forming the dome on top. And so I have like this little bell design, which I liked a lot. And in the bottom, it's one of these, I think from Lego Ninjago, they've appeared there first, which looks quite fitting. Well, I only had like 12 studs in one direction on my scene. So I had to keep in mind that when the pillars are about 4 studs wide each, then I need to fit the bell inside of a 4 wide gap inside. And that's why I decided to go with a 3 wide bell, as that would work pretty well, I think. Oops, sorry. Wrong direction. Then I went on with the next detail, or the next technique. I wanted to try out something for the roof. And I had got a lot of these 1x2 plates with spring shooter. I think they're not a very popular element in the Lego community because AFOLs don't tend to play too much with their Lego, and especially stud shooters are the perfect way to use to lose your 1x1 round plates. But I got a bunch of these in dark red, which is quite a good color for Lego roofs. And so I tried to experiment with these and came up with this technique, which uses a few of them and has like this very interesting structure and gives it a unique look. Both of these roof segments are connected with the 1x1 brick with studs on 2 sides in a 90-degree angle. And then to connect this roof ridge, I used one of these 1x1 plates with bar, which can then fit inside of this 1x1 brick with hole So everything is connected here. It's not just laying there on top, but it's actually connected. I think that's always very pleasant when you can find a way, to connect something and without destroying like the overlook. And after I had a lot of very fragile builds in the past where I tend to just lay pieces on top, I think it's getting more and more a challenge to actually connect these pieces. Then I went on and had well, I can show you, this is a 4 wide segment of the roof. So when you make the math in your head again, we have 4 on the one side, 4 on the other side, makes 8, only 4 studs left in the middle for the tower. So I had to work with these 4 studs. And as I mentioned, there was this arch in the concept art that I wanted to recreate. And a natural choice was to use a dark red mudguard for that. Unfortunately, they always have these 1x2 brick in the back, which is also in dark red. Doesn't look that good, but I got to cover that up with some brackets and 1x1 round tiles in dark tan. Then I decided, okay, I need something on top. How can I make an interesting architecture design, or kind of make a window or something like that? And then I found this piece here, which is actually from Lego Superheroes. They had these Mikey Micros, like very small vehicles for superheroes. And actually it's made, for mudguards. But in my eyes, it's the perfect way to recreate 2 windows that are right next to each other. The challenge was that I couldn't extend this 4 stud element to build walls on the right and the left. So I had to come up with a technique to build very thin walls. First idea was to use tiles or something like that, but that didn't work. So the best way to do it was in the end using these 1x2 panels in dark tan and add them here to make the very thin walls. Everything together looks like this. In the middle is one of these columns from the Colosseum, 1x1 round tile with pin and a candlestick in dark tan. So the collection, or the available bricks in dark tan, really exploded in the last years. There's so much stuff, and that makes, of course, easier to build in that color. On top comes another roof, and as in the concept art, it is turned 90 degrees in regard to the other one, so that makes the roof section even more interesting. And I used pretty much the same techniques here. Also the spring shooters, only 1 layer here because had to be a bit smaller. Then I used a 2x2 triangle tile here in front to cover this space. And so the roof is almost done, and you already see like the roots for the tree, but we are going to talk about that later. Now that the roof section was pretty much done, only thing that was missing was the pillars that lift this whole creation up. And as I said, I wanted to go with something that is, or I tried to build sturdy recently, so I started with just a 2x3 plate as a footprint, and then added some details or some structure with these slopes at the bottom to add a wider foundation, and also used 1x1 headlight bricks to add tiles and plates to add a bit more structure. As you can see here, the upper section is actually 3 wide, done by 2 jumpers down here, and you get like this very interesting offset already on this picture. You see that it's creating some shadow, and this depth really adds to the model. So I continued this this offset by using a 2x4 plate with tiles, and down here 1x2 plates with handle to mimic this sloped surface, and yeah, also mixed like 1x2 tiles and 1x1 tiles to get like this very subtle structure of that it's actually brick built. Yeah, this pillar I only had to build a second time and then put this together. And I guess it's time to reveal the final model, how it looks. There it is. This is my creation on 12x12 studs. Yeah, we see the pillar design, which is in the final model actually quite hidden. So I'm glad I didn't put too much effort in creating too much structure here, but created something that is sturdy and that I can build on and that I can add these roses to. You also see the roof design with the arch in the middle, and on top the tower. As I showed you, here we see the complete tree. I decided to go with dark brown for this tree, as I already used reddish brown for the roof construction. And there aren't too many pieces available in dark brown, but luckily these dark brown, I think, elephant trunk elements, originally from Orient Expedition, I think. And these create some very interesting roots. You only have to make sure you use them in different angles, so it doesn't get like a repeated look. And another root is made from here, a magic wand from Harry Potter, which is just pushed inside of one of these spring shooters. And yeah, I just like the idea that the tree is growing through the roof and coming out of one of the shingles at this point here. For the branches of the tree, I used the dark brown grass stems that were introduced in Lego Ninjago City. And I like the effect they create, that the tree is starting in a 45 degree angle, but then is growing through the sun. And with each layer, it gets more like more straighter, or the branches or the leaves get more vertical. Also in the original concept art was this lamp design. I decided I wanted to add a lamp too, but wanted to add something more decorative. And so I used another one of these trunk designs. Sometimes it just happens that when you use one piece at one place, it magically fits at another one too. So I don't know what is about trunk pieces here, and the same with magic wands. I used or I had that idea to use these in black for a lamp for a long time, and finally could find a way to attach them with one of these 2x2 boat tiles, which has 4 hollow studs where they can fit into. More ornamental it gets with adding more of these like horns into clips. Yeah. Yeah. On the right side of the arc is of the arch is a rose growing up or growing on the wall, and this uses in one of very new or recently introduced elements, which is this green hose with thorns, and it's from a flexible material, so you can just use it and shape it as you want. This is very very useful for building plants and stuff. And in this case, I always like to find pieces that have like a similar aesthetic. And in this case, there was using these snake heads, which are also from the green soft plastic and have roughly the same thickness. So they extend this this rose or these vines very nicely, and it doesn't look like a different piece. It just looks like it's made for that purpose. So I was very happy to find that. Yeah, the floor of the scene isn't actually 12 by 12 studs, because I didn't use the full footprint. But yeah, I just like the look, how it looks when you leave some spaces out and have these round shapes instead of like a square base. I think this gives the build even more character. I used mostly light bluish gray here, but also a bit of dark bluish gray, and yeah, a dab of sand blue to make it even more interesting. In the back, you can see some more vegetation, other plants that are growing there, just to surround this build in a friendly atmosphere and add even more color to it. I think the dark red, dark tan, and green work very well together. So I wanted to show a bit more green. And finished off, the model gets with a minifigure. I built like this old man to add even more story to the scene. You don't know why is there a bell. Maybe it's a monastery, or it's I don't know, for the guards or so. But I don't want to tell you what exactly this scene is telling you. I want that the scene is telling a story by itself, or inspiring you to think about, okay, what is happening here, what is going on. And this old man, he's wrapped in a coal, which is actually a dark brown cloth piece from Star Wars. I think it's a curtain from Luke's hideout or something. And yeah, this is just wrapped around his body, and then like an actual coal, it's get held together by a string around the hip. Which brings me to the very last element in this scene, which is a stool, and probably the technique I like the most about this whole build. Was lying on my desk for, I don't know, 1 or 2 years now, and finally could find a way to use it. And I don't know, maybe the monk needs like a stool to get to the bell and ring it. So I think that was a fitting addition. And yeah, the stool is made of 100% illegal connections. You have like these reddish brown horn pieces that are that are coming in Ninjago, I think. And between these two horns, you can fit in a brown ingot. You can't use the 1x2 tile, that doesn't fit, but the ingot has a perfect shape to get in there. And when you have 2 of these, they create already this structure. And then you can take a 1x2 tile, put it in the middle, and push the horns together so it holds. If you want to make this a bit more sturdy, you can of course use a jumper plate, like a 1x2 jumper, and use this upside down. That would actually connect and make this much more sturdy. But then you see, of course, the tubes, from the top. And well, it's a very, very little build. So if you want, of course, you can recreate that and use that in your own builds. And in case you see a build where this is used, I hope it rings a bell. So, well, I think I speed run through my presentation here. And that's about this build for now. There are probably a few questions, so feel free to ask them. I had a lot of fun putting this together, and I hope you learned something new technique-wise, or how I approach model building.
Thank you so much, Jonas. I am pretty sure that everyone can say that they did learn something new technique-wise, because there's stuff in there that I've never seen before. It's just, if you don't mind, stop sharing your screen for a second. Although it's lovely to see the model, because it's just I can do that. It's just so it's just so I meant what I said about every possible connection point for any part. Because, for example, that ingot going into the reindeer horn or whatever it was. Yeah, that's so I am a couple of things first. Miguel says hi, says he hates you. That's probably because he knows he can't do what you can do. It's happened a couple of times that I've walked up to people at conventions and just said, hey, I've had a look, I've had a check with some of the guys in charge here, and we agree that your building privileges should actually be revoked because there is an age limit on being this good. So yeah, but so
what is the limit? The age limit?
I don't know. I think 40, at least 40. I think that has to be. We have some questions. I just a couple of things that I'd like to add. And what I can do first of all is just I'll just share this little thing if that works. Can you see my screen?
Yeah, I can.
So this is from the Paredes Coura FanWeekend in 2018, the last time I was in Portugal. This is basically Jonas's builds from a random pack of parts. And there's nothing here that isn't easily recognizable as a beautiful model. And then I'll show you my addition to the to the table, which clearly is a dog peeing at a traffic light. I mean, this is all clear. I wanted to add a little bit to it, so I actually turned it into a sick dog peeing at a traffic light. But yeah. But
it's a very, very big dog as well.
It is.
In comparison with
it's
that
just
traffic
small.
light.
It's just a very small traffic light. Or I think maybe it's I think it's clearly what are they called? Irish wolf hound, something like that. So yeah. But anyway, I wanted to ask just a quick question about gravity. Because in that mock of yours, the connection between, is there a connection? Yes, okay, yeah, I get it. But is there a connection between the visor and the crown, or is it just?
No, it's just laying on top. It's actually the spikes of the crown are
Hold it in place.
Yeah, hold it pretty nicely, and yeah, then you have the beam on top, like the reddish brown.
Pushes it down a bit.
Yeah, so I think if you would shake it, it would fall out. But I think it's works pretty good. And unfortunately, there aren't that many pieces in metallic gold. Of course, you could have used something in pearl gold, but that wouldn't have looked that nice. So I had to be a bit fragile there.
Yeah, sure. Also, that brings me to another question that I'm just curious about. You build, a lot of your builds are built to be shown on Instagram and shown online. But obviously you've been to Paredes Coura and you've shown your pictures, your stuff on tables. Do you sort of typically build things to be shown from one angle?
I tend to, yes.
Because that's an interesting thing, because some people don't, some people do.
I think with the use of social media and Flickr and Instagram even more than before, because you usually have only one moment to surprise the viewer and to show the viewer all the details. So for this build, for example, I decided to put the lamp on the left side, so it's not in the way of the bell or so. So you always have in mind when you create a model, or I have in mind when I create a model, that it's probably going to be viewed at one angle. So it's a very, very cool moment here to show you all the different techniques
behind the scenes,
and maybe even show some of the details that you would usually miss. but I have to admit that I create most of my models from one, or to work from one particular view, and so you don't have to post like a gallery of pictures to get the model, but you would just have this one model.
Yeah.
I can also show you like that there's a lot of editing going on. Let's see if I share the screen again, if that's okay. And so because some people say like, okay, is that even built or is that rendered? Well, I already showed you that I have the physical model here, but for example, this is a photo I took. And so a lot of time also gets into editing. And of course, it's easier for myself when I can say, okay, I edit one of these pictures very, very good, instead of editing 5 pictures. That's much more work. And if I have one picture that captures all the details, that works for me best.
Yeah, sure. Also liked the fact that you said, you probably didn't say that intentionally, but you said if you see this technique, the stool technique, if you see that in a build, I hope it rings a bell. Really.
Was, of course, intentional.
That was intentional.
I was just working the whole presentation to this moment.
Yeah, it was the climax. It's wonderful. Rod, what have we got from the chat?
So we had a question specifically about this model unit. How long did this take you to put together? How long were you working on it?
After we heard the presentation by Nick Trotter yesterday, who was working 6 months on one build, I think this one was 3 days or so.
To be fair, Nick only builds 1 day a week, so that's that does.
I had the luxury to actually spend 3 days working full time on these, and it's sometimes like you build 2 days on it and then you let it sink for 1 day. So like you put it on the shelf, and from time to time while doing something different, you look at it and realize, maybe I changed this or I changed that, and like these very small details, like, okay, I put there a chicken in front, or so something like this happens sometimes a day later when you realized, okay, something is missing here.
Yeah, thank you. It's absolutely cracking model. I love it. And it was really interesting. I was like, when you showed it and you were showing the detail on that pillar and the sort of cladding that you've put on it to evoke the brick, and I thought that was lovely. And then I was really interested when you talked about, and it's sort of covered up with the vines, so I'm glad I didn't put more detail in it. And that prompted a question from me. It's like, how do you get the balance right between detail and depth and texture and clutter and distraction and noise? You know, I've always admired your building because I think you have a lovely depth of texture and detail in it, but it doesn't get messy. And so I'm interested in how you make sure that happens.
Interesting question. I have asked myself that too. And I think it's just, for me, I would say it's just this feel. I have like, maybe also probably a bit of experience. I have built many models, and when you scroll back in my Flickr, you will see that there are models that have like surfaces that are very, don't have details, and others that are way overloaded with details. So back then I probably wasn't experienced or that experienced. And so I guess it's, like this, you get a feeling for where to put details and where to leave it simple so the details get the attention they deserve. So I don't think there is like a rule for that, or I for myself, I haven't found like this rule, but I'm just following my instinct there.
Well, your instinct is very, very good on it, because I love that too often, especially with people putting texture into buildings and things like that, it feels like the eye is getting pulled all over the image by quite distracting details. And I love that this has got that it pulls you into the bell in the middle, and only then do you start looking at the other stuff around it. So yeah, I think it's lovely. It's a really nice balance on the image. It's great.
Can I just add a follow-up question for the previous, because you said something about you put it on the shelf and you look at it and then you come back to it and stuff. And how do you decide when a model is done? Because I know that this is a thing for many builders. I basically do it and then I'm finished and I don't revisit it again. But I know some people will go on and on for years, adding things or taking things away.
Well, in this case was, of course, like I knew, okay, the event is happening, I have to be done. And I usually try, at some point to say, okay, now it's done, because you can always find something. And for example, here you could say, okay, maybe I can find an even better build lamp, or I can find an even better build tree, or I can use, I don't know, feathers to build this tree or so. But this wasn't something, I didn't want it to spend a whole year working on this. So I also try to follow my instinct, what looks good and what works, and then try to put it on shelf, add a few more details or change a few things, and then to say, okay, now it's done, let's concentrate on something new. Because what I have a few builds that I haven't posted yet and that I built a while ago, and it feels like, okay, I can't really post them anymore. I could post them, but I know there are a lot of new pieces, new elements, new colors, new elements and colors that I would love to use in these scenes. And for the time they were built, they were perfect. But now I know there are better ways to build these things, or details that I could just change. So I try to get done with that so I can concentrate on new things. And there's not like a perfect rule for that, but when maybe just say like you do it in design work, so you have like these, you do the thing, and then the client, I'm the client myself, comes and says, okay, can we change this? And then you make like three changes and then it's done. So because there's not more budget, I think that's probably the most professional approach to that. And
it's funny you said
left and emotional energy. Sorry.
Yeah, it's funny you said that thing about new pieces coming out, because I was going to mention that. So for some people, things are just stuck in limbo because they know they need this exact piece in that color, and it just won't be right until I get it. But yeah. So Rod,
that's the advantages the advantage when you build something and have in mind, okay, it's going to be done with the elements that are around at the moment.
Yeah.
And so there weren't really the possibilities to wait for new arrivals.
Mm-hmm.
We did have one other question, but I think it could be the subject of an entire presentation of its own, which was, did you have any tips for building curved shapes? But yeah, I think that could be a 2-hour tutorial. So if you've got any little short, snappy hints for building curves, great. If not, let's get you back next year to talk about that.
Well, it's very complex, the matter of curves. I can show you another interesting picture. Because that's one of the other builds I built recently. It's the Ulysses, the space probe. I can tell the story of this in a second. But when it comes to round shapes, I built this thing here, which actually uses the 1x4 curved slopes. And I'm not even happy with that. But I built it here because it had to be gold. And I think, curves are a very interesting topic. Well, when you have little curves, of course, there are the bricks, like these curved tiles and curved bricks that could work. But when it gets bigger, you at some point get to the point where you can use 1x2 bricks and bend them. But in this stage between, you can make lot of things. And I think Nick yesterday showed an interesting technique with these 1x2 plates rounded. And yeah, as you said, that it's a complete new topic. And I think it depends really on what you are going to build. When you build something that is, I don't know, a curved wall, you have a different technique. When you build, I don't know, just a circle for something because you want to build a big bicycle or something, it's a complete different thing. So yeah, I don't have like the magic answer here. Yeah.
Yeah. Fair. Just following up, I'm just looking at, it's a lovely space probe. I think that's class. Yeah. Are you an out and out purist? Or is there anything that you do that you would say is on the border? So I'll put my hand up and say I occasionally cut lightsaber blades to length, or or I've bent whip antenna. I've bent them into interesting shapes for piping and stuff, and I'm going to hell, and I know that. I don't care. So what about you, Jonas? Are you an out and out purist, or would you cut tubing, which is one of the ones where, even purists sometimes say that they'll cut tubing. So what do you think?
I think I never cut tubing. I probably have a few cut tubes from like Lego collections I bought that are not the official length, but I would never cut them so very short. I always felt that it was cheating, and it's not about saying what is right or what is wrong, but in the end you build for yourself, and I think it's about the challenge to build what was there, and so I try to leave that to a minimum. And I don't think I have nothing in mind that I could share with you now.
Okay.
I've been very purist in that regard.
And that makes your models all the more impressive. I think I admire people who have the discipline to be absolutely purist. And
maybe
cut a few corners here.
I have used a lot of techniques that I probably regret because they stressed the bricks too much, and then I might have destroyed a minifigure hand when you try to put it in something or try to clip something, and then you realize, okay, that is not meant for that purpose, and then you break something. I think that's a moment which I probably regret, and these broken bricks are probably not purest anymore. So yeah.
But as long as it stays in place long enough to get the photo, though, eh?
That's it.
That's all the questions.
I just wanted to add that I remember what I said in the introduction when I was about that thing with you get a new piece, you sort of memorize it, you look at it and go, okay, that can go there, that can go there. That's the kind of connection. I wonder what fit there is. Oh, that's a hole. What kind of pin fits in that hole? There's an angle here. All that stuff. I think it's a fascinating idea. And there are still new pieces coming out, so it's always there's. The library is obviously filling up, but doing that, because that it seems like an amazing thing to do, and also to be able to do if you can actually remember these things and just bring them out whenever you need to. But how often do you look at stuff that I would assume that would mean that not very often you would look at stuff that other people have done and look, oh, that's a new technique that I haven't thought of that connection before.
I think that happens more often than you think, because with the sheer amount of people that are out there, you have to admit that you cannot always be the first person to make a technique. And it could probably be that someone found this stool technique before, but I haven't seen it yet. So that's why I say I made that or I invented that. But it happens regularly that I see something, and also with the amount of new pieces in new colors that is coming out, you always see it happens that you see this brick in a particular color, and then you're like, this exists, and then you realize, okay, I have just missed that, or that is in a very new set that I haven't gotten my hands on yet. So that happens a lot, and that's why I'm also glad that so many people share what they do, so you can get new inspiration and learn new things. So it's not like that I'm stubborn to whatever I do, but I also like to see other things and get inspiration there.
I think it's also interesting, probably sometimes seeing a part in a new color will just make you realize that, oh yeah, it's now in brown. I can use this for trees. I can use, oh, it's green. I can use it for plants. And just never thinking about it before, because it was impossible to use it because of the color.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can shortly explain the story behind this model before I missed to do that. It's Ulysses. I think in April, Lego tried to, they had that in their VIP reward center, but it was a big flop because it was sold in like seconds, and many fans in the community were upset that they couldn't get their hand on the official Ulysses. And in my eyes, I didn't understand that because it didn't look that good. It was just yellow and white and nothing close to the NASA sets we actually get from Lego, like the big space shuttle and the Hubble telescope. So I built on the same day when the Lego launch happened. I built this model and decided to make a Lego instruction, and we made free instructions that are available on stonewalls.net and with parts list, and it's made to be built just with bricks from bricks and pieces. So it's easily, you can easily get the bricks and build yourself, and also uses a lot of metallic gold pieces. And some of these, which were very cheap on bricks and pieces a while. I don't know if you got hands on them, but for everyone who got, you can use a few of these in this model. So maybe it's a good chance. And this was just a way to give or to show the Lego community it's not about just being disappointed about that you didn't get this ugly reward thing from the VIP reward center, but to be happy and to be creative and build just your own Ulysses. That looks even better.
Yeah. Well, I was one of the ones who did get it. So, yeah. Okay. So, but thank you so much for joining us, Jonas. We have to get moving on with the next presentation. But thank you so much, and thank you for answering the questions that people had. I'm sure we'll see you again in Portugal whenever that becomes possible, and we'll bump into each other at a different convention. So thank you so much for joining us. Yeah.
Bye.
Right. Bye. So, Rod, if you're available, there you are.
Hey there.
Take it away.
So brilliant, Jonas. Thank you very much. Thoroughly enjoyed that chat. Lovely little model and really good, as I've said it on a couple of occasions over the last day or so, just hearing insight into people's processes and their design inspiration, I just think it's fantastic. Up next, so we heard a bit from Tiago in our panel yesterday afternoon with all the Portuguese guys who'd gone off to work for Lego and done some work there, and I thought that was fascinating. Really nice to hear them, coming out with their, different impressions or where they agreed or really disagreed. That was really good. But I'm really looking forward to hearing more about his journey from fan builder to Lego designer, back to fan builder, and on to Lego YouTuber and brick artist. Tiago's YouTube channel is an absolute treasure trove of reviews and cool model tutorials and stuff. I love some of the little things he puts together and the way that he shows you how to do it. So Tiago, let's hand over to you and have a chat.
Awesome. Let's try and do it. Hope you guys can hear me all right.
Yeah, we can hear you.
And you guys can see me all right.
Yeah, we will sort that. There we go.
Awesome. So now I just need to figure out how to do the screen sharing thing.
Yeah. So
would you
if you move your mouse down, the green share screen button should be there. You got that?
Yes. Share these.
Excellent.
Yes. Making Lego a full-time job. Again. So my name is Tiago. I come from Portugal. Lego has been in my life since as long as I can remember. It was my favorite toy of all time when I was a kid. For Christmas and birthdays, I would always ask for Lego and had an amazing time. But young Tiago always thought that it was like robots or something. I never really thought about the possibility that there were actually people working behind the Lego sets. But actually, like a lot of years later, when I joined Comunidade 0937, and then I found out that that was actually a possibility. Following the footsteps of Marcus Bessa and Ricardo that we talked yesterday too. Yeah, I came to find my dream job at Lego in Denmark. But this is not so much about that story. It's, well, kinda. But yeah, it's like making Lego a full-time job. And the way you can do it, the easy way, is like work for Lego. Well, not necessarily easy, but it's pretty straightforward if you want to get a job for Lego. And I'm not sure that a lot of people know about this, but if you go to lego.com and then you scroll all the way down, there's this place here that I hope you can see with the arrow that says Lego jobs. And if you click in there, there's a whole new website with lots of keywords and countries and categories that you can select and order for you to be able to find your job. And when you think about Lego jobs, it doesn't necessarily need to be like designing Lego sets for Lego. It could be engineering, it could be IT, it could be a whole range of things. So if you're ever curious about like working or the possibility of working for Lego, maybe if you search here, maybe you'll find something that you're really good at, and it doesn't necessarily need to be like a Lego designer job. And I would encourage you to do it if you have the chance to do it, and if you would love to work for Lego, because it's like the best thing ever, no matter where you are working within the organization. And there's also jobs outside of Denmark as well, so it's really an amazing company to work for. And that's what I did. I followed, like I said, the footsteps of Marcus Bessa and Ricardo from Comunidade 0937. I searched for a design role, and I got it. I went through the regular hiring process, sent my portfolio, they liked it. I did the Skype interview, that also went well. And then they called me for a 2-day, or they flew me for a 2-day workshop in Paredes that also went well. And a couple of days later after the workshop, Andy Sinan, the guy that you see here on the middle of the picture, was the Creator 3-in-1 manager at the time, and he called me and then he offered me a job at Creator 3-in-1, which was one of my top picks when I went for the recruitment workshop and the interviews and whatnot. So I was really thrilled to finally get my dream job. This was in 2016. And then the Creator 3-in-1 team was like amazing. We can see all the guys here, like Morten did what did he do? Lots of cool Creator 3-in-1 models. And he also did like some of the Creator Expert Winter Village sets. Gemma in there made the Women's of NASA set, one of the most known sets of her. Andy, the manager, did the Mini Cooper. The other Morten did the Buzz, for instance, the Creator Expert Buzz. Mike Psyche, I hope all of you guys know about Psyche and these crazy Lego sets. He's done most of the Creator Expert cars and lots of crazy stuff. John Ho was also a cool designer. He also did like the Steamboat Willie from Lego Ideas and some other cool models. So I got hired. I was in a crazy good team, like on the desks across the space where I was sitting. There was like Jamie Berard, so I was like fanboying like crazy over the job I had just gotten at Lego. And I got to design some cool Lego sets. I think these are some of the examples of the sets that I worked on. It was like mostly Creator 3-in-1, so these are 3 examples of the last sets that I worked on. Also a polybag, the Bug polybag, probably one of my favorite sets that I have designed there. And there's also a classic box, actually my biggest Lego set that I designed while working for Lego at 1,500 pieces, curiously enough. But it is harder to design that you might think classic sets. And then some of the sets that you're probably most familiar with, the creator expert Gingerbread House, which was super fun to design, and probably my favorite of them all that I got to design while working for Lego was the ship in a bottle. Crazy submission by Jake Sadovich into the Lego Ideas platform. But as you guys know, or maybe you don't know, whenever a Lego is submitted to Lego, whenever a project is submitted to Lego Ideas, and then it gets accepted, then a Lego designer, an actual Lego designer, will take over of the design. And this was the one that I got to design, and one of the ones that I'm most proud of designing. Working for Lego is like crazy nice. It was like I was having the time of my life, literally. But then a piece of advice: if you guys would like to work for Lego, and if you would like to work for Lego for a very long time, be sure that when you move to Denmark, you are single. Because if you're single, like, there's no like family attachments, there's nothing like pushing you back to go back to Portugal. And in my case, I moved to Denmark with my family, my wife, and then we had 2 kids over there, which was fun and was super good. And obviously I'm joking about this because my wife was the first person to support me to take a chance in getting a job at Lego. So it was only natural that when she said to me that she wasn't feeling that well in Denmark, and then that she missed home, and we were also struggling a little bit because we had 2 small kids with no like grandparents around to help us out taking care of the kids. So it was only natural that when she said to me, I'm not really happy here, I would like to go back to Portugal. And I said, yeah, of course. Okay, I've been here for 3.5 years. I've had a great time. I can take this off my bucket list. So yeah, okay, let's go back to Portugal. But then, you know, I've been at the top of my career. I worked 3.5 years, my dream job. So I'm going every day and get paid for it. So I wasn't really looking forward to going back to that. So I started thinking, what could I do? What could I possibly do that I would really, really enjoy? So I was sure that I wanted to make something about Lego. I wasn't too sure of what, but I started thinking. And at the time I was, or pretty much all the time, all my life, I have consumed a lot of YouTube. I actually like the platform really much. And I will go for YouTube whenever I want to learn a new skill on whatever it is. Also, at the time, still while working for Lego, I was watching a lot of YouTubers like Jang Bricks for his reviews. We would often say that whenever Jang reviewed one of our Lego sets, the designer sets, we would be like to each other, "Oh, you got janged, you got janged," and then we would be very curious to see what Jang had to say about our sets. And then I was also watching like Beyond the Brick, Ashiroko, also a crazy good YouTuber, which does mocks, like weekly mocks. And so I was really inspired by this. I was like actually in love about the platform. So I figured that, okay, from my previous employment, I know a few things about video editing. And now, after 3.5 years of working for Lego, and even before as an AFOL, so I think I know a few things about Lego myself. So maybe if I combine the two, maybe my editing skills and also my love for Lego and my skills, whatever they are, of Lego, maybe I can use that and maybe make myself a YouTube channel. So that's what I decided to do. Okay, I want to make a YouTube channel. I want to be a full-time YouTuber. And that's not an easy thing to do, but there was also a plan for me and my wife, and we got a lot of savings from Denmark for working there. It was a well-paid job, and the cost of living in Portugal wasn't that high. Also, when we moved back to Portugal, my wife had a job, so we were confident that there wouldn't be any problems for me to try the YouTube thing for at least 1 year to see if it worked, to see if it generated any kind of money. If it did, and even if it was $1 at the end of that 1 year period, that would show me that, okay, money can be made about it, so I can just continue. And if it didn't work for the end of that year that we proposed ourselves, me and my wife, then it would be like, okay, I had this dream, I tried, it didn't work, so I would at least feel good about, okay, at least I tried, I can go back to something else, go back to my older job or something, and would be at a peace and would have peace of mind in regards to that. So yeah, so I decided to do YouTube, and I think most of you might know my channel by now. What you guys don't know is that that wasn't actually my first YouTube channel idea. So I really wanted to make it about Lego, but then I thought that I would like to make it about Pokemon as well. This was a franchise that was very dear to me. As a child, I played with Pokemon a lot of the time. So, and then I started looking on YouTube, and there weren't actually a lot of people like showing Lego Pokemon. So I thought, okay, maybe there's something here. Maybe there's something that I could do. But Lego YouTube channels take a very long time to build up. So I actually started working on this YouTube channel while I was working for Lego. And I was really scared about this because at the time, Mega Constructs or Hasbro or something had the license for the construction toys of Pokemon. So I really kept a low profile. I didn't tell anybody at work that I was actually doing a Lego YouTube channel where I was like building Lego Pokemon, because I was maybe scared of, I don't know, maybe people will find out and maybe they will fire me, because imagine like the headlines, Lego designer is working on Lego Pokemon or something like that. And maybe this was like a stupid idea that I had, and probably there would never be a problem if people found out, but I decided to keep it low. So February 2019, a few months before I left Lego, and at that time I already know that the decision between me and my wife was already taken in early that year in 2019, that we would leave and go back to Portugal. So I wanted to start making work on my YouTube channel ahead of time. So in February, I started making this Lego YouTube channel about Pokemon. And what I was mainly doing, I found a way of like turning 3D models of Pokemon into brick built digital builds of Pokemon. And I did this for a lot of Pokemon, and the videos on my channel were pretty basic. And at the time in Denmark, I didn't have a sorted collection. So my end goal was to actually teach people how to build Pokemon with Lego bricks. But since I didn't have a sorted collection in Denmark, nor did I have the space to do it, I decided to start some groundwork on the YouTube channel, but by just doing these digital versions of Pokemon, and then would make a turntable and I would show people Lego Pokemon like this. So there was this channel that I had, Pokebricks, and yeah, and I was doing uploads every week. I was working every night after work on this YouTube channel, and it was fun. And it kind of was picking up some traction slowly, but surely enough, it was getting views and subscribers. But then Copa happened, and Copa was like, even to this day, I can't really explain this very well. But this was some sort of law that appeared in the United States. I think it was about child protection, because YouTube apparently was tracking kids movements, if you can say that. It was tracking what videos children were watching on YouTube, and in that way they would be directing specific advertisements or something like that. And there was something on a law in the US, I believe, that was against that, like tracking minors' actions on the internet or something like that. And this caused a lot of issues on YouTube. And what this also meant for some YouTube channels was that, like, YouTube channels who featured content that was like, that apparently seemed to be aimed at children would not get personalized ads, and therefore the ad revenue from videos would be cut dramatically. So whatever I did, or at least at the time I thought whatever I did in this channel, whatever money I make out of this, it will be cut dramatically, and this in the long term won't be a viable solution for me to have like a full-time job as a YouTuber. And so yeah, and maybe I can explain. So basically how you make money off of YouTube. Sometimes if you watch YouTube videos, there's these advertisements before a video, and you usually always skip the ads. I also do that, but that's how YouTubers get money. If they reach to 1,000 subscribers and then 4,000 hours of watch time across all the videos on a YouTube channel, you are eligible to be monetized, and therefore be able to YouTube placing ads on your videos, and therefore making money out of the ads placed on your videos. But since the COPPA thing was rumored to happen, and it did indeed happened, and all of my videos suddenly got classified as videos for kids, whatever money I made out of this didn't work, or wouldn't be enough for us to sustain a full-time job. So I had another idea. So while I was working for Lego, a designer at Creator 3-in-1, and I'm not sure if a lot of you remember this, but on the YouTube channel of Lego, a lot of years ago, there was like these building tips, and some of them even done by Jamie Berard in Lego's YouTube channel. And these were like videos where Jamie and other Lego designers would be showing and teaching people how to build certain stuff out of Lego bricks. And those were really cool. And during my time at Lego, we in Creator 3-in-1, every now and then would also do the same. Would do more of these building tips for the YouTube channel and for the Facebook page, I think. And that at the time was like, it was like an haha moment for me personally, because there was a lady working for us in the Creator 3-in-1 team, like marketing or something. And then she was showing us some past building tips that Lego has done previously on the Facebook page or the YouTube channel. I don't really remember. And I remember clearly that seeing one of the videos was like a toilet. It was like a toilet tutorial. And she said, Maria, that this was like the biggest building tip out of the Facebook Lego page or the YouTube channel. I can't remember clearly, but it was simply like someone teaching kids how to build a Lego toilet. And these had like hundreds of thousands of views, like 500,000 views or something like that, or even a crazier number. And I was like, really? Wow, that's quite impressive. And at the time I was also like talking to my manager, look, this is super easy to do, and we as a design team could probably in a week we could probably do like 100 of these between all of us, like 100 different builds that we then could show in a video format. And but nothing ever came out of it within Lego and me working for Creator 3-in-1. But yeah, that always kept popping up in my mind. So when I decided to make another YouTube channel, I thought that maybe this is what I really want to do. I know about video editing, excuse me. I know about Lego in general. I know how to build stuff, I think. So what if I try to teach people how to build cool stuff out of the Lego bricks? Because there was also this understanding from working from Creator 3-in-1 that people sometimes have a really hard time to figuring out what to do with the bricks of their Lego sets. And even us have problems in Creator 3-in-1 with, we're struggling with B and C models, because that was a very cool proposition, you know, teaching people how to build 3 different models out of their Creator 3-in-1 models was super fun to do. And but people in general seem to have a really hard time doing that by themselves. So I thought, okay, maybe I'll do a YouTube channel where I teach people how to build cool stuff out of the Lego bricks. And so I couldn't really do much about it when I was still working for Lego, because I wanted to show my face. I wanted to be my channel, my personal channel. So yeah, I had to wait until I finished the job at Lego. That was in July 2019. But then I was doing a lot of research on my spare time, how to run a YouTube channel and all of that. And yeah, in September 2019, when I was back in Portugal, I launched my first video on my YouTube channel. I quit my job at Lego. So this was like basically a video of me actually showing how my last day at the job was. There's obviously no images of what was going on inside Lego House, not Lego House, Innovation House, where the design team is working. But it was like, you can check the video if you want. This was my first video, but this wasn't actually what I really wanted to do with my channel. I really wanted to teach people how to build stuff. But the problem is I brought a lot of Lego from Denmark, and I felt like Black Friday every time I went to the P shop, because I knew that, okay, I'm going back to Portugal. I want to make a YouTube channel, so I'm going to try and take as much Lego as I can with me, because it's fairly cheap here. So yeah, but I had a problem when I got back to Portugal, because I had all of these Lego to sort. And if I wanted to build something and to teach people how to build stuff, I would also need to be able to find the bricks. So it took me like a few months from September until December to just sort the bricks. And I wasn't really doing a lot of videos. Like I was just doing like sorting videos, unboxing videos, or showing my Lego studio and stuff like that. But that wasn't really what I really wanted to do. So in January 2020, I made up my mind as, okay, collection is sorted. Let's really start doing this. Let's really start teaching people how to build cool stuff out of their Lego bricks. And by this time, I had already lost like a few months, like 3 or 4 months out of my 1-year test of YouTube. So I really wanted to push things, and I really wanted to be really consistent in order for succeed in this plan of mine. So in January 2020, I started uploading daily building tips. They were often simple objects like these, but I was doing them daily. Every single day, I would do a new build. I would come up with a new build. I would build it. I would film it. I would take pictures. I would edit the video, upload to YouTube. And I did that like since January until August, daily. I missed only a few days, but I don't know if you've been building like a different build every day for 7 or 8 months straight. It was hard. It was fun, but it was hard. And for most of the time this also was happening was also in the mid of the pandemic. In March 2020, like the pandemic started, like eating heavily on Portugal. So I was doing this daily while locked at home with my 2 kids, 2 small kids and wife. And it was crazy. It was super crazy. At the same time, I was also doing like articles for Brickset, articles for Zuzamangabout. Sorry if I killed your name here, Andres, if you're watching this, which is also like a review blog in Germany, a review and news blog in Germany. So I was doing like weekly articles for Brickset, Zuzamangabout. Also Beyond the Brick was also sharing some of my videos. And this was all done in order for trying to reach a bigger audience, for people to find my YouTube channel. And things were going well, but they were going actually slow. In September 2019, I uploaded my first video. In January 2020, like 4 months later, I hit 1,000 subscribers. And remember that in order for you to be able to earn money from YouTube, you need 1,000 subscribers and 4,000 hours of watch time on YouTube in order for you to be able to place advertisements on your videos and therefore earn ad revenue. So it took me 4 months to actually get 1,000 subscribers. And usually it's commonly said that within YouTube, like getting to 1,000 subscribers is like the hardest thing. And then from there, things will pick up some pace. But it wasn't going as fast as I wanted. But I was also aware that these things take time. But then there's also like this unwritten rule, not unwritten rule, but there's like this YouTube hack that you could do. Like I found this nice video, a video tutorial of another Lego YouTube channel. And this was a relatively small YouTube channel, like 30,000, 40,000 subscribers, something like that. And there was this one video from that channel that had like 500,000 views at the time or something like that. And it was something really simple and And it was crazy for me that that kind of video got that amount of views. So there's this like YouTube hack. If you want to make a good video, like find videos on your niche, and my niche was like building tutorials. Find videos on your niche that are doing well, and then try to do one like that, but better, slightly bigger in time and better. And then if you succeed, YouTube will start recommending your video next to that other video that's getting a lot of views. And so I did that. I did a couple of those videos following the footsteps of that other video from the other YouTube channel, and things started to pick up some pace, and I actually started getting a lot of views and a lot of subscribers from that YouTube hack. And finally the channel was like going smooth sailing, let's say. So a couple of months later, after January, in April 2020, I got 10,000 subscribers. And yeah, I think it was May that I finally got the 4,000 hours of watch time on my YouTube channel. So I was able to finally be monetized, and I was able to finally start having ads on my YouTube videos in order for me to start making money. Which was super cool, because I had this plan of, okay, I have at least 1 year to make $1 out of YouTube. But I actually started my first $1 in April 2020 or May 2020. So goal achieved. I think I can make this. I think I somehow can make this a full-time job. What I wasn't expecting, and I wasn't really aiming for, was the 100,000 subscribers, which is like a big milestone. And I know a lot of YouTubers struggle to get to 100,000 subscribers, even after being a lot of years on YouTube. And I was able to achieve this in under a year, which was like super crazy for me. And I wasn't really aiming at this milestone, but it was super cool. And actually, when you get to 100,000 subscribers, you get one of these silver play buttons, which is super cool, I think, and I'm really proud of. And yeah, I started making enough money to consider myself a full-time YouTuber. And this happened around September, where money was good. I was getting a lot of views, subscribers also good. So I was able to finally call myself a YouTuber and make myself a Lego full-time employee. In a way, not employee of Lego, but my own boss, but doing what I really loved, still making it about Lego. And so now what happens when you get to 100,000 subscribers? For me, it was like, what if Copa happens again? That issue that I had with the other channel. What if this happens again, or something else happens again? This is crazy. I could be in a lot of danger, because okay, this is my full-time job now, it pays well, but I also have a family to sustain. And if from one moment to the other, like ad revenue gets cut like crazy, then I'll be out of employment again. So at 100,000 subscribers, a lot of things happen. You get a lot of exposition, so you start thinking about alternative income sources, because as you get following, you also get noticed by other people, and therefore there are a lot of other opportunities for income. So, and as a father, I really don't want to solely rely on YouTube. So I really needed to start thinking of ways of like diversifying the ways of income. And when you have a big following on YouTube, or maybe Instagram or other social medias, these are some of the things that start happening, or that you could dive into. Selling mocks, I tried that in a couple of sites that do that, and that really didn't work out for me. It's like I was trying to sell some of the mocks that I did as tutorials, and that didn't really work out for me. It generated some sales, but not enough to consider this like an alternative income stream. Affiliate marketing is also something that a lot of people, or a lot of YouTubers, also do, and I also try that, but maybe I should try to do this for Amazon, and like, because there's a lot of people I think that buy Lego off of Amazon, so maybe I could try to do this with Amazon, like telling people, because affiliate marketing is like, if you click my link, and if you buy something off of Amazon or off of any other website using my link, I get a small percentage of your purchase. But this didn't really work for me, honestly, because I was only doing this for like the video gear that I was using on my YouTube videos and stuff like that, which wasn't something that a lot of people came for at my channel. I'm not like a tech reviewer or anything, so yeah, this wasn't really the thing for me. And just to let you know that these are alternative income sources that a lot of YouTubers or people with a large following can get to work. I personally didn't, but I got, because of my audience, I got a few commissions, which was actually good. And oftentimes like different kinds of projects that I get to build, and from private people or also from some companies. It didn't happen a lot. It happened like 4 or 5 times up until now, but it's good, and it's good money. I also have an agreement with Beyond the Brick where they will share my videos and also pay me part of the ad revenue that they get on their Facebook page. And sponsored videos is also another good alternative income sources, because like I said, when you have a large following on YouTube, like some brands will reach out to you and say, okay, we really like your videos, and we would like for you to promote our brand, our product, like a 1-minute mention or something in one of your videos, and for this we will pay you X amount of money. And so I did this a couple of times already, and it's been cool, and it's been cool, and it's been a good way of also diversifying my income sources. And yeah, this is pretty much my channel nowadays. It started as like a building tutorials channel, because that's what I was having a lot of fun with, and that was my main goal with people. Then I also started doing some live streams when I was like building Lego sets and talking to people, and I really like. I'm usually at the comment section, like trying to reply to a lot of comments on my videos, because I really like this connection with the audience. So that's why I started doing live streams as well nowadays. Yeah, and then after a year or so of being a YouTuber or Lego YouTuber, I tried to apply it also for the Lego Ambassadors Network. And this was actually, I was kind of lucky, because when I sent my application, it was like almost at the deadline of that they were admitting applications. So a few weeks later, I got my response back, and I know that a lot of people like have to wait a really long time for their answer. So timing wise, I was super lucky, and I sent my application and I got it accepted. So nowadays I also make a fool of myself with these silly faces that you see here on the thumbnails. And I get some early review offers from the Lego Ambassadors Network, and that also allows me to tell stories, to tell the stories of Lego sets. Because for me, what really drives me about YouTube is the ability that you tell stories, and that story could be like how to build something. It could be a story about, I don't know, a building technique. It could be a story of a Lego set, and I really like to tell stories to people, and I really like to try and make the best YouTube videos I can possibly do. And that also goes for Lego reviews, for Lego set reviews. And I've been doing this for a couple of months now, and I've been getting some very positive feedback from people, like really enjoying my short and sweet reviews on YouTube. And I really like making them. So the Lego Ambassador Network also offered me some new opportunities to make new content for my YouTube channel. And the fact that I also get the early copies of sets and also free of charge, that's also a good thing, because I have bills to pay. So if I don't have to spend money on Lego sets, then I can save that to pay the bills and to even invest even further on my YouTube channel. Although I did buy the Lego Ideas typewriter set, because I think it's really good, and you should totally check my review on that one. And yeah, guys, so, and this is pretty much the story how I made Lego my full-time job again. Yes.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. That was really interesting, Tiago. Thank you very much for coming along and telling us about your journey. It's just fascinating. And I was laughing though. I was like, so hold on a minute. You were you were a Lego designer, right?
Yes.
And then now you're a YouTuber. It's like you're ticking off all of the childhood and teen dream jobs. You know, what's next? Are you going to be an astronaut next?
Nah, that
so
was
no,
the childhood. That was a childhood dream. Even becoming an astronaut or becoming a Lego designer. I didn't get to become an astronaut, but I did met a real astronaut while working for Lego. There was like this speak. They got like Andreas Mogensen, I believe its name is. He's a Danish astronaut. Lego called him to give a speak to us, and then I got to meet him. So I didn't get to be an astronaut, but I got to meet a real astronaut. So that was kind of cool.
No, one of my absolute heroes is Chris Hadfield, and just I've heard him speak a couple of times at events and stuff, and he's just an amazing guy. And there's just something about that real quiet, understated confidence that these guys have got from having done astonishing things. So anyway, and that's off topic. I've got a question for you, which is sort of informed by, in the real world, I work in marketing and work for a very small business. So we do a lot of our, social media and stuff in-house. And one of the reasons I've not been really posting much on Instagram or Flickr recently or stuff is just wrapped up in that constant desire for content. The gram is hungry, and having to do that for work has meant actually it's the last thing I want to do in my personal time at the moment. So how do you cope with that? Because it is quite stressful, that constant needing new content and things, and in YouTube that's essential. So how are you finding that in comparison with the no less onerous requirements of working in a big corporate business, but not necessarily that relentless day-to-day cycle of new? How does that feel?
I think I was really pushing because I really wanted to make like YouTube my full-time job. So at the early stages of my YouTube channel from January till August, like I said, I was like pushing really hard to make that a thing, and I was like doing daily videos. But then the channel started picking up some steam, and soon I was like, I got the goal the goal that I really wanted, like being able to earn some money, having somewhat large followings to sustain this in the long term. And when I got to that point, I was like almost burned out in August, and I decided to take vacation. Like I tried to prepare some videos in advance, but they weren't really like super good videos. I think I've even removed those videos from the YouTube channel, and that gave me the understanding that, okay, there's like some risks with not posting on YouTube and not being consistent. But really, what's the worst that could happen? You won't lose your channel, and if you build your audience the right way, they will still be there when you come back from the vacation. And after vacation, I was feeling refreshed. I had lots of new ideas, and so nowadays, when I feel that I need to pause, to take some time for myself, even now, like my studio was at my place, but I'm expecting a new child, and we will need the room, so I have to move. Thank you. So I had to move to another place, and this is my new studio, bigger studio, and the move like cost me like 2 or 3 weeks of maybe not posting any videos on YouTube. And that's fine, honestly. So if I feel that I need a break because I will burn out or something, I will do it with no issues whatsoever. And then when I come back, I feel refreshed. Like I said, I have no ideas, and maybe I have the energy to, maybe if not posting like 1 or 2 videos, maybe posting 3 or 4 videos, because I have the energy to do that after the small break that I did. So nowadays, I don't feel so stressed about having to post like daily videos, because I don't do it. I won't be able to do it anytime ever again. But yeah, I give myself the time that I need to feel well and to come back to work, because we need vacation. We need some rest. Otherwise we can't work properly.
That's the danger of being self-employed, isn't it?
Yeah.
That you know, So, but no, it's interesting. I suppose the other question I've got before we go to Ari and some of the questions that have come through in the chat, how do you pitch the complexity of a model right? Because if you've got a massive number of subscribers, do you have a clear idea about their building skill and their interest in particular subjects or styles? So, how is it the performance of previous videos that is your primary guide for what sort of models you should be providing and what sort of tutorials you provide?
Yeah, I get that. In the early stages of the channel, I started doing like furniture builds because there's relatively small builds that I can do easily, and people will find them inspiring and could use them to build up their houses, their Lego houses, their Lego cities and whatnot. So I started doing a lot of that, and I got a following because of that. So people were asking for more, and sometimes I was even asking for people, do let me know in the comments what you would like me to build, because I will look at those comments. And there were a lot of days between January and August where I was running out of ideas. I didn't know what to build. So I was reading through the comments sometimes and, okay, this is a good idea, I will build this. And a lot of great videos came out of that. Sometimes I feel I have an idea and I feel like just like building it, and I'll just build it and make a tutorial out of it. I made like really strange stuff, like not strange stuff, but I made a Rubik's Cube because I really wanted to do it. I made like a 1-to-1 scale food because I thought it was a funny idea. I made like an Optimus Prime, a G1 Optimus Prime transformer. So it comes out of that, out of reading the comment section, out of seeing what people would like me to build. If I can show that build in an easy way for people to figure out at home and to be able to build, because that's also a good thing that I took from Lego, like building skills and the flow of building something. And that also, I think that's something that I hope that people enjoy in my channel, because I try to make my tutorials the same way as I would design a Lego set if I were working for Lego. So something that is stable, that it doesn't break while you're building it. And I try not to use illegal techniques, although every now and then, and since I'm not bound by Lego's rules anymore, I will do illegal techniques every now and then.
Have you still got a model coach perched on your shoulder going,
not anymore.
No.
Not anymore. I can do whatever right now. So that's also cool.
Cool. Excellent. Right, Ari, I believe we've got questions from the chat. Do you want to jump in and ask some of those?
Yes, absolutely. So the first question is a question that would probably make sense to you, Tiago, as a YouTuber. It makes absolutely no sense to me as a 43-year-old who doesn't know anything about this. But Ben wants to know, he says, I don't know if you currently do this, but have you considered joining Twitch? Would you see that feasible to stream for a long time with Lego?
Yeah, Twitch is this streaming platform that people, they're like people, I don't know, usually it's for gaming, people will be gaming on their PCs or consoles and they will be talking to audience. I've thought about that. But like trying to grow yet another social media or social media platform in a way, because right now I'm already on YouTube, I'm on Instagram, I'm on TikTok as well, and thinking about having to do that as well for Twitch. I don't think I would have like the strength to do it, and I've never considered doing it. And most of my following is on YouTube, so I am able to do live streams on YouTube as well. So for now, I don't think about like moving to Twitch or anything to do like Lego live streams. I will still do them on my YouTube channel. So I never actually considered that, because I'm spreading myself too thin as it is right now.
Yeah,
absolutely much better to focus on one channel and do it brilliantly, or a few channels and do them well, rather than spreading yourself too thin. The classic line in the drinks business is it's much better to sell 6 bottles in one bar than 1 bottle in each of 6 bars. And it's exactly the same for, communicating to an audience and stuff. Actually being really strong in one or a few channels is much better than spreading yourself too thin. So yeah.
And I have to use my time smartly, in a smart way, because it isn't a lot. I don't know when the next lockdown, the COVID lockdown happens. So if I'm spreading myself too thin, then I won't have a presence anywhere. So yeah, I'm focusing all my efforts on YouTube, and then Instagram and TikTok are just some extras that can somewhat help my following on YouTube and to get new audiences. But yeah, not Twitch.
It also is a relatively fickle medium, because you're sort of you're subject to any sort of changes in however the algorithms of YouTube work and what kind of money you make and all that stuff.
Yeah.
So it's yeah,
for sure.
But it makes sense to be sort of an expert on one thing.
Yes.
I also thought it was interesting the thing you mentioned about the little builds that Jamie Barad and the other designers used to do on like videos.
Yeah.
I would have thought that because I've been to presentations where they have shown different versions of things that almost made it into sets, and they bring the physical little models. And I would have thought those models would be the typical kind of models that they would do that for, like make videos about, okay, so here's a cupboard that we didn't put into the model because it didn't make it, but here is how you can do it. But the explanation that they often provide at those presentations is that we don't normally show these to people because they get put aside because they might make it into a different model later when we need some interior things or something like furniture, something like that. So I'm assuming that's probably also your experience with that from when you were there.
Yeah, for sure. And there were things. Can I say this? I think I can, because I built so much stuff at Lego. But yeah, there were like some ideas that and stuff like this, like furniture and stuff that I built that never actually made a set, and those don't get kept around. And so I used some of those ideas actually as some of my tutorials actually. So
yeah, exactly. Then Tony wants to know, how about, because we talked about, we had a presentation by Richard Jones earlier. We talked about the old-fashioned Lego boxes of the 70s and 80s, which had alternate models on the back.
Yeah.
So how about alternative constructions, instructions to some Lego sets for those of us who don't have a lot of pieces?
Yeah, I've done a couple of those videos, and that's probably something that I should focus on more heavily, because I think there's, I see a lot of comments on my videos. Like I said, I usually read them. And yeah, people do ask for alternative builds out of something. And whenever I do one of those videos, people will ask for more. Sometimes it takes me longer to figure out some of those videos, because usually if I have a very clear idea of a build, that can take me less than a day to figure out, and just a couple of hours to figure out and then record and whatnot. So and then alternative builds usually can take longer to figure out. So sometimes I tend to stay away from those. Sure. But it's definitely something that I've done a couple of times in the past, and that I should probably do more of in the future on the channel, because I feel that people really like those. Maybe not for bigger Lego sets, but like smaller, like, the $10 or $15 creator 3-in-1 sets. I've done a couple of alternative models of those, so I should probably do more. But I've done a few already.
Also, talking about time and how long time it takes to build. How long is this question? How long does it take to complete a building tip from scratch until you put it online, including editing? Does editing consume a lot more time than just having the idea and actually building it?
Yeah.
Like I work in television, so I know that this takes time.
The craziest times for me, and like I said a couple of times before, were between January and August 2020, where I was doing daily. I was doing this daily, coming up with an idea, building, shooting, and whatnot. And on a good day, the whole process would probably take me around 3 to 4 hours. But then there were like longer builds. I made like the globe, that took me like a few days to figure out, or maybe the Rubik's Cube was also a hard one to do. And those ones like stayed in like in the shelf, like for me to figure out for a couple of days. But most builds, when I was doing them from January to August, would take me 3 to 4 hours, sometimes even less, because I was really stressed. Like I said, it was the lockdown. I was locked at home and I was taking care of the kids while my wife was working from home. So I was the one that didn't have the job, or that I could manage my time at my own will. So I was like building like crazy when the kids were having their nap and something like that. So yeah, but on a good day, 3 to 4 hours would be enough from start to finish, from having an idea to having the final video on YouTube.
And then the length of the final video is typically?
Those videos would be somewhat small, like 2 to 3 minutes. Yeah. Nowadays, I tend to do less videos, but longer videos. And those can range, I don't know, between 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 minutes or more, depending on the size of the build.
Do you still find it enjoyable?
Yes, for sure. I know that I won't be doing these like for the rest of my life. I have that in mind, and I know that YouTube channels usually evolve into different things. But for now, I'm still enjoying it. There's a lot of projects that I really want to do, and that I haven't been able to find the time or help to do. So for now, yes, I'm still having a blast, and it's still being fun to do this like every single day.
Okay, I have 2 more questions for you.
Yes.
The first one is about, because we had Dale Harris on earlier, who talked about neoclassic Fabuland,
okay,
or neo Fabuland, and one of the things that was mentioned then was Animal Crossing, and that means something special to you. You have a project on Lego Ideas that have reached 10,000 supporters on indeed. Animal Crossing. Being a former Lego designer, are you sort of confident that this will be approved?
No, not at all. I don't think it will. But I just wanted to take the hype that the game had. Like, I think this was last year. I don't remember when I submitted it, but there was a lot of hype about the game. So I decided, okay, I'll do a build out of these, and I did the build out of these, thinking about sharing it on YouTube and Instagram and all that. But then I thought, okay, maybe this could be a good thing to share on Lego Ideas. And it's been a while, like 4 or 5 years. I did submit some projects before joining Lego. So it was also for me a test to see, okay, let's see how Lego Ideas is doing right now and how it works and how are things there. But I don't truly believe that the project will be approved. I think it has good chances because Lego is now doing Super Mario, which is also like a brand from Nintendo. So there would be like a very slim chance of it happening, but I don't think it will, honestly. But either way, like that's another one off of my bucket list, getting a project to 10,000 supporters on Lego Ideas. But that's still one of my dreams of actually getting like a project getting to 10,000 votes and then getting it approved and becoming a Lego product. So that would be kind of fun, like former Lego designer actually making a Lego set again.
Yes,
that would be kind of fun.
And
but
getting royalties, getting paid after having
royalties. Yes, for sure.
Really good one. Okay, one last question.
Yeah,
that was posed by one of your fellow Lug members.
Okay.
The TC tombstone.
Yeah.
You have to explain what this is.
Yeah, that's a cool one. I actually have the set over there, so let me just get it for context.
Yep. So this guy was actually killed off by the Lego company, basically, officially. Well, I just told them that you have basically officially been killed off by the company.
Yes, Lego actually killed me. That's what I keep telling people. So this is the Lego Haunted House set, and it was actually in development while I left Lego. Carl Marion started working on it, and a few months later I left, so I never saw the finished product. But then when I finally saw the press release of the set, I was completely blown away because as I was reading the press release, they decided to call the organ, this neat build inside the haunted house. They decided to call this the organ of Caterino. This is also like in the building instructions. It's called the organ of Caterino, and this was super fun because Carl knew that I was like an organ player myself, and he asked me for some pointers when designing the organ. So I just gave him a few pointers, told him where things are. I didn't design any of the organ, and they decided to call it the organ of Caterino as an homage. So I felt like completely blown away and humbled by their gesture. But then later on that day, I saw the designer video, and then when I was watching the designer video, there was this piece over here. Let's see if this focus. Yes, a tombstone like in the graveyard in front of the haunted house that reads TC. Tiago Caterino, which is also the same font of the TC that I placed on a print on the ship in a bottle. So yeah, Lego did kill me in a way, like I died for the company. I died as a Lego designer. I died. So in a way, yeah, it makes sense that I am in a tombstone. And that was also another thing that they decided to do on their own. I had no idea about it. And again, I was like, completely blown away by the gesture, and I really did miss the guys, especially on that day. Today's day still, but on that day I was like, oh man, guys, that's crazy. So yeah, Lego killed me. That's the story.
Brilliant. You sounded like yesterday when you talked to your former colleagues that you didn't entirely rule out a resurrection though, but
no, as nowadays, like knowing that I can make a living off of Lego, like on my own in Portugal, where my family is happy.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have any plans on going back, but you never know the future, and I really did have a wonderful time working for Lego. And if nothing else, it would actually be easier as a job to go back to Lego than it is to be self-employed and having to manage all of this by myself. So
sure.
I don't know.
And who knows when the
Time
kids
will
get
tell.
older?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kids go to college and they don't need me around anymore.
Yeah, sure. All right. Well, thank you so much, Tiago. It was really nice to hear from you again, and it's been a fascinating journey for sure.
Thank you.
Yeah, brilliant. Thank you very much for your time. Really appreciated. It's enjoyed.
Thank you, and thanks for having me. And I hope people did enjoy this. And if you aren't subscribed yet, head over to YouTube and search for Tiago Caterino. I think that's a cool YouTube channel to be subscribed to.
Cool. Yeah. Cheers, man.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, Rod. So it's time to get some grub.
Honestly, mate, it's terrible. You need to stop. I'm going to... Scottish cultural appropriation. Next thing you'll be eating deep fried food all the time. So.
That's the thing. I'm sort of a chameleon when it comes to those things. So when if I talk to English people, I tend to get a bit like this. So it's more of an English accent. And then I go to the US and I end up being more like this, and the R's go so all that. Yeah. So, but that's fine. You can go to the UK, you can go to England, speak a bit of English, and nobody'll say anything. You can go to the US, you can have an American accent, nobody will say anything. Then I went to Scotland, and I walked into a gas station, and the lovely lady behind the counter said, "So, what can I do for you, love?" And then you can't start talking in Scottish without them thinking that you're actually mocking them. So yeah, I had to stop that. You couldn't do that. So yeah. Oh, anyway, it's lunchtime.
Yeah. Well, lunchtime in Europe anyway. So.
Yep. So you're reminding people to do what?
Yeah. So guys, if you haven't yet completed the puzzle, if you're still working on it, you've got 1 hour left to get your entry in. So hopefully you're anyone who's still working on it, you'll get it done within an hour, and that's cool. But I think we've got over 40 people have completed that and got that through, so that's very cool. I enjoyed that. So yeah,
brilliant. One thing that I would say we can do just now, it takes 2 minutes and 42 seconds. Coura yesterday, the graphic designer from Lego, mentioned a robot that was in a movie that he'd seen when he was a kid. The weird thing about that movie is it's about somebody called the Olsen Gang, and that movie it's a Danish phenomenon, but they also made the same movies in Norway with different actors, but with the same script with different actors. So they basically whatever parts of the movie that didn't require separate actors and separate languages, they used the same part of the film. So
that was the economic model behind Power Rangers as well, wasn't it? So,
okay, yeah.
Yeah, so that's why all the fight sequences, everybody's in a costume. So then you could have actors regardless of market, and then yeah.
Perfect. So these films they have a huge following in Denmark. The Norwegian ones have a huge following in Norway. What you're about to see is a clip from a movie from 1979 called Olsenbanden overgiver sig aldrig, in Danish. Probably Olsenbanden gir seg ikke, eller gir seg aldri in Norwegian, something like that. And this is a clip that was the same in the Danish and the Norwegian version. And it features a robot that actually went through Tore's hands when he was a little boy. So I'll try to share my screen, and I think we should keep the audio off, but you can see that for 2 minutes and 42 seconds, and then we'll head to lunch after that. So
cool. And over lunchtime, we will allow everyone to unmute and share their screen. So if you want to have a chat, then you'll be able to do so. And then we'll be starting back at 2 p.m. Portugal time. All right?
Yeah.
Cheers, guys. Enjoy the film and then enjoy your lunch.
So basically, I'm assuming you can still hear me. The Olsen Gang, this says main office. The same in Norwegian and Danish, luckily, so they didn't have to shoot that twice. So these guys are robbers, and they are always making up new inventive ways to break in and burgle people and companies. This is pretty good. In the days before Mindstorms. And then they're in. So that's basically Olsenbanden. And now we are heading for lunch. So we'll see you back in a little bit less than an hour.
Tem vídeo.
Ik kan toch met jou mee?
Hi-oh!
Hello.
Hey, David. Hey, Miguel.
Evening.
Yeah.
Good evening.
Ah, hello,
Almost.
stranger.
Almost done for you guys, no?
It's 10 o'clock. It's time for a cup of
okay,
tea, Miguel.
It's still good time.
Time for dinner.
Oh, yeah.
10 o'clock, time for dinner.
Time for breakfast.
Manu, Trevor, Richard, Jason.
What a motley crew.
Hello.
Oh, hello.
Speak for yourself.
He does.
Says hello.
Oh, it's Femi's!
Oh, you got the cat.
Where else is if he's not annoying you, he's with me.
G'day, Jason.
But it's
Well,
really
I
fun seeing you.
want someone to build a set of that thing. That was awesome.
Hi, Vivek.
Hello. Nice to see you.
Same here.
Good.
I'm going to go and make a cup of tea.
Oh, could you put the kettle on for me while you're there too, Trevor?
Richard.
You are not as good
Eddie.
as
I have
How do you
tea.
take it, Richard?
You may wanna
Just black's
tell-
fine.
You may want to tell the Zoom master it's still recording.
Yeah, it will be recording.
Richard?
Because if we stop recording at
we need
lunch
something
break, since
better?
it's the same link, we will not be able to start the recording again for YouTube.
So we need to
Oh,
keep the
okay.
language clean.
So they're
Be careful-
keeping, yeah, I
be
was
careful
just gonna
what you
say,
do.
just keep it clean, everybody.
Yeah. We can just stop the recording at the end of the day and keep the cameras
can't-
open
you-
after
yeah.
the end of the event, but we cannot stop them at the. Oh, perhaps I can.
Yeah,
No, I
Okay,
cannot
great.
stop. I cannot stop the recording.
Because
The recording
of
I
the
can
link.
stop. I can pause it. What I cannot pause it, it's the streaming. We cannot stop the streaming because
Right.
otherwise it will be a different link, and
Yes.
people will not be able to join afterwards on the afternoon.
you
We will
might be
keep
able
it-
to mute the outbound audio though on the stream.
We'll
might be able
just
to
need
do
to keep it family friendly.
Just
Yeah.
keep it friendly then for now, yeah.
Yeah, fortunately, there are people that can see this without paying for the event on YouTube Live. So that's
Exactly. Just got to be careful. Watch the language.
Yeah.
Hi, everybody.
Hello.
Hey, Breda. Hi, David.
Hi, Jason.
Hi.
How you got on, Jason?
Well, yeah, eventually, in the end, I had more trouble with the
Discord.
Discord, but thankfully Tito sorted it out last night. But technology doesn't work for me. It just does not work. I'd be a good product tester for any IT things.
Sorry with that. We are yet to find the perfect platform for everyone. Maybe next time we should use another one.
The only thing that I find that never breaks down is pen and pencil.
There was one thing. So last night when Sonia and I came back from dinner, there was a little bit of chatting going on, and they really wanted to have a video channel, which you can easily make in Discord. So that way, after the whole Zoom thing, we can actually continue chatting and seeing each other in the Discord channel.
If audio is enough, yeah, I believe we can create an audio channel, but Discord does not have video channels. It's only
Yes,
audio.
it is.
I
they
believe
do.
so.
They do.
They do have video.
I watched Lego Masters on a video.
I started one last night. Only there was no one left, but I will happily give the link to my one because it works.
It's a bit like
You have to set up your server that way for the video.
Unless that server is paid or something, because when I open the window to create channels, I only have options to create text, voice, announcements, and stage channels.
Audio
channels permit to share video.
But the speech channel also accepts video.
Yeah.
Yep.
There you go.
You can always try it after the conference is over.
I will work on that in the afternoon. I'll say something in Discord.
Someone's got their hand up.
It's a bit like the cabins in Scarebeck last year when Dirk opened up. There was a few people still in Scarebeck at the FanWeekend. That didn't happen, and you were able to go into the cabins and actually be virtually in the cabin.
You mean like now?
Yeah, exactly. A bit like now, yeah. But it went on. But only there was a bit more alcohol involved, I think.
Well, this is Dirk's background. I stole it off him.
I see. Sorry, guys. I see that on the description of the feature, the feature is called voice channel, but it means the description is hangout with voice, video, and screen sharing. Never noticed that.
That sounds like the option we need, right?
Yeah. So.
I'm not that experienced with Discord either, but it's like fun to try something new every now and then.
Discord is a huge part of the whole Twitch community. So
yeah, I know that, but I'm that person that only watches like 1 or 2 streamers every now and then, so I'm not really experienced. But I had a classmate in high school who is a full-time YouTube gamer too. So that's why I know a little bit of what he did. And he did stream indeed on YouTube and Twitch at the same time, but it might have been that it was possible a couple of years ago and not anymore.
Well, it's
Miami does it.
So the thing is, it is against terms of service if you use the same stream, if you broadcast the same stream you use for Twitch on another platform. But if you have 2 cameras,
then it is not the same.
It's a separate stream.
Or you can wait 24 hours to upload it.
Yeah, and the basic thing is with Twitch is they will not ask you to do something so to don't do it anymore. They will just strike you out, and yeah.
But as long as you wait 24 hours, you can do it, Dirk.
Sorry?
I believe you can wait 24 hours and then upload the same video.
Yeah, but that's not the live stream you want to do at the same time.
As long as you record it or whatever, then
I mean that's like how gaming YouTubers in the Netherlands work at the moment with like the Among Us gaming and stuff. They just play it together and live stream that, and then they cut out their own videos and post that on YouTube afterwards.
Yeah.
Yeah, well.
So I just created a new channel in the participants area category. It's called Lounge Room. It's a voice and video. I'm learning a new thing every day, so I just learned that.
I'm in there.
So please do try it. Yeah.
Let's see. Werkt dit?
Okay, let's.
Echo.
Yeah, should mute ourselves in Zoom.
Flag that's been taken over by douches afterwards.
Yeah.
All this, like, they had racist flags and all that up, and they got told to take, but no one noticed until today. What?
Someone has their hand up.
Tito, I think there may be a problem because if I'm sharing the video on Discord server, Zoom cannot access the webcam. You're muted, man.
Yes, that should be correct. It's just like with any other streaming device.
Yes.
But
So
once
what we can do, we
call,
can. I'm sorry, no, we can perhaps create a new Zoom meeting and post the link on Discord. One that could be started after the event is over.
yeah. And you could also set it private if you wanted to. Set it private on the YouTube side, so then that way.
No. We want to. The YouTube is something that we add afterwards. There is no need for the Zoom link to be streaming to YouTube. We just wanted so that the non-paid participants could also watch the event, not interacting with the presenters and with the hosts,
Right.
but could also watch the event. So
Just
there is no need to include it as a YouTube streaming. We can configure the Zoom link so that it does not stream to YouTube.
Yep.
So right now I'm not able to share I have my video started, but nothing shows up, just a blank screen. I'm going to stop the video again.
Did
see
you
if I-
start the video also in the left bottom corner? Because
Yes, I did. I did.
And then I still had to do that again.
And right now I would like to remove myself from the lounge room on Discord, but I'm not able to.
There's a little telephone horn with an X.
Yeah.
No, it doesn't show. It doesn't show up, Dirk. I can see the lounge room. Ah, there he is. Okay.
I found that as well. It's not.
So what?
Sorry? Oh, Trevor, partner of Suan. Where you passed a cup of he's just going to put the kettle on and say, I'll put a cup on for me, will you please?
Disconnect.
So there's been a bit of the hosts have been passing the convention model back and forward to each other by just across the
Good
Zoom.
job, Miguel.
Might want
Yep,
to mute yourself
I'm
there,
back.
Richard.
I'm back with video. Okay. So that's what we'll do. I'll ask Tito in the afternoon we'll create a new Zoom link and we'll post it on Francesco, and we'll post it on the Discord server, and we will post it here on chat as well, so that people after the event is over can connect to that other Zoom call, and like I was saying, make it private as well, with the username and password, stuff like that, and no YouTube streaming it.
As soon as we stop the streaming to YouTube, you are free to use this one. There's no, I believe there is no need to use another room, because
you can just stick on this one, right? Because we'll stop the streaming.
Like we did yesterday. I stopped the streaming to YouTube as soon as the event ended, and you guys
that's perfect.
stayed here for a while.
Yeah, you can just keep this open.
And when does this one close? It's like you have to close it by hand, or because yesterday I tried to get in later.
It will close when the last host leaves the call. Tito, can you?
Yesterday I left the computer on with the meeting open, and later I came after dinner. I came back here, and there was no activity in the past 30 minutes or 40. So I closed the meeting. If you guys,
that was around hour 10 o'clock. I've noticed that.
I'm not sure what was the time. I was saying, and I'm not sure if you guys heard me. That problem with the video is probably due to you are using a Windows machine, and Windows does not allow you to use the same webcam in 2 different applications at the same time. If you are using a Mac, for instance, you can do it. If you want to use that new Discord voice and video channel, you just need to disconnect from Zoom and use only one meeting at a time. But after the event ends, you can just stay here. We will stop the recording and the live streaming.
Cool. Cherries.
If you guys want to stay up until late, I can leave the computer on and just let the room be open.
After we will do that. I think that's the best option.
And if that doesn't work, you can try MySpace or Vine. Old platform. I'm just kidding.
Wait, Abner, what are you talking about?
I know I'm old, Abner, but not that old.
Since Abner was talking now, and Naomi as well, I have some hint why the stuff is at customs in Miami, why the package is at customs in Miami. It seems that this small bag.
It's in a small bag.
Simon asked us to send, because Simon and Marcus asked us to send the parts in a zip bag that was opaque. It seems that X-ray doesn't photograph these zip bags.
No.
Oh, wow.
So probably they are just waiting to see what's inside.
Oh, shoot.
Really?
Okay.
Wow.
That's
the problem.
Makes sense.
It's been there since May 17th.
Probably your bags will be
more
open.
than 1 month. Yeah.
Yeah.
Probably your bags will be opened by hand, one by one. And we have a sticker closing the bag with an opening date, suggested opening date, and probably it will be broken.
I don't know if you can see this.
That's okay. I'm looking forward to seeing what's inside.
No, it's just the parts. It's just the seat parts for the I was more. My main concern was that you didn't get the good stuff, the mini sets, and all the other gifts, right?
Yeah.
But you will eventually, and hopefully it will not be the same as Canada, because most of the packages from Canada were damaged by rain. They were.
Oh no.
Yeah. I think Dan's he posted some photographs on the Discord server. The package was completely destroyed. Of course, Lego does not suffer anything, but all that was paper inside, the instructions manual, the boxes, completely destroyed.
That's a shame.
This is great news, sort of an update. I was wondering.
Very cool instruction manual. It's very nice. It's a shame if it's
It
ruined.
looks good.
Yeah.
And sorry I don't have my video on, but I'm in bed, so it's 5:30 in the morning.
You, right?
Well, I also went to Bricks by the Bay, and I was hosting the social hour. So I was up until 1 in the morning. And then I jumped over to your opening session. And then I took about a 2-hour break and I wanted to hear Tiago, so I came back on. But so I've had maybe an hour of sleep.
You're doing well.
Oh, thank you. Yeah. But I am
Somebody,
fading.
somebody said that first of that Miami airport customs had a water damage because some of the boxes at customs in Miami got damaged due to water. But it's good to hear what the update now is.
Yes, thank you.
Well, no, I'm sorry. This is not an official update, right? This is something that I think Ari is not here, but it's something that was told to Ari about the package that was sent to one of the packages that was sent to Australia.
Well, hasn't there been a story in the UK this week where someone's been convicted for smuggling cocaine in a Duplo box? So, honest to God, you can do
Actually,
it.
that would be 15 or 20 years ago that happened.
Well, no, this is a brand new one, and they were importing it into like what were sealed Lego sets, and they gave one of the sets to a kid by mistake for a birthday.
Oh no!
Oh, yes, Bricknerd.
Found like 500 grams of coke and thought, "Oh, we'd better tell the police about this," and that's how they got caught.
No, ex-servicemen, weren't they, Kev?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, ex-military people, and
that's right. They were convicted this week. So the story itself, when they were caught, was probably.
The thing is that the odd bit in the story was that the boxes had been with the woman where they'd been delivered for 3 months, and she opened the packages, found it was Duplo, and thought she'd give a set to a kid for a birthday present.
Yeah. Yeah. She just took one at random. Thought, oh,
yeah.
One of those. Yeah.
Sounds that funny story, that joke about the grandchildren asking his grandmother, have you seen my weights? I'm just making a cup of tea, but have you seen the dragon in the kitchen?
Hey Richard, did you get your cup of tea? You're muted.
Just Richard. Richard is muted. Yeah.
It's the story of my life, as I said. I was waiting for Trevor to pick one up for me. Do you have one there? Do you have one there that you can pass to me, Sue-Ann?
Oh, I can see. I can feel a gag. Oh, fantastic! What comedy timing!
Oh, seamless, seamless.
It's so very sad that you're not next to each other in my screen.
Not next to each other in. Oh, sorry. Here, Sue-Ann. Here, take it back.
No, it's not there.
Yeah, you just pass it forward, and then it doesn't matter where you are on the screen.
Now you've seen the two cups in. Oh, it's not helped by the fact that I'm actually drinking from mine while you're passing it to me. That's just weird.
I've got mine as well.
Yours is starting to peel, Kev.
I know, yeah. It's bad Portuguese workmanship.
Yeah.
Very cool.
Straight away.
Yeah. But we have the standard regulation Australian teacup.
Kevin, it matches my shirt.
Nice.
So which year was this? 2017? I can't remember.
Kids Cup's better.
2017.
Oh, that's very meta.
18.
You're wearing your
18, yeah.
Wow.
It was Enriqueta's year. Yep.
I'm gonna
okay, Tito.
Guys,
I'll be back in a while.
I need to show you my pink camp. Look at this. That's all that is left on it.
Wow.
It just hasn't been committed.
Drinking too much. Drinking tea all day long. But I mean, this one is really disappointing. It's gone.
How much you put it through?
Oh yeah. I was wondering if there were extra ones that we can get when we come back to Paredes. If you still have some of these on stock, I'll buy one. I'll be happy to have another one.
We might have.
I don't think so.
Some.
Oh.
We might have some, but not on pink.
Okay.
Not on pink, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
So
Maybe the red one.
Red one, yeah.
Okay, so I can do some nice design on ceramic and then.
No, come on. This is these are collector items. It says one in life produced, never again. It's like the Bricktastic mug. Like it's the last one.
Oh,
Vintage. Sell it on eBay.
This is collector.
But just don't ship it to Miami in a sealed envelope that the X-rays can't view. It'll be there for a month.
At least, I think Dan received an official statement for them that they said that they have 45 days to check on the contents of the box, and then another 45 days to notify the receiver. So that could be up to 3 months stuck in Miami.
Maybe they were waiting for the 19th to open the bags. They have all
I'll have them in time for BrickCon.
I could fly down to Miami and get them all.
Well, if we have BrickCon live, then we can open them at BrickCon in October.
In October, yeah.
But
it says like it notifies the receiver, but it notifies the receiver of what? Like if it's getting it, the parcel extra.
Probably to explain what's inside. In Portugal, that's how it works. For instance, right now, since Brexit, if something is coming from me from the UK, I receive a contact form from the postal service for me to explain what's inside, and if it is a purchase, I must produce the order, the invoice, and a proof of payment. So that's what happens now. And probably, I don't know if that's how the United States Postal Service works, but probably they will ask some, I don't know, some questions about what's inside. Why are you getting this or something like that?
We usually, when we do an outbound, we have to fill out a customs form on the outbound going out of the U.S.
Yeah, we did this. We did that.
Yeah,
we had to do that for every package. But for instance, Australia's got theirs really fast. I think it was 1 week to 8 to 10 days afterwards, after we shipped them. And for us, Australia is on the other side of the world.
It's interesting that your packages went to Miami, or was that the only place it went through?
No. We had several other states. Let me just check.
Because Megan Rothrock lives only like 30-40 minutes away from me, and I think she got hers.
Megan? Yeah, Megan did.
Yeah.
Maybe it depends.
I think it also depends. Chicago has had problems too because they're understaffed.
How many? You don't have to give me the names, but the numbers would help. Like how many U.S.
We sent 12. I think 12 or 11 to the United States. The other ones for Canada. Just let me check. Let me open the file, and I'll get that to you, Abner.
Okay. I think what bases that the direct flights, the international, and what? And I'm assuming you sent it out from Lisbon or.
No, we sent them from Paredes, and then they go into international dispatch from Lisbon, and that's where we usually lose the tracking number.
Okay,
because
so
then it changes to the next country, and the Portuguese Postal Service cannot look into it.
Yeah. So you can't tell if the packages of the tracking numbers of the people you sent to the States, if they were sent all to Miami, or they were sent to, let's say, New York, JFK, or Chicago.
No, all the ones that are held up by customs are in Miami. Even so, like I said to you, even so, if I said to you, even if they go to San Francisco or to New York, it doesn't matter. They stopped at Miami.
Got it. Thank you.
Yeah, mine's supposed to be in Seattle, but Megan's must have gone through another route.
For instance, we have package sent out to Minneapolis, to Poughkeepsie, New York, Manchester, Vancouver, West Hartford, Connecticut, I believe, Highland, CICH, California, Seattle, that's yours, Noemi.
That's mine. Woo!
Kansas City, Seattle again,
That must be
Newcastle,
Megan.
and San
Oh, no.
Francisco.
Who's the other person in Seattle who signed up?
Daniel Sabat.
Daniel.
Dan South.
Yeah.
But the thing is, right now with international shipping, it does vary so much on the actual carrier, because our things to the US are either next day or 2 days from the UK. Australia's back to 5 days, but it depends who it ships with. It's making a massive difference.
Yeah. In the postal service, I had a Bricklink order coming from the Chicago area, and it sat in the Chicago holding bin for 5 days before they shipped it out. And then even when they shipped it out, it had to go through a couple different holding stations before it came to Seattle. So what normally would take 2 days took 10 days to get. And so now I'm just ordering things from the West Coast. So then that way it minimizes, the places. And I really wish Bricklink would actually tell you the city. That would be nice, instead of having to go click on the actual store.
We also sent 6 to Canada. I believe Deborah was one of them. And the ones in Canada already received them, even though damaged, like I said.
Yes. Mine wasn't as bad as Simon's. Mine was wet in the corner and it stained a bit of the t-shirt, but we're going to wash it. The t-shirts aren't for me, they're for Mark, my husband. I don't wear t-shirts, but, and the journal, unfortunately, got a little tiny bit of water, but nothing bad at all. Everything else was fine. And the box, the set wasn't wet either.
It's got a social.
I need to know about the US.
Well, I will open it when I go on my live stream on YouTube. So I'll send you the link when I actually get it.
So usually in Europe,
Box reveals are so much fun to do on stream. I did that for Bricks by the Bay, and I opened the box on camera, and then I got like 4 or 5 people who signed up that same day, because I think it was on the 4th, and then the closing date was the 5th. And they said, "You get all of that in your box?" I said, "Well, you got to sign up by tomorrow." Yeah. We got a really nice kit in Bricks.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Do you know this guy who I'm showing here? Who knows him?
Renee.
That must be the German Lego
Germany.
master.
Your Lego.
This is in our Lego room.
Your Lego room share person.
No, this is not my Lego room chairperson. This is Renee, the LCP from Germany. And he is here on a short visit only.
Okay.
Yeah.
I
Okay.
have to revisit the trophy.
Yeah. So this is the trophy.
Visiting the trophy.
This trophy was built by Renee 2 years ago. 2, 3? 3 years ago. For Lego Masters. And guess what's going to happen in Germany soon?
Lego Master Season 2.
No, 3. Season 3.
Season 3.
Wow.
No.
And here is the Brickmaster.
Screenshots so I can say that I was on the same call with the Lego Master from Germany.
Okay.
Where can somebody buy that T-shirt that he's wearing?
What about the Falling Bricks T-shirt?
Where can someone buy one of those?
Weißt du, werden die irgendwo verkauft?
That's my own.
Oh,
do it the Portuguese way. Make your own.
Yeah, make your own. Yeah.
The Portuguese way.
Yeah.
The print will fall off inside 2 weeks if it's Portuguese.
I can hear that can only be Kevin who's saying that.
Are you also a member of Thousand Steine as well?
René is the master of Thousand Steine. He owns the website.
He's the boss.
Oh, okay.
He's the boss.
So are you the one who shipped me my Heilige Lego Steine bumper sticker or the magnet?
Maybe, ja. Das ist Naomi aus den USA. Und ich glaube, ihr habt ihr was zugeschickt.
That might be.
Ja. Ja, ja.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. I have a 1000 Steiner shirt now. I need to
Okay,
go to your
great.
meetings, but I just don't understand German that well, so it's too
Ja.
embarrassing for
Ja.
me.
Sie war schon mal beim Stammtisch dabei. Ja. Okay, if you like, I'll show you around a little bit here.
Sure.
Yeah.
Dirk, who do you share this room with?
That's Mark. Mark is preparing a coffee for us right now.
Oh, okay.
So we'll see Mark in a minute. Mark, say hello to Paredes the Coura FanWeekend.
Hello.
Yeah. Hello. Which brings us to our kitchen area right away. This one is quite nice. You can have very good steaks in this oven. So that's our kitchen. And here is one of the building areas. Mark is building a huge mock right now. Kann ich das zeigen, Mark, oder ist das zu früh? Okay. Here are some storage rooms. Some more storage rooms. Looks a bit messy. Here is the area for photo sessions.
Oh, is that mural also a mosaic on the wall?
Yes, that's a mosaic.
Wow.
Is this in someone's house, like extra space in someone's house, or did you actually have
My friend has bought this place here. It's part of a bigger house. So it's a cellar, which was used as a I don't know, from a doctor or something in the past. Yeah. And look at this, what he's already got here.
Oh my!
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. Yeah. This is our mocking space. The part here is from my friend Mark. And this is what he's currently building.
Oh my goodness!
It's Minas Tirith.
And how close to your home is this?
It's a 15 minutes bike ride.
Oh, that's not bad.
I can say I've seen him do the bike ride.
You've done the bike ride, Sue-Ann?
No, I've seen Dirk do the bike ride.
Yeah,
Okay.
I've seen it too.
Yeah, and this is the space where I'm building. It's a bit chaotic. I've finished the mock and need to put it into the boxes now. Yeah. That's an airport
this is
building.
the medium-sized mock you were talking about.
Yeah, that's the
this is the
medium-sized one.
airport. This is the airport. You finished it?
Yes, I finished the airport. It's now going into boxes. Yeah.
Aeroflot.
And then when I build, I create a lot of chaos. And now I have to tidy up.
I think
That
we all
always
create
happens when I
chaos.
build. Yeah. So parts from the airport not used.
Mhm.
Yeah. So that's basically it.
My cat's on screen.
Sorting.
So I didn't know
why
this
he's a
is
member
our
of Sword Lab.
socializing session. I wasn't on for a while because we have visitor here. Good.
Thanks for the tour.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Thank you.
Apologize for the cat.
So I'm off again. We want to take care of our visitor. So bye. See you later.
Bye. Thank you.
Thank you.
I like the cat.
The cat's name is Artemis.
Artemis.
Yep.
He's obviously not very interested in Lego.
He's not,
he's so cute.
and he's not impressed by being on the Zoom call.
No, certainly not.
So,
He has that attitude. I'm not impressed.
so Miguel, if you are really interested in the true answer of why the packages are not coming through in America, I posted it in the lounge.
Okay.
That's all
This is very hard for me to switch between one application and the other.
Yeah,
I'm not
me
used
too.
to it.
'Cause I'm on my cell phone right now too.
Come on.
Well, that's okay. Like I said, when I get the package, I'll record it on my YouTube stream and then I'll send you the link so you'll know that I got it.
Cool.
I look forward to seeing that one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now you can even say this sat in the Miami airport or customs for X number of days We could call them out.
You probably will get it when you get 2022 Fan Weekend. Yeah.
Like I said, it could be ready for BrickCon October.
Artemis likes his tea.
What are you eating, Trevor?
Are you in the same building? What?
Even during
leftover salsa.
keeping track of him.
You can have that. We're in different rooms of the same house.
Okay.
So I am in. Let me take off my background.
Cat.
I am in my office thing.
And he didn't make you a treat to eat?
Oh no, it's not salsa. I can't eat salsa.
Okay, neither can I. But he could have made you something you can eat.
Is Artemis a tuxedo cat?
Yes, he is.
Her legs aren't broken.
It's so cute.
No, my legs aren't broken, but I didn't know there was anything to snack on.
Well, I think
Thanks,
I'm gonna.
thanks for sharing your food.
Trevor is having a good time.
I'm gonna head out, but thank you so much for checking into the package, and I've really enjoyed the sessions I've been able to tune into.
Have some rest, Amy. Thank you for being there.
Oh, well, thank you. Next time, maybe I'll have my camera on.
Okay.
You take
See you
care.
on Twitch.
All right.
Bye.
See ya. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Hey, Tech guys. Missed you yesterday.
Yeah. How's everyone doing today?
Okay, and Abner, there's another T-shirt for you to where you can get that T-shirt.
I noticed.
Oh, I got one for you.
We should turn the volume off while we're eating.
Only if you're going to eat noisily.
Possibly.
Are you feeding our cat salsa?
You almost was.
No, I've not been feeding your cat anything, Sue-Ann.
I know you
this
have.
one, Abner.
Oh wow! So where
Like I
can
said,
get that?
do it in Portuguese way. Just make your own T-shirts.
I have a T-shirt just like that.
I can't believe I'm wearing the same thing as everyone else. You know,
What are the chances? What are the chances?
I did spend the rest of the day wearing the other T-shirt I got in my box.
Oh, I'm sorry, but that that extra T-shirt was just for extra padding.
Oh, was it?
Yeah, just for the stuff didn't get messed up.
Oh, well, it fits beautifully.
Yeah, we were saying, but we cannot. We're not getting bubble wrapped for all this thing. What have you here? Oh, we have these T-shirts that were from past events of the City Hall. Put it in. Put it in.
It was a lovely sunny day in Melbourne today, and so actually been going around all day in T-shirt and shorts, imagining that I was in Portugal.
It was 13.
We make our own shirts too.
Yeah.
Nice.
Just on the back.
Oh.
I never checked my shirt. Just assumed it would be the same as yours.
It was 13 degrees today, Richard.
Was it?
Yeah.
Well, there you go.
That's summer light.
Yeah, that sounds like shorts
For
weather.
you, maybe.
Yeah.
No, for Mark, my husband. Yes, not me.
It was
Some
sunny.
people wear shorts from June to Christmas, so I'm not judging.
I don't generally look at it. It was a sunny day, and to be honest, I was probably spending a lot of my day inside working on a PowerPoint presentation. But I did take the dog for a walk, and Miguel, there's nothing quite like working under the the 6 p.m. deadline to see me finish the presentation at 5:48.
Okay. People are probably going back from lunchtime here. I was looking for Dave. He's not online yet. Dave will be the next one.
Which day?
So what are you guys?
Well, you wouldn't have,
right?
you wouldn't have known it was just done, Richard. It was very well done. I thoroughly enjoyed it.
Richard was very well done. Dale Harris was very well done as well. I specifically liked very much the Danish guy from yesterday, Tore.
Oh, Tore was fantastic.
Yeah, he was
It was a great presentation.
Yes.
It was really, you know, all hosts and presenters were really interesting.
Yeah, they were. It was a very entertaining day yesterday as well. A lot of laughs.
And we have more laughs because this afternoon we'll have hottest quiz. Oh, by the way, I think it's already written down on Discord server, but and also on the Zoom links recommendations. But it will be easier. It's not required, but it will be easier for the people who are going to participate in the quiz to have or dual screen setup or dual devices. You can play, for instance, with your mobile phone and follow the questions on the Zoom conference call.
I think it's just
have that ready, make that prepared, because it will be made life easier for you guys.
Yep. So you have the answers on your phone then?
No.
I can just play from work. That sounds like a very
I'll
bad
be
plan.
around for the quiz.
Yeah. I think I might do that.
Hey, Kev, this one's for you. Watching cricket from the UK.
Was that the Test World Championship?
Yep.
Okay.
I didn't know if that was crisps or Lego parts then.
Yeah.
Oh, what's going on? You pass them round, you greedy buggers. Yeah.
I've already passed around a cup of tea.
Yeah.
When you're in the chair.
I know, I'm in the chair. That isn't purple.
Really? Looks purple.
Mm-hmm.
The real colour? I don't know if you can see it in this one. Is that colour?
Old dark grey? Old dark grey?
No. It's not my chair.
White and gold.
Oh, sure.
It's someone else's chair.
Okay. You needed to put a tiara on top of that mock so it was right on top of your head.
This one?
Yeah, the one that's behind you right now. Your tiara.
It's not mine.
It's not yours either.
It's not my mock. It's the Muppet Show background that someone else made to use as a background for Zoom calls.
Great idea.
When you get the gallery view, that must look great.
Yeah. So when you've got half a dozen of you with the same background, it's funny. Okay. Maybe
Hello,
not.
Michael.
Hey,
How are the construction of your new place?
Well, yesterday I did a tour through a house, so I hope you have seen it. Also, if you have, then you have to rewind it so you can view it. Have you seen it yesterday, Hugo?
Sorry?
Have you seen it yesterday?
Yeah, I've seen. I've been following some pictures you've been sharing.
Yeah, I've been sharing some on Facebook. That's correct. But yesterday I made a small tour through the house during lunchtime.
Oh, I missed it.
So you can see it back on the YouTube movie.
Quite the vast house, Michael.
Yes, it is, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's only about 1,300 cubic meters.
Yeah, that's
a
big.
better one.
That's big.
Probably
Then you
because
have a
that's
place
more
for
like-
guests.
Sorry, what did you say?
Oh, I said, then you have more space for guests.
Oh, that's so.
They can put a sleeping bag under their workbenches.
Guys, I'm going to get back to work. Okay, 5 minutes until we start. I'm going to ask Dave to be a co-host and give him permissions. Okay.
False.
Right.
Go back to speaker view on this then, yeah.
Okay, boss.
Oh no, that's not an order.
No, come on. That's Art's job. He will do that. Hi, Dave.
Hey, Dave.
Dave, I'm going to make you a co-host so that you can unmute and start video, because when Harry is here, or he's already here, I think.
He's already here.
Yeah.
What's my job? I just heard that. That's my job. That's what I do.
I'm just going to take over. That's all. Don't worry.
Shut everyone
Honestly,
down.
He comes wading in at the end, you know.
It's
Hey,
like
Dave.
the auction. You please shut up.
So Dave is now a co-host as well. You will have permissions once we stop sharing the cameras. I'm going to stop my own. See you in a while. And
Bye,
stop my
guys.
audio as well. Bye, guys.
Bye-bye.
Cheerio.
Ade and Rod, it's up to you if you want to start with Dave already on screen, or if you want to make first the presentation and then ask Dave to join in.
You can bring me in later.
Yeah. Okay.
Hey, Dave. Good to see you, man.
Good to see you. I don't think I've seen you since it's been a long time.
Yeah, ages, man. I went and sat in the back garden just to get. It's actually a glorious day here in Scotland, and so I thought, right, I'm going to get some sunlight. I feel like I've been, in a bunker for 2 days. So went and sat in the back garden, of course. So what happens? My next door neighbor starts drilling and hammering. I was like, oh, but it was just as well because he woke me up literally 2 minutes ago. I have no idea how long I would have slept. So Ari might have had to hold the fort by himself because I was fast asleep in the back garden. But thankfully he woke me up. So yeah, we're all
I'm
good.
trying to do 2 conventions this weekend, and the most I've slept at any point in time, I think, is 2-hour naps, like every 4 hours. I would not recommend it.
No, that's not good, man.
Just so you know, we are live. Everyone is listening to what we're saying.
Oh, fantastic.
Just so you know. But if you'll stop your video for a second, Dave, and I will. It's 2 minutes to 1 minute to go, so I think we'll wait until the hour.
Everyone else has stopped their video and muted themselves, so I think we're all good.
So this should then work. That's brilliant. All right. Just going to pour me a little drink.
I've got the biggest coffee in Western Europe. So. After falling asleep in my back garden.
The size of your head, basically.
Muito mal.
And that's not even because it's
mal. E depois, nossa, o semedo é fraco, mas com caractere.
We have somebody who is not muted. Would you mind muting all of you muting your microphone? If not, then I'll have somebody do it for you.
We'll bring out the mute hammer.
Yes. So it's Remind me, 2? Is it 2 p.m.? Yeah.
We are good. Yeah, 2.
Yeah, okay, so it's 2. I thought it was, because it's 3 here. Before we do anything, I'm just going to open my window because it's going to get really hot in here. Because our next guest is super hot. Yeah, but we'll get there. Coming up in our program is the raffle, where 3 of you will get lucky and win a lovely Lego set. And the prize draw, featuring those of you who managed to solve Rod's little Batman puzzle from last night. And then there will be a tiny little quiz with 50 questions or so. But we'll get back to that. Because first, we're going to talk about a Lego blog. A blog that has been around for just a little bit more than 8 years since the first post by its founder, Tommy Williamson, on June the 2nd, 2013. It did, however, slowly become more and more quiet until it was restarted with a bang on New Year's Day in January. Maybe you can see somebody familiar up there in that direction somewhere. My finger is missing. But since the rejuvenation of Bricknerd, which I have also been involved with, by this guy, we have posted 1 article every day. I have posted 5 long articles on my own so far. The mastermind behind the return of Bricknerd is Dave Shefsek, who is joining us from Poughkeepsie, New York, where it's 9 a.m. Right, Dave? If you're here, there you are. I'll stop sharing the slide. And so here we are. You're mute, so that you can probably fix that easily.
Yep. I'm surprised you knew how to pronounce Poughkeepsie, so congratulations.
Well, you're welcome. I've watched Ally McBeal, so that's where it comes from. Yeah, you're not normally mute, so that was good that we managed to fix that. So, I have some questions to start off this thing.
Sure.
You have a presentation that you'd just like to do right away.
Yeah,
so
I have a quick kind of a summary presentation. Maybe we can jump into questions after.
Yeah, do that.
All right.
Just take it away first.
Well, first off, olá, é prazer estar aqui. Deveria ter visitado Portugal no ano passado para minha luna de mel, mas foi cancelado. Por isso eu estou feliz para estar aqui. Morei no Brasil por 2 anos, há muitos anos atrás. Então, por favor, desculpe minha gramática e pronúncia. Certamente irei viajar para lá no futuro e quero conhecer todos vocês pessoalmente. For everyone who doesn't speak Portuguese,
I think.
Hello, it's a pleasure to be here. I should have visited Portugal last year for my honeymoon, actually, but that was canceled for obvious reasons, so I'm very happy to be here. I lived in Brazil 2 years ago, so I asked for people to please excuse my grammar and pronunciation because my Portuguese is pretty rusty. So, but I will be there in the future. So
if that's rusty, Dave, then I don't know. It didn't sound rusty over here, but that's because I don't speak Portuguese.
It's been about 15 years since I spoke it, and there's not a lot of opportunities to speak Portuguese in the US.
Sure.
So I'm just going to let me know if that works for everyone. I'm just going to go through really quickly a little bit about Bricknerd, and we can jump into the Q&A after. Bricknerd, Audrey gave a wonderful kind of summary about it, which I'll just duplicate. A lot of you know Tommy Williamson, who has been to Portugal a couple times. He and I were talking, and he kind of wanted to move on to other things, and I decided to step up and volunteer to take over Bricknerd. And you chose a great shot of me, Ari. And so the whole idea of it was I found myself with a little bit of extra time on my hand, and I started looking into all the different Lego blogs and news sites out there and started to do an analysis. And I wrote down what topics they covered and their timing of publication and the types of Lego content that they produce. And I started to see a couple of gaps. There really wasn't as much content about Lego builders, about works in progress, about contests, about collabs. A lot of it was about new Lego sets and rumors and things. And there's nothing wrong with that, but I felt like a lot of the kind of features and knowledge about Lego was kind of shifting to micro-blogging platforms on Facebook, where not a lot of people could access it, where not a lot of people could access kind of this this brain trust of knowledge that is out there in lots of different Lego builders. And so talking with a few people, kind of with the vision of bringing this back and making Bricknerd come back with some good content, I started talking with a few people who thought it was a good idea. Otter was one of them. And he talked to a friend, and then I talked to a friend, and what their friends talked to a friend. And pretty soon we had about 30 people on board who said, oh, this is a great idea. We want to be involved. I think there are more than a few of these people on the call today. And it was validating for everybody to kind of realize that this is the kind of content that's needed in the Lego community these days, and be able to support that with their time and effort. Oops. So just a really quick summary about the site. We like getting nerdy. We like getting nerdy about different topics. And so over the past few months, you'll see that we've really tried to knowledge share, to be able to get a lot of these topics out that we can learn about, that we can talk about, and that can be a resource that you can bookmark and come back again and again. So we have talked about customization, illegal building techniques, architecture, SNOT techniques, how to build fighting Lego robots, doing deep dives analysis of third-party products like the Crazy Bricks, Dino Dudes, themes, analyzing all the Easter eggs in the stickers of Ninjago City. All these kinds of things are passion projects. Each contributor that we have writes one post a month. And so that really gives them the time to really concentrate on one of their passions that they love and share it with the rest of us. So we like getting nerdy, but we also like learning about people. And so we love sharing stories about how people enjoy their hobby, collecting, tattoos, displaying at the Lego house, using Lego as therapy, getting to the kind of human backbone of what the Lego hobby is all about. So we at Bricknerd, we're trying to really emphasize the builders and the processes that they go through and why they do what they do and how they learn those things, rather than just showing kind of the fancy photo of what they built at the end, even though, you know, Jonas's photos are amazing. But I learn a lot more from the process and like a presentation like this and how he made it. And I want to talk about that and learn about that. About that too, we're trying to really emphasize the community and gather a lot of information in one place that's kind of been scattered before. One of the things is Lego contests. A lot of our contributors, we use contests to learn about the community, to get involved. And so as well as hosting our own, we're trying to be a home for people to announce contests, to announce contest results. Sometimes it's on Discord, sometimes it's on Flickr, it's a little bit all over the place. But we are happy to host information and be able to do that. We've also collected all the contest information, and we post monthly updates of everything that's going on with prizes, all the different contests. And so that way you have a one-stop shop to know where all these things are and what's going on in the community. Speaking about the Lego community, a lot of convention coverage and a lot of event coverage kind of fell by the wayside for a lot of other blogs and Lego sites. And so that is one of the main areas that, you know, builders get together and we talk. And so we want to learn about these things and the things that are happening. And we will be posting about this convention too here shortly. And we also try to collect the best of
the Lego community. So every month we will post some of the best topics from around the web about interesting interviews, build techniques, things. We try to avoid reviews and things because those are covered by other people and covered much better than we possibly could in a lot of detail. And so again, this kind of reinforces that we want to be a hub for people to come to find the best and then go visit that other content. And then of course it's about the Lego creations featuring collabs. How did they get started? You know, how do they edited, builders, stories behind the builds, personal stories, being able to showcase some of the best Lego creations from some of the best Lego builders, but also feature the story behind it. So each of these is an example of an entire article about this topic of work in progress, about instructions, about how, you know, you create animal shapes. So really, we're trying to provide a community hub for the Lego, and that's kind of what the new Bricknerd is. So that's just a quick summary of what Bricknerd is, and I'll let Ara take over from here.
Oh, that's great. That was all the questions I had, actually. So we can just
okay.
No, it does. That was sort of a brief summary of a lot of the things that I thought we were going to talk about, and we can still talk about them. But I think I would like to sort of start from the beginning, because you took us through it briefly, but because you were contributing for the Brothers Brick. But when and why did you start thinking about having a blog of your own before it, because I know that came up even before Bricknerd became available, so to speak.
Yeah, so mid summer last year, mid-pandemic, I was getting ready to move from Seattle to the other side of the country in the United States. And it was time for a change. I was a Brothers Brick news editor, and they do fantastic work there, but it was time for a change. And I kind of decided I was going to take a break and then they do that kind of analysis of, you know, what is out there, what needs to be done. And then Tommy actually reached out to me and said, hey, you know, there's a site that's already ready to go. It already has branding. It already has hosting. Instead of starting something new, you can do this. And I liked it because Bricknerd, you know, it isn't gendered. It is inclusive. Nerdy is something that I think that we can reclaim and have be a good thing. I mean, it even already had a mascot. And so, and the resemblance is kind of striking, I think. So, so for me, it was a little bit of a no-brainer after we kind of figured it out. Tommy's still around. He can post when he likes, but he's having fun doing 3D printing, and he's been making tiki mugs and things like that recently. So he's enjoying a little bit of a well-deserved time. But the new direction of the site, I think, is something that will be a boon to the Lego community. Or at least I hope so.
Can you tell us a bit more about the whole process of analyzing what you wanted Bricknerd to be, as opposed to the stuff that was already available out there?
Sure. I went through and created a big, massive spreadsheet and cataloging all of the topics that other Lego blogs and sites post about. And I found gaps in terms of work in progress builds. I found gaps in terms of a lot of communities that aren't really represented: Bionicle, Trains, GBC. So a lot of these kind of communities had all broken off into sub-communities. And so for anybody who was new or an emerging AFOL, it's hard to break into that without being exposed to that. So I kind of wanted to have Bricknerd be a place where they could find out about that and then go link to those other communities that already exist. So that's why we kind of have a variety of coverage. You never know what topic we're going to post about the next day. It could be a deep dive into parrots or pirates, or, you know, one day we go to space. I mean, just the other day we did a huge big article on train ballasting, and there are a lot of people who, there are a lot of space fans who can learn things from train fans, and a lot of times they don't mix and mingle except at conventions. And so we're trying to kind of replicate that feeling and that knowledge sharing online.
Yeah, because of course conventions is something we've been missing for a while. So
sure.
Yeah. I was going to ask the guys to make Simon available for us, but it appears he isn't there yet. Might be too early for him, because I know that he's been doing an all-nighter, and he's been up at crazy hours since Saturday morning, I think. But because the reason I wanted to say something about that is that I think he was one of the first you reached out to. What kind of, you said something about that you wanted diversity and geographical diversity as well, people spread out all over. But what were the sort of qualities you were looking at? I'm saying this is like because I know that I'm one of them. But what kind of qualities were you looking for in the people that you were sort of wanting to get on board?
Well, first and foremost, I was looking for community-oriented people who want to build the community, who wanted to contribute, and also experts in their field. Some of the first people I talked to included you, Simon, Keith Reed in Canada, and it was first seeing if a site like this would be wanted, just to try to see if people would appreciate it and if they'd be willing to contribute to it. And so really being community oriented and wanting to help build up the community, the Lego community, is really was the number one qualification. And then in your case, it might've been your connections a little bit, so.
Oh, well, I can live with that. Then of course, I think because I think we have Keith here, so we can probably at least bring him in. Did you have anything in particular in mind when it came to what kind of specialty fields that you wanted people to be able to cover? Because now we have people who are in general science fiction builders, or in general history experts, or in general as you mentioned, train geeks.
I kind of wanted to have Bricknerd kind of be the variety page, where we had a contributor for everything, a contributor for kind of every aspect. We're still working on that. And that includes regional areas too, because the Lego hobby is different in South America than it is in Australia, than it is in North America or Europe. So being able to break down those barriers and those borders and share this information, I don't think this would have happened without the pandemic, because it led to that need for us to connect. And so we are still looking for a good GBC contributor. We're still looking at anyone who is interested in being a contributor can reach out to me, who wants to share their knowledge. We do lots of guest articles too. We have lots of people coming wanting to say, hey, we appreciate what you're doing. We like the long form content, and we want to have an article there. So
I think that there's some interesting stuff there that I want to pick up on later. But it would be cool to sort of bring in some other people who are contributors. Now, sure. I should mention that we haven't asked anyone in particular, please join us on this. We have just mentioned that we will be on here, and maybe they'll be comfortable with joining. But I know some of you should now, if you're in the chat, you should now have the option to start video and unmute yourself. There's one already in there. There's another. Good. We have Keith and Marcus. Yep. And we'll have some others joining in as we speak. They can, of course, they can hear me talking anyway, so we can just start, and then people can join in. I just wanted to sort of start things off by explaining a little bit about why I felt it was interesting to join, and then hear what you other guys, what kind of thoughts you have on that. So I was involved in with Bricks Culture magazine, which sadly is defunct and had some problems that led it to having to be shut down. Tim Johnson's brainchild, which was a wonderful magazine and a wonderful experience to be part of, at least when it came to the content, which was great. It gave me some possibilities that I would never have had if I hadn't been involved with that. Like, for example, interviewing Daniel Krentz, who designed that yellow thing in the back behind you, Dave. That one, yeah. The designer of the original Yellow Castle, which I did an interview with, and who passed away almost just a few years after that. So I'm just very grateful for that. And this had, just from the initial talks we had, Dave and I, this felt a lot like similar content. It's the content that you won't necessarily get anywhere else. It's community oriented and it's nerdy, so it dives into things in a deeper way that you don't necessarily find, at least not on the news sites, who are just often there for quick reads and clicks and just to get anything that's new and interesting. So for me, that was really interesting. The prospect of doing that was a really cool prospect. But I said to Dave, yeah, sure, this sounds good and all, but I have no idea what kind of content I would contribute. I don't know if anything is interesting enough. And basically we ended up on I like telling stories. I'm a journalist.
And you have good stories to tell.
Yes, exactly. And eventually, if you have been an AFOL for a while, then there will be stuff that you have experienced. At least if you, like I have traveled around a bit and gone to conventions and met so many interesting people and been to interesting places. So there will always be stories that you can tell about that. So basically, my contribution to Bricknerd is rambling on about things that I've experienced, often in great detail, very long-winded posts with tons of pictures and stuff, but hopefully some people find it interesting. And I personally, from a selfish point of view, find it really nice to actually be able to put them down in writing and have them somewhere so I can sort of share them with people. But how about you guys, Keith and Marcus? What made this an interesting prospect for you?
I've always wanted to try my hand at writing. I'm not anything like that. My art form comes from building, drawing, and stuff like that. So when Dave asked me to, when we were first talking about this, and it kind of just seemingly happened, I suggested it to him, unknowing that Tommy had already kind of mentioned to it and offered Bricknerd up, and then he kind of disappears for 5 minutes in the chat and comes back. He's like, "Okay, we've got Bricknerd." I'm like, "What?" And then he's like, "Yeah, we're gonna gather everybody. We're gonna get started in January, so be ready." And I'm like, "Okay, like this is kind of moving a little quick, but anyway, here we go." So yeah, I'm not a computer person or like a internet web kind of guy for knowing what to do. So he kind of just gave me a crash course on our website and how to use it, and then just started writing. And I didn't know, I'm kind of new, I think, overall to a lot of people here for the AFOL community. I have been building all my life, but I only got back into Lego kind of in 2012 and kind of didn't really start going to like the conventions and everything till 2014, and I'm fully involved now. So I'm kind of just learning all of the back history and all of the the players that were involved. So the Bricknerd has actually been a really good spot for me to kind of learn the history of everything too. So grateful for that. And then I just kind of write whatever I'm building or people that I see. And I really like trying to find builders that aren't online or have a very large presence, trying to find more of them to write about and try to bring them up and get the recognition they deserve. That was kind of one of my key things I saw that we should include into Bricknerd. And I think that was kind of a general consensus between all of us too, is let's just not go for those constant heavy hitters that a lot of other sites kind of rely on for their clickbait kind of content. So it's been hard with no conventions trying to find people that aren't online. Like, how else are you going to get them without kind of somebody throwing them at you? So hopefully the end of this year and next year we can really start finding a lot of those builders and then bringing them forward and showing off their amazing talents and stuff.
And not least tell their stories, because that's basically what we do.
Yeah, yes, so, for sure. Yeah.
So that's
yeah,
great.
We've got, when I moved across Canada and joined a new club, a lot of great builders in my new club, but none of them are really online, and they are kind of wondering how to get online and stuff like that. So that's kind of where the pool I started drawing from. So and hopefully we can get a lot more out of there as well. And then again, when conventions open up, and get even more people. So.
And that's actually one of the benefits of having contributors from all around the globe, is that a lot of people have their own separate groups, own separate lugs, and have access to and have friendships with a lot of people who may not have a Flickr page, but create amazing things and have amazing stories to tell.
You mentioned, Keith, those obnoxious heavy hitters that everyone...
I wouldn't put them as obnoxious. I didn't mean it like that. I just meant, yeah, like...
I don't think there was any offense taken. But one of the most interesting things about that, Marcus, is that I would think that for a lot of people would just think that, well, you work for Lego, you can't possibly write for a Lego blog. What's the deal with that? How is that okay?
Well, I had to ask my manager, of course, and he kind of called me crazy, but at the same time, kind of liked that I still do this with love and with passion, so much that I would want to continue spending my time with Lego in my spare time. So basically, unless I talk about what I do at work, which I never do anyway, I can write about a lot of things on Bricknerd. And much like Keith, much like spotlight amazing people from the community, because many years ago I wrote for like a small German magazine that arguably no one read, but I really liked being able to highlight people that inspired me, probably inspired a lot of the people in the community. So basically, I turn out to be the guy that when Dave notices that the schedule is empty, he's like, hey, can anyone write an article? And I basically just reach out to someone I know that built something cool recently and get an interview going, because what I really love about writing for Bricknerd is get that glimpse behind the curtain. And I get the occasional work in progress image from friends, like I guess most of you will do, but getting like a detailed breakdown how someone works and how something comes together, much like Jonas shared earlier in his presentation, I think that's the nuggets that elevate your building as a reader as well. And I really love uncovering that and writing about that. So that's basically what motivates me.
So underrated work in progress shots, really, and especially for people who do things that when you look at the final build, you go, how is this possible? So you really want to sort of dive in and figure out how it's possible. Also, as you mentioned, and as I said, for myself, I imagine I like the idea of having something tangible I can go back and show to people. These are my stories. They are now available online. That's obviously the same also with the people we feature. They can now go. They have an actual article. They can go there and show other people that this is what I do. Here's a presentation of myself and what I do.
And that was actually one of the key drivers too of Bricknerd, is having a site that's perpetual, that can be an archive for these techniques, builds, builders, history, and so having something that is even searchable since a lot of it had broken off to Facebook groups or Discord groups and things. So
makes so much sense. It's I mean, it's like a magazine needs to be that way because every other outlet will beat them on speed. So that's the but having a website that also does the same thing is I think really nice. We also had Sue-Ann from Australia and Francesco join us briefly on video. So if you're there you go. I'd like to also ask you, Sue, what was your motivation for thinking that this was a good idea to join?
Yeah, I don't know, to be honest. Dave asked, and I went, oh, okay, yeah, cool. I guess I wanted the Australian community to be highlighted a bit more. The top builders from Australia get lots of highlight, often featured on Brothers Brick and a whole stack of other blogs, but the community isn't represented. And that's something that I thought, should be represented.
That's cool. Francesco, you, of course, have an approach to this, which is different. Well, we all have different approaches, various approaches, but you are resident history experts. So
yeah.
so you can offer content that we might not be able to because you have knowledge of a niche that we don't. So basically that's what you do, right?
Yeah, well, that's a part of it. Actually, it was you actually put me in contact with Dave, and but the main reason I'm part of Bricknerd would be to cover for European events. Actually, that's the main reason. Of course, this last year and a half, there haven't really been any European events. This is the first big one. Even though it's online, but yeah, so I'm going to cover this, but so far I've actually been doing other things, obviously. So yeah, since I love Lego history, that's what I've been covering, which is, I mean, since Bricknerd is not a website about Lego, it's a website about AFLs, basically, just so in the community, yes. So it's not easy to find angles where Lego history makes sense, but sometimes it does. So yeah, I haven't been writing as much as other people have, but I try. So yeah.
You say that, and we just published an article of yours 30 minutes ago. So
oh, you have? Okay, good.
So it's really nice to have you with us. I'm gonna chat more with Dave and ask him some specific questions. But before you take away your video again, I'd like to ask you what kind of response have you received on the articles that you've written so far? Francesco, we can start with you.
Well, so far, yes, I haven't written many. So I have written, I think, 2 or 3. So yeah, I can't really say I haven't done much, but
I think
the response has been positive.
He's being too humble. He wrote an article about the original Lego patent and had a photo of the original Lego patent that wasn't available on the web at all. And now it's archived, and he definitely got some good responses there. So he's being humble.
Well, I got lucky because it was at the Lego house like 3 years ago now, when it was the actual anniversary. So they took out from the archives the real one, not the copy that they show at the Lego house or at the Lego Idea house. So yeah, I got lucky for that.
And of course you were there.
Yeah, of course I was.
Of course you were there. Sue-Ann, how's your plan going on highlighting the Australian people?
It's actually slowed down a bit because we thought we were opening up a lot more than we have, and the ability for people where I am to get to other events in Australia has sort of been stopped, basically. We've hopefully got an event coming up in a couple of weeks, and fingers crossed that we're allowed to go to that event. The event will happen regardless. But there were quite a few people from Melbourne hoping to go. So that's been it will be a bit disappointing if we can't go.
Yeah. Sure. That's how everything is at the moment. It's completely, yeah. It's dynamic, as somebody said.
Sue-Ann is also being humbled because she was able to represent Brickvention on the site, as well as highlight some amazing builders. One particular who created a lot of replicas of Australian architecture.
Well, architecture in particular.
And yep. And so that's a perspective I would have never seen. And so I'm really grateful to be able to learn that.
Yeah. It's good that you're here, Dave, because you can correct people whenever they say something.
I'm not correcting. I'm singing their praises.
Yeah. Just filling out.
Remind us what we've done.
Yeah, that's really good. Keith, the reaction in Canada, how has it been? Because you know all of Canada, of course. So.
Yeah. We're all tucked away down there in an igloo. Yeah. It's been good from the my old club and the new club. The responses, everybody is really liking the articles. A lot of the people here.
Yeah, that was, I think, somebody who wasn't muted.
A lot of people they're liking the articles. They can get up in the morning and they can just read something like I believe it was Griffin's pirate article that just came out a little while ago. I got a lot of tremendous responses from that they got up and work slow, so they sit in front of their computer waiting for customers, and they just have a nice read in the morning now from all of our contributors about just anything and everything, not just, oh, here's a really cool mock built by so and so. Okay, moving on. Let's we can sit down and have a cup of coffee, have a cup of tea, and read for 20 minutes like an article and start learning too. So it's been nice, and I think that's one of the things that I was looking for too. Like I'm a truck driver, so I can't spend hours and hours on the internet going through like Eurobricks and like all of those other web pages and finding the deep dive stuff. And for Bricknerd to have a nice catalog and all these articles nicely laid out in a search form, you can go back and reference things. So and that's a lot of the response I've been getting too. So I feel like we're on the right track, and a lot of people are appreciating it, and I know I am. So yeah,
that's really cool. The Ninjago article you're referring to, of course, had some insight from somebody who was involved with that set. And Marcus, I would be really interested to hear what kind of response you've received in the people among the people that you fraternize with on a daily basis, because I know that I was present at the Lego Media Fan Media Days a couple of years ago for New Elementary, for Tim Johnson's blog. And whenever I got to do an interview there, everyone was going, "Oh, you're from New Elementary. We read that blog on a daily basis, and it's so interesting and stuff." So that has a special place inside Lego. How about Bricknerd? How are we doing?
I think we're not quite there yet, simply because we don't have that one topic that you would go to as a Lego designer.
We're not nerdy enough.
No. But I mean, it makes sense that the element designers read New Elementary because that's what they write about.
Of course.
Whereas we have this problem that we're basically covering almost too many bases because we are so diverse. But I remember that, especially in a Jago City Gardens article that Pedro wrote where I kind of answered a few questions that he had. And then I kind of proofread the article afterwards to make sure he didn't write anything that I didn't do, or that we didn't do, basically, because most of my colleagues, of course, design the stickers because I don't do that. I was blown away by the amount of work he put in there and how he presented it. And that was also the reception from all my colleagues. They were like mind blown that someone would be that nerdy to spend like a week or something on a sticker sheet. Like what is that, right? And I've heard that a few more times about other articles, about different articles, because people visit the site at different times, and then of course it's a new article every day. So there's a lot of positive response about how nerdy these Bricknerd guys get, because it's the quality of content, and I don't want to brag about Bricknerd, but it's at a different level than most other sites. When we pick a topic, we do it well, and I think that's getting noticed slowly but surely.
Well, it's in depth. That's basically what it is, and that's the kind of difference in content. It doesn't necessarily mean it's better than any other content, but it's at least it sort of goes in deep. And if that's what you want, then that's this is a good place to start, I think. I hope you showed that article at least to some of the graphic designers, because that's properly nerdy on their turf. So yeah, sure. Thank you so much, guys. I think that I'll keep some questions for Dave. So thank you for joining, and see you around.
Thanks.
Dave, the response from me has been really cool, and I think the thing that I have enjoyed the most is that I can now, especially because I'm basically telling stories, I can now share these stories with my non-Lego friends, and they can understand what this is actually all about. And so many people that are not interested in this necessarily at all can read it and see and say, oh, okay, I can see why this is cool. I can see why it's cool to be invited to the royal palace. I can see why it's cool I can see why it was fun for you to walk 50 kilometers in Norway for charity. I can see why. So these things are, I think, for me, it's the response. Obviously, also because there have been no conventions, so I haven't met a lot of people and could ask them about Bricknerd, but also so the people that I have actually met and talked to are the people who are not necessarily interested in it, and that's been really cool to hear their opinion on it.
The response has been pretty good. I mean, our target audience, of course, is the Lego community, AFOLs, and emerging AFOLs who want to be introduced to it. We also have a lot of readers who are just there for interesting content. And I usually judge how we're doing in that department as if my mother tells me anything about something she's read or remembered.
Yep.
I remember her calling me once saying, "What in the world is snot?" I just looked at the pictures. It was way too nerdy for me. But then she called about the article you wrote about shipping a chunk of a Lego masterpiece. And she said, "I love these stories. I love these stories." So I think that we hit a lot of different levels for what people want to read and enjoy.
One of the things, of course, that you can measure success rate or something like that on the internet is read time. I mean, how long do people spend on the site and reading the articles? And of course, having really long articles, you'd assume that the read time could potentially be really good. But how is that? And are there sort of any particular goals that you're looking for with this?
Well, on the web, generally, 30 seconds on a website is an eternity for people to look and analyze content. We average about 5 minutes a visit. So it shows that people are actually reading. The Stickers of Ninjago City article holds our record for, I think, an average of about 6.5 minutes each visit, which is incredible, and it shows that people are reading and enjoying the content. Personally, though, since I edit all the content, when I get like 4, 6,000 word articles in a row, I personally think contributors are trying to murder me in my sleep. But I am just as nerdy. I'm the nerd who gets to read it first. I get the first edition of everything, and I love being able to present that in a way that the community will enjoy and respect.
Which brings me really neatly on to my next question. Have you had any regrets, Dave?
I did not realize how much time this would take. I started it because I had some free time. I about 80% of my job only takes about 80% of my time, and so I had some extra hours to do, and I thought, oh, I'll fill it with this.
I noticed that this is you're talking in the past tense here. I had some extra time.
Yes. Now I don't have any extra time.
No.
But that just speaks to, other people who are taking it seriously, other people who love what we're doing. And I I don't want to be a linchpin to get in the way of people sharing their nerdiness or their expertise and being able to do that. We've posted daily for the whole year now, which I think is an accomplishment, especially when we're producing magazine level quality content every single day.
So you basically open that door to someone, and then you're stuck holding it until everybody's passed through. So yeah. So
it's worth it though.
I saw somebody actually wrote this in the questions. It's also one of my questions for you, because I think it'll be interesting. If there's somebody out there thinking, oh, I could do an article on this and this, and because I'm super nerdy about this one thing, and maybe somebody else is, what will they do?
Reach out to us. You can send an email to dave@bricknerd.com. The information's on our about page. You can reach out to me on the convention Discord as well. We're always open for regular contributor. It's a once-a-month commitment, and we recognize that life happens too. So if things happen, there are a lot of us who can cover. There are also guest articles if you have a one-off thing, that's great. If you have a creation, I would suggest please take work in progress pictures along the way. That's something that even I forget to do because I just get excited about building. And so there are a lot of different ways we can do that. And if you're organizing an event or a contest, or reach out to us and we'll see what we can do to help out. So
that's great. Thank you for that, Dave. I think we'll also open for Rod, who is a contributor at a competing who does some writing every now and then for Brothers Brick. See if you have any questions for Dave from yourself or from the chat.
Yeah, I'm fascinated, really interesting to hear what you've been doing, and I have to say I absolutely love what you guys have been doing. I'm a regular reader. That long form content I think is just an absolute key differentiator. Having the time and space to put together long form articles that go into depth and stuff, I think is fantastic.
It's a different format.
I really enjoy it,
basically.
Yeah, and it's very different from I've taken a wee break from Brothers Brick. Probably not done much for nearly a year actually. But yeah, I mean, it's a very different thing, and I think there's definitely room for both. It's a much more community focused and long form content focused thing that you're doing at Bricknerd, and that's brilliant. And I'm a regular reader. I really enjoy it. I suppose it was that question there about very much a community focus and an AFOL focus. So is there almost an advocacy role there? Is there are you looking to sort of lead that group or just represent it? I know leading sounds awful. It sounds like you're trying to take something over, but it's that, is it about being at the vanguard of what the AFOL community is doing or just representing it? I think there's a slight difference.
I think it's more about representation and visibility. Being able to have access and see what the community is doing. And in terms of leading, everyone has their own field of expertise. They are the leaders. We are just the collectors, and the sharers of the information. And we hope that people will learn about something and then go to the Eurobricks forum or go to the other sites and to really dive down into even people who are even nerdier than we are. So I think it's more about representation, access, and just being able to highlight some of these aspects of the community. Maybe after give us a few years and even a bigger library of content, and then we could have this conversation again.
Yeah, no, it's just interesting that point you made about if you're interested in stuff, because it's all fractured off into kind of walled gardens on Discord or Facebook or the murky depths of Reddit and all that sort of stuff. I think that having somewhere where it's like here's a sort of repository of cool stuff, and then avenues that take you off into other places to find out more if you're interested. That's really that's cool. So we did have a question about how would somebody get in touch if they wanted to get involved. I've shared your email in the chat. Don't worry, I don't think that'll appear on YouTube, so we're all good, mate. But the other one was if somebody wanted to support your work, if somebody wanted to help out, because obviously you're all volunteers, and running these sort of sites does not come without cost. So if somebody wanted to help out, is there a way that they can support your work?
First of all, thank you so much. There are a couple of things you can do. One, share the word about Bricknerd. Tell your friends, tell your lug mates, share articles on social media, and let people see the content and get to know it. That's a great way to help out. We also have a Patreon. We're funding the site basically just to cover costs. A lot of other sites do a lot of Lego sets and news and things to gain affiliate income, like Thiago was mentioning. And that's their business model. We're doing this more kind of just to cover costs and just for the community aspect. So the Patreon definitely helps. That gets access to our kind of coordinating Discord that we have, as well as some we have monthly calls with all the contributors. And we actually can I tell Mario that we tested out some of the quiz functionality for him. We were the guinea pigs for the upcoming quiz.
None of the same questions. So you can actually participate. There's none of the same questions.
So there are some benefits to being a patron of us. There's also a one-time donation button on the website that you can help us out there. And if you have an interesting idea for a story, or a little model with instructions you want to share, definitely reach out to us. So there's a lot of different ways you can support us, and we really appreciate the help.
Sorry. Oh,
can
somebody mute themselves, please? Thank you. So yeah, just one thing, we've had a kind of saying, besides the website, it looks like there's a great Lego space build behind you. So there's a question about what themes you like to build in, and actually a follow-up from me on that. I spot the rainbow heart in the background. If that is movable, can we get a close-up look at that? Because I saw you posted it. Was it yesterday or Friday?
I posted it yesterday. Yeah.
Yeah, it's beautiful, man. Give us a proper look.
That's a really innovative mosaic.
Yeah.
So I will post more about this on Bricknerd eventually.
Yeah. Well, we won't want to scoop you, but I just love your chat about using quarter circles to improve the resolution of a stud. I just love that. I think it's brilliant. So
this is made using those quarter tiles, and I'm going to zoom in here. The quarter tiles are unique because they have space that can show the color behind them. And so from far away, it does increase the resolution because you can fit more colors into it. So if you can see, it's actually a double mosaic with 2 layers. And so, I mean, it doesn't look it, but this is like 5,000 pieces right here. So
it absolutely does look it, and it also every bit of effort that's gone into it is worth it. It's beautiful.
Well, and the curves it lets you get a little bit more of kind of organic shaping as well, that you might not be able to get on just kind of the 1x1 grids of Lego. So
cool. No, it's great stuff, man. So what else do you like to build in?
I love artistic stuff. I don't like being defined by what I like to build. So I like rare things, like a certain other person on this call.
I know who you're talking about.
I like doing art pieces. One of the biggest things I've ever done was a 20-foot long, 6-foot deep Lego Winter Village. That's all fully lit up and automated and things. So I like the concepts. I like discovering kind of new techniques and things. So I don't really have a specific thing. I have not yet built a ship, which is on my list of things to do. So I needed to do a spaceship eventually.
Oh, me too. I've never done a ship, and I've always looked at it the whole way through September and thought, oh, I've got to do it sometime, but never have. So anyway, thank you very much, Dave. I really enjoyed that. I'll leave you with Ari now. So cheers, man. Good to
Thanks,
see you.
Rob.
Sure. So basically, that's it. I don't have much more to add, apart from the fact that the web address is bricknerd.com, which is should be obvious, but yeah, if you're interested in having a look at what we're doing. And today's article was by Francesco about.
Yep, it was about the new brick archive that they've launched that document the 2x4 bricks and all the different iterations that they've been. And really, they're doing kind of something similar to what Bricknerd is doing, is gathering things. So there's an archive of it. So it's a great article.
So basically, somebody posted a question in the chat, said, was Francesco's article about 2x4 bricks? I'm asking for a friend. So yes. Yeah, that's certainly a topic that he can get properly nerdy about. So that's really good. Okay, so thank you so much, Dave, for joining us for that. So and have a look at the website, people.
Thanks for having me.
You're welcome. Thank you. So then I think Rod, you're back on in the comms center. If that works. Let's see if I lost you, Rod. Are you there?
Sorry, man. Yeah, here I am.
So yeah, coming up on 3 o'clock.
Yeah. So next up, it is the results of the big raffle and also the puzzle challenge draw. So yeah, so we're looking forward to seeing. Oh.
I think that was some space static from the control panel behind you, Rob.
Yeah, sorry guys. If we could just ask everybody again, just can you please check that you are on mute? We've got a couple of bits of feedback every now and again.
I think what's happening is they enter the call when they are not muted, and then they discover that they haven't been muted. So,
all right,
that's probably it.
So if you wouldn't mind, if you could check for us, that would be magic. Thank you. So yeah, so next up. Okay, cheers. Yeah, so raffle and puzzle challenge draw, which I think is you, Miguel, and Kev, isn't it? So yeah, so are Miguel and Kev going to join us?
Yep, I'm here.
I'm here.
If I would suggest. Oops, sorry. Who is it doing the feedback? Okay, I'm going to do this. I'm not sure if it's me. I'm going to do it like this. Just going to suggest something. We are going to mute everyone, so perhaps this will prevent people from entering the Zoom call unmuted. And Rod, Kevin, and I will have to unmute ourselves again. Okay.
Okay.
Just I'm having a coffee first, guys. See, it's the top of the hour. You don't need a break, Rod. No, I thought it was coffee time.
Do you need a cup of coffee, Ken?
Yeah, it is.
No,
I'm good, brother. I just thought it was like 3 o'clock, so it was break time. I thought you'd be having a little rest first.
Well, we've only just had lunch, haven't we?
Crack on.
Okay, so I'm going to mute all, and then remember, Rod and Kev, that we should be unmuted. Are we good?
I'm good.
Okay, so just let it go, Kevin.
Okay, guys, so we've got raffle time here. Now, I'm probably going to mess this up because it's marginally technical, so bear with me. So, okay. Can everybody see that?
Not yet. Yep.
Have we got it now?
Yes.
So as you can see on your right-hand side here, we've got a list of names. Is there any names on here that anybody would like me to take out? like, you know, you've maybe had a beef with them for the past 10 years. I can remove anybody. Just any donation to Fairy Bricks right now, and I can wipe them out. I've just seen Gary Davis there. We'd love to get rid of Gary, wouldn't we? We'd all like to take Gary out of the raffle. But no, we won't do that, Gary, if you are listening. Would be nice. So you can just see, guys.
So, Gary was one of the ones who slipped you an envelope.
Yeah. So we've got a nice list of alphabetical names there, and we're going to randomize those in a moment. So how many shuffles do you want, Miguel?
I don't know. Just a few.
One.
Just so people can check the names changing on the wheel.
Yeah, you can see them changing, can't you, guys? We'll go 3 shuffles. So for the first prize, Miguel, what is it? Remind me.
It's the Agworth's Castle.
Oh, okay. Great prize. So let's give it a spin.
Yep.
Yay! Well done, breeder.
Okay, one Agworth's Castle to Ireland.
But unfortunately, we do have to remove breeder from the list now because she can't win twice. So take her away. And I think we need another couple of shuffles there, don't we?
Yeah, and let me check. I don't remember what's the second prize. Let me check on the Raffle page. So the second one, it's the diner. Okay.
The diner.
Yeah.
So we've had 1 shuffle. There's 2. We'll go for a 3rd one, and we'll give it a spin again. I do love the customized wheel, Miguel. You know, a very Wheel of Fortune. So let's give it.
Okay. This one stays in Portugal.
Easy. Okay, so we're not going to bankrupt the event by shipping all the prizes across Europe. So
no, don't worry. The last one will probably be shipped to Australia or something like that.
Yeah. So we'll give it 1 more shuffle for the final spin. And what's the final prize, Miguel?
The final one, I think it's the Statue of Liberty from the architectural line.
Okay. Let's give it a spin.
And Ben, no, from Spain. Okay, great.
That's a nice spread, you know.
Yeah.
That's really cool. Right, so let's just close that and remove that. And is that
let me take a screen pic. Could you change to the results tab so I can take a screen capture? And that's it. Thank you very much. So I'll be in touch with these participants to arrange for the best way to ship this out. And thank you very much, Kevin, for having me. Remember, if you're feeling generous, this raffle will go sponsored by Fairy Bricks as well. I'll leave in the chat the link where you can make a donation for Fairy Bricks if you feel like it. There you go. Yep, that's it. So thank you once again, and I think it's back to Rod now with the draw for the puzzle challenge.
Cool.
Hello. So can everybody see that wheel? Yeah?
Yep.
Cool. So here we have the list of everybody who completed the puzzle, and at the bottom you see that because Alberto was first, he gets 10 entries, Nico gets 6, Irene gets 3, and then Ivan and Andrea get 2 each because they were next in the quickest, and then everybody else gets 1 of the entries. So let's tap to spin, and we have 3 copies of the Catwoman Cycle Chase Superhero set. So here we go. Hey, so our first winner is Michael. So I'm going to remove Michael from the list, and then we shall click again. Oh no, we'll do a shuffle again. Yeah, there we go. Who's it going to be? Who's it going to be? Who's it going to be? Hey, Nico. So there you go. Getting in early helped Nico win there. So I'm going to remove all instances for Nico. And then the third winner for the third and final Catwoman Cycle Chase set is Bear. So there we go. Okay, well done, guys. That's fantastic. Miguel, if you want to snapshot that, you good?
Could you hold on just for a minute, please? And I'll do that.
I'll keep it up.
Got it. Thank you very much.
Excellent. All right. Thank you very much. Right. So, Ari, how are you doing? Because we are, would you
I'm just
look
fine, thank
at
you.
that?
Can you hear me?
I can't just hear you, mate. I can see you.
Lovely.
Amazing.
Well, thank you for that. I think we're ready for the results from the Norwegian jury. Yeah, that I just felt really like that suddenly.
What, you mean United Kingdom 0 point?
Yes, 0 point.
No.
All right. So it's time to get ready for the quiz. I will. Let's see. I need probably to. There might be. Can you tell a joke, Rod? Because I need to. Because I need to. Okay, no, I think I'll be fine. I'll be fine.
Okay?
Let me see. Yes, switch to public. And there we go. So now I should be able to share the screen. Basic. This should then hopefully work. Can you see my screen?
Not yet. Do you know what? You might. Are you trying to share it as a background? Because you might be better just doing it as a basic share.
I'm not, but I can try again. I can try. There are two options. I can do this. Does this help?
Hold on. Nope.
That is very weird because I have two options for sharing my screen, and they are both not working then.
It worked before, didn't it?
Yes, it did. But this is not working. Well, that's interesting. What if I do like this and like this? Will this help, I wonder? Let me see if I can do, if I do this.
Tell you what, whilst Ari's sorting that out, if I can just give you some advice, guys, if you're going to take part in the quiz.
Does this work?
Yes, that works perfectly.
Okay, so then I'll do this.
It really helps if you've got a second device. So so you can do it off one screen. However, experience suggests that we ought to have, it's much better and smoother if you have two devices. So whilst Ari will go through the quiz questions on here, it's much better to do the answers on a phone, or if you have a laptop, a second laptop, second device, or a tablet or something, that tends to work better. So yeah.
Yes. All right.
Ari.
Yeah.
Excellent.
So if you can see this this window, Then
Yes, we can.
I think we're good to go. First and foremost, let me just tell you that making a quiz is hard work. Finding the questions and answers, that takes a long time. This quiz contains 50 questions, and I have not copied a single question from other quizzes that may be available online. I can say that because I have simply not looked at other quizzes that are available online when making this. So it's all brand new content. There is, of course, always the chance that you might feel the urge to discuss the answers to some of these questions. But unfortunately, that's not going to happen because the answers I'm giving are final because A, we can't stop and have a debate in the middle of the quiz, and B, the answers are correct. Of course, they are correct, all of them. Basically, remember that this is an event for adult fans of Lego. And we would be very happy if you just live up to the first word in that acronym, adult. So by entering this quiz, you agree to everything I have said up until now. That's the small legal print. It is not completely necessary to have a second screen in order to participate in this quiz. And by second screen, I mean a laptop as well as your phone, or an extra phone or 2 screens on your computer. The tests that we have performed before this quiz show that it's not necessary, but it will make your life a whole lot easier because you won't have to go back and forth between different apps on your phone or different windows on your computer. The ideal setup is probably to have the Paredes to Coura FanWeekend on the computer and do the quiz on your phone. In any case, it might be a good idea to enable any do not disturb setting you might have on your phone, so your lovely uncle doesn't call you while you're busy answering the questions. We will now post the code to enter the quiz in the chat window. I think that's probably already available. Let me see if I can show the.
Yeah,
chat.
posted. We're good.
Good. I cannot see the chat, so that's okay. Those of you watching this live or recorded on YouTube, unfortunately, you cannot join the quiz and win prizes, but you can follow the questions. You can play along. You can make notes. Try to figure out the answers for yourselves. And I'll give you a minute to enter the website that is the AHA Slides website. So I see we have 59 participants at the moment, which is good. This is more than I've ever had for a quiz before. There's the chat. You will be given the code, so no need to worry yet. The code will be given to you, or the code you have. You have of course you have the link for the web. It's relatively self-explanatory when you see it. So we are not sharing it because we don't have enough room that everyone who's watching on YouTube can join. So that's why we're sharing it not on the screen. We're up to over 60 people now, so that's good. I'll give you a couple more minutes to join. It's in the chat, the website. So this is all good.
Just while we wait on people joining, all right. I just thought what's been your favorite thing over the last day and a half?
Oh, there's been many. I actually, one of the coolest things for me was the graphic designer presentation yesterday, because I think this was a guy that we didn't know beforehand, and he brings in quality content, a beautiful presentation, lots of enthusiasm, a lovely story, nice slides, and then he and is just the best, humblest guy. So I really enjoy that, I have to say.
Yeah, me too. I thought that was excellent. It was just managing to get just so passionate and excited and into the bit that he was doing. It was just brilliant. And then being willing to share that process as well, and let us see his thought process. I thought that was fantastic. Really,
I agree. So people are asking, are we supposed to just click on this heart? Yeah, that's fine. It doesn't do anything, but it tells me that that you love me. So I'm really, really happy with that. But
stop clicking. He's big-headed enough. Stop clicking on the heart button.
I know. Okay, so the web address that you were given was not all that difficult. We have 66 participants, which is good. You should all by now have been able to get into the website, so you're seeing the start slide. I will now open the quiz for the Paredes de Coura FanWeekend participants, so you can enter your names. But this is important. You must enter your real name, not a nickname, so we can identify you when the time comes to send out the prizes. If you want to be eligible for a prize, enter your real name, please, in the next screen. So real name, full real name, first name, last name, all of it. Here we go. You can now join.
Okay, Ari, good luck. I shall leave you to it. Enjoy.
Thank you. I can see people entering. This is great. We have now passed 70 people registered for the quiz, which is great. Lovely, lovely, lovely. Still more people joining. Ah, brilliant. "61 have registered, but we are 70 in the site. So then again, that might be people from the organizing committee who are not allowed to participate in the quiz. I'm being told by Miguel that I should announce the prizes. I will eventually. I don't have access to showing the prizes at the moment, but I will certainly announce them at the end. They are lovely prizes. It's been on the Facebook page, so hopefully you will have seen it. So I think we'll give it another minute or so, but we're at 61, and I think that's probably around there we're gonna be. The prizes are in the chat. First prize is the Parisian restaurant. Second prize is the Yellow Submarine. The third prize is Arc de Triomphe. Vibeke, if you go to the website that is showing on top of this screen. So if you go to that website, you should then be able to register and write your name. I can try to do it myself, so be sure that this works. Yep, and that should bring you straight to a page where you can enter your name. I still can't see Vibeke, so hopefully she'll be able to join shortly. Yeah. So the link is ahaslides.com/ and the code that you see on your screen or in the chat. Possible. Those people are still being going in. Somebody's saying there's an anonymous player. I can't see that on my screen. It might be because he or she is anonymous. Yes, anonymous. A turd. An anonymous turd. Yes. Okay. So Vibeke can't seem to get this going. I'm sorry, but we have 63 players, so at least it was good to wait because there's another few who have joined. So, information. You should hopefully now be registered to join the quiz, most of you. Some information about the quiz itself. So there are 50 questions. 44 of these questions are simple multiple choice questions. You will be given 4 text-based options, and you have to choose one of those 4 options. 2 of the questions are similar. They are also multiple choice with 4 different choices to choose from, but they are not text choices. They are picture choices. You have to choose one picture. The remaining 4 questions, you'll have to write the answer with letters or numbers. I think they are actually all numbers, so you can write them in text in English, or you can write them just type the number. It is not case sensitive, so whether you have caps lock or not doesn't matter. But then you'll have to type in the answer. Let me see if I can. No, I can't. But this is I will tell you when we get to a question that is difficult, not difficult, but when we get to a question that's different, so that whenever we get to that, you will know beforehand, so you'll be aware that you have to do something else than what you did on the previous slide. In order for me to have time to read the questions, I will probably start reading before the question appears on your screen. But don't worry, this does not mean that your device is lagging behind. When the question appears on your screen, there will also be a countdown before you can answer. So don't worry, you will know when you will be able to answer. You may have to scroll down to see the multiple choices, especially if you're on a phone. And this cannot be done until the countdown has finished. So that when the countdown is finished, you can scroll down, see the answer, and then click. Just like when you're playing Kahoot, it pays to be quick. The longer you wait to answer, the less points you get, even if you give a correct answer. And if this was too much information, don't worry, you will get the hang of it after a question or 2. And with that, we're up to 65 players, and I think that's when we will actually start. So I will just take a little reminder that I made for myself, and I will put that on top of the screen so I can remember that this is something I have to do in between the questions. That's good. Okay, so now we are starting the quiz. We're starting with question number 1, and this is a written reply. You have to write this. In which year did the first edition of the Paredes to Coura Fan Weekend take place? Write your answer. And time is up. 2016 was the correct answer, and 27 had that right. So this is the correct answer in 2016. 27 people had that right. The leaderboard is looking like this, with Ruben Raas in front. Is my sound still clear to people? Because David Tabner seems to have lost the sound. Can the rest of you hear me?
Yes, it is clear.
Okay, good. Then the problem is on David's side. I'm sorry about that. You will still be able to see the slides though. So that was question number 1. For question number 2, we are back to where we're at multiple choice. So you have to choose an answer. Question number 2 is, what was the name of the event that used to be held in Paredes to Coura every June before the Fan Weekend came around? What was the name of the event? Was it Arte em Paisagem, Tijolos e Argamassa, Lego para o Povo, or Pequeños Pedazos no Centro Cultural? So 4 different choices. "37 thought it was Arte em Paisagem, and those 37 were correct. So Arte em Paisagem was the name of the event. So Arte em Paisagem means art in pieces. Tijolos e Argamassa, which was something I thought of, means bricks and mortar. Lego para o povo means Lego to the people, and pequenos pedazos no centro cultural means small pieces in the cultural center. So I thought they were good. They were good ideas. Nico Mascagni has taken over the lead. People are saying in the chat, don't forget to submit the answer, because they forgot. So make sure that you click and you submit. So Nico, we'll see if you can stay ahead for question number 3. The very first fan weekend, even if it wasn't labeled as a fan weekend, was in Skærbæk in 2005. How many attendees were there in Skærbæk in 2005? Were there 4, 21, 40, or 58? 5 seconds remaining to enter an answer. Yep, let's see if we can. That's interesting. I don't know if I can. Okay, it disappears. That's good. So the correct answer was 40, which was not the majority of answers. This was how Jan Bayer looked in 2005. So I was going to say it's a long time ago. It's not. Jan, you looked just like you did back then. The result is now Tiago has moved ahead. So yeah, he has inside information, probably has moved ahead, but it's really, really, really close at the start of the leaderboard. I have the number from Jan Bayer, who was one of the organizers, so that's why I know it's correct. Question number 4. Which Billund street runs directly in front of the so-called Ole Kirk's house or Lion House in Billund, which is the street where my car is parked in the picture? Which street is this? Is it Hovedgaden, which means Main Street, Ole Kirksvej, Ole Kirks Road, Kløvermarken, Cloverfield, or Systemvej, System Road? David Mass seems to be writing on my screen, so I don't know why or how you're doing that, but if you can stop, that would be really nice. Hovedgaden is correct. Ole Kirksvej was sort of a trick question, but it is actually Hovedgaden. It's a bit hard to see in the slide, but Hovedgaden runs in front of Ole Kirk's house, and also the steakhouse, and also Billund Bakery. So that's really, really nice. Next question, number 6. This is a leaderboard, of course. Every 10 questions, we will scroll down, so you will be able to see the whole leaderboard, and you can see where you're at. So we will do that after question number 10. But question number 6, you will see on your screen a prototype for the first set for sale exclusively in the Lego house. 4 other. Okay, sorry about that. The Lego name was the result of a competition announced by Ole Kirk Christiansen in 1934. Who won the competition? Who won this competition? Was it Ole Kirk Christiansen? Was it Ole's wife Sophia? Was it Troels Rødovre, the local baker? Or was it Søren Stryger Laulsen, the local butcher? The correct answer is Ole Kirk Christiansen. I have to admit that I made up those 2 last names. The prize for this was a bottle of wine brewed by none other than Ole Kirk Christiansen himself, so he actually just won the prize. And you can clearly see that this was the favorite suggestion. He's actually writing it as that picture is being taken, the suggestion on that piece of paper. Oh, it was his own suggestion. Who would have thought? That's really nice. So the leaderboard says Marcus is in the lead in front of Jan Bayer. Ooh, this is a corporate thing at the top. That's really interesting. Then we get to question number 6, which I jumped a bit. But you will see on your screen a prototype for the first set for sale exclusively in the Lego house. 4 other exclusive building sets have followed since that. What was the second one that was available? Was it the Lego house dinosaurs? Was it the wooden duck? Was it the tree of creativity? Or was it the brick molding machine? Which was the second set offered exclusively for sale in the Lego house. And most of you knew, actually, this was the tree of creativity, who Stuart is here posing with in the Lego house itself. So that's interesting. Marcus is still in the lead. Oh, he's easing ahead of Jan Bayer. So this is interesting. Oh, I wonder if he's going to be a tough nut to crack. See, we have a couple of really strong female contenders, so good for keeping the women in there in third and fourth place. Question number 7. What is currently the prize for the Lego Inside Tour? If you want to go on the Lego Inside Tour, how much do you have to pay? Do you have to pay 10,000 Danish kroner, 14,500 Danish kroner, 19,500 Danish kroner, or 23,000 Danish kroner? Let's see. It's a lot of money regardless, but the correct answer is actually 14,500 Danish kroner. So it's cheaper than you think. That's not bad. That's the price for this listed for this year. And Marcus did not get it right, but the others did not quite manage to catch him. Thiago is really close. Deborah is up there, and that's really, really good. We are going to question number 8. If we don't include the Legoland Discovery Centers and we don't include the water park in Italy, which is just a water park, how many Legolands are there in the world currently? Is it 6? Is it 9? Is it 12? Or is it 15? How many Legolands? Not necessarily Egolands, which is the one that I've visited right there. Everyone has answered? Oh, yeah. It was actually, okay, yeah. So it was actually 9. The New York one opened on May 29th. So it is actually possible now to buy tickets for 9 different Legolands. The Malaysia one, I believe, is closed right now due to COVID-19 for a short period of time. But I thought if I didn't include that, it would be a trick question. So that it is actually 9. There will follow one in South Korea in 2022, but these are the ones: Billund, Windsor, California, Deutschland, Florida, Malaysia, Japan, and Dubai, and New York. So this is the leaderboard. Thiago still ahead, but it's really, really close. That's so nice to see. Question number 9. How many countries does, oh, why does this happen? What? How on earth did that happen? That's really interesting. Okay, we might have to skip that question then, because I don't think I can, because that's the answer. Really nice. So nobody got that right. That's really nice. The question was, how many countries does Lego Shop at Home now sell directly to? The correct answer is 32. There are many more, but they don't sell directly to them. You click on them, you get information, or you go to affiliate sites. So question number 10 then, hopefully this will work. No, what is this? I have no idea what this is. Why is it doing this? Oh man. This has not happened in any of the quiz tests that we've done. Suddenly it's just
Can you try to
why is it waiting for
start a
players to
quiz, or you can also press on the bottom? What happens if you also press on the bottom?
Yeah, that's what I'm doing. I'm always doing that. But if I do this, no, I have to go back here. If I do this, what happens then? Questions 9 of it. Okay,
it is.
Okay.
You're right.
Yes.
You're right.
So that's this one. Let's see if you remember. How many countries? How many countries? Did you pay attention on the screen? How many countries? 19, 25, 32, or 40? Ooh, so it's no longer, now it's the question of whether you paid attention. And the correct answer was 32. Oh, you all paid attention. That's fantastic. So yeah, these are the countries in question. The yellow ones are countries that have a Shop at Home website, but if you click on that, you will be sent to an affiliate site, or just you given information on Lego sets. So no changes in the leaderboard. That was good. And then we get to question number 10, which is, where is the world's northernmost annual international Lego convention held? Where is the world's northernmost annual international Lego convention held? Is it Stockholm, Sweden, Anchorage, Alaska, Trondheim, Norway, or Helsinki, Finland? It's one of the four. It's just about to finish. Everyone has answered. And yeah, you got that right. It's the lovely town of Trondheim, Norway. At least we believe this is true. If you have information that suggests otherwise, I would really love to hear from you, because we're using this in the marketing. So here we go. The leaderboard is Maiko has actually taken the lead. Maiko is in the lead, just in front of Jan Bayer. And that was 10 questions. So we'll scroll down a bit and see that, okay, some distance. These people are lagging behind, but certainly not out of the question. The anonymous poo is at number 27. This is cool. So yeah, we have Ruth down here, Jessica, Simon, yeah, Nicholas. All right, so getting towards the bottom of the list. We could stop here, but we could go all the way. So Ricardo Silva is at the bottom, and he probably hasn't completed all the questions, I'm guessing. So that's probably it. So second page for me, that's 1/5 done. Question number 11. With about 100,000 visitors every year, the Dutch Lego World is the world's largest annual Lego event. In which town does it take place? Is it Zwolle? Is it Utrecht? Is it Amsterdam? Or is it Den Haag, or The Hague, as it's called in English? Which town is the Lego World happening in? So most of you knew that it was Utrecht. It was Zwolle up until from 2001 to 2012. Then it moved to the Jaarbeurs Convention Center in Utrecht. So that was it. The result has not changed. Not surprising. Maiko knew this, and Moriel as well. They are Dutch, so they should know. Question number 12. The set you're about to see on your screen was created for Lego World Copenhagen in 2018, designed by a renowned AFOL whose last name is Butlier. What's his first name? Is it Rocco? Is it Rococo? Is it Kokomo? Or Rocco? So the question is, how many of you went, yes, I know this. No! Trick question. I'm really sorry. The correct answer was Rocco, and you actually didn't fall for that Rocco at the beginning. Oh, I was sure so many more of you would say Rococo, but yeah, it's just Rocco. Kokomo Butlier, they're sitting next to his lovely Rome model. That is correct. The result is still the same, but close. So, and many things can still change. Question 13. Ryan Taggart's modular construction site, as you'll be seeing on your screen shortly, is one of the projects currently in pre-production for the 2021 Bricklink Designer Program. In total, how many projects are still being considered? Is it 12, 16, 22, or 26? How many projects are still being considered for being turned into a set? How many? The correct answer is 26. There were 31, but the project from Robert Bontenbal, aka Robinan, were withdrawn by the creator because they are currently being sold by a clone manufacturer. And later, the Temple of Hermit and Japanese old-style architecture were also archived. But there are 26 in the running for those 3 slots that they were talking about in the presentation yesterday. So Ruben was the only one who got that right, and he's creeping up on Marielle. That sounds bad. I'm sorry. Yeah, you shouldn't be doing that, Ruben. I'm sorry. Question number 14. The The two Batman pictures you're about to see are both designed by the same person, one before he became a Lego designer and one after. What is the name of this designer? Is it Nick van Slagmat, Chris McVeigh, Marcos Bessa, or Marin Stipkovic? It is one of these four. We actually did both. They are sitting in my trophy cabinet in my living room, and the correct answer was Chris McVeigh. This is the guy and his own brick sketch self-portrait with the glasses and the beard. Does this change anything? Well, Jan is in the lead in front of Ruben. So woo, that's interesting. That's interesting. Jan has inside information, you know. We'll see. We'll see what he does if he wins. What does he do with the set? Question number 15. You will see a picture of Finley, the dragon Christmas tree built by Lego certified professional Caspar Bennison from Denmark. How many LCPs are there worldwide? Are there 10, 13, 17, or 21? How many Lego certified professionals are there worldwide? The correct answer is actually 21. And these are all the ones. They are all the, that's not including the entering program. These are all certified Lego professionals as we speak, 21 of them. The leaderboard says Maiko is back in the lead because Jan didn't know. That's good. Question number 16. The mock-up boxes you're about to see appeared at LEGO World in Copenhagen last year to test public reaction, but LEGO has offered lighting before. When was the first LEGO light set released? Was it 1957, 1967, 1974, or 1980? This is one of the questions I was really glad that we tested on Francesco before we did the quiz, because the correct answer is actually 1957. And this is the set in question. This is the first LEGO light kit, and it arrived in 1957, which is ancient. So I'm really impressed by that. And only one person knew. I don't know who it is because it's not on the top of the leaderboard, but brilliant to the guy who actually knew that or guessed it. Question number 17 then. When were the first Duplo bricks released in all the markets that LEGO delivered to at the time? So what they considered to be a worldwide launch at the time. Was this in 1963, 1969, 1977, or 1982? Which year was this set and others released in all LEGO's markets? The correct answer is 1969, actually. This was the other significant thing that happened in 1969, but yes, 1969 is the correct answer. Let's see what this did to the leaderboard. Not much, really. Ruben and Jan are really close for second, but Maiko is in the lead. That's really good. So, question number 18. The Mickey Mouse sets from 2000 leaned heavily on parts from a theme that had been discontinued more than a decade earlier. Which theme was that? Was it Scala, Fabuland, Primo, or Snap? Surely this must be Snap, mustn't it? It looks so snappy. No, it wasn't. It was Fabuland. Most of you actually knew this. And it's quite close, isn't it? The fire trucks, both of the fire trucks are really similar. So question number 9. Oh, well, now we'll go to the leaderboard first. No changes. Still really close. Question number 19. Which one of the Friends girls is, according to the official biography provided by LEGO, a natural performer and she will be a star? Who is this? Is it Mia, Emma, Olivia, or Andrea? you can see that this is going to be a star. She is so determined. And that was Andrea, which the majority of you actually did know. That's Andrea for you. Andrea at her talent show. And the leaderboard. Oh, Maiko did know that. That's good. Jan didn't. That's interesting. Question number 20, and then we'll have a look at the whole leaderboard after that. The town sub-theme of Paradisa arrived with 5 sets full of pastel colors and mustached or lipstick-wearing minifigures. In what year? Was this 1987, 1990, 1992, or 1997? Let's see if you know this. And the correct answer is 1992. So 1987 was too early for mustached or lipstick-wearing minifigures. The first decorated faces came with Pirates in 1989. So this is it, and you can see the Paradisa figure right in the middle of the picture. The leaderboard then, after 20 questions, 2/5 of the way, says Ruben Raas is in the lead, overtaking Maiko, and so did Richard Jones. Hugh Millington from Brickset coming up very strongly in 4th, and then Jan Bayer. Deborah holding the fort for the ladies at 6th. So that's really nice. Let's scroll down, and you can see how you're doing. David seems to be doing okay, even if he can't hear me. That's really nice. Anonymous is climbing. I hope he doesn't win. So yes, you can see all the people here. Nick is playing. Nice. Getting close to the end. There's Ricardo Silva. I think he gave up after 114 points. We're not going to make fun of that. So question number 21, and this is a written reply again, so you have to get ready to type this onto your phone or screen. It's a written reply. The box you're about to see on your screen contains Series 1 of the short-lived LEGO Mixels themes. How many LEGO Mixels series were released between 2014 and 2016? Remember, that is one series in the box. How many series were released between 2014 and 2016? This is a tough one. Let's see if you can get that right. So the correct answer was 9. There were 9 series of Mixels. There were many more sort of groups of 3, but there were 9 series. That was 1 in the box. So these are all the 9 series of Mixels that ever arrived with the new Mixels joints that are their lasting legacy. And then let's see. Oh, Richard Jones climbed on the leaderboard, so did Marielle. That's interesting. So a number of Dutch people are doing really good here. So that's okay. So there's a lot of Lego knowledge in the Netherlands. Question 22. Not counting the brick-built Unikitty series, how many individual collectible minifigures in blind bags have been released so far? This is a multiple choice again. How many collectible minifigures have been released? 385, 420, 502, or 589? That's a lot of collectible minifigures. Time is up, and the correct answer is actually 589 collectible minifigures have been released so far, and these are all of them. This is how it's spread out. So all of that adds up to 589, a lot of figures. That's correct as of the Looney Tunes series, as you can see in the bottom right of your screen. And the leaderboard has Ruben and Richard going head to head, two measly points separating them at this point. That's really close. Question 23. You will see on your screen copies of what the Minifig Prize Guide online considers to be the most valuable minifigures ever made. Where are the originals currently? Are they in the vault in Billund, Are they in Jeff Bezos' personal collection? Are they buried in the foundations of the Lego house? Or are they orbiting the planet Jupiter? Where could they be? I wonder. And the correct answer is space. The correct answer is orbiting the planet Jupiter. They were actually supposed to crash on Jupiter a year after the mission started, but the orbit phase has been expanded, so they are now scheduled to keep flying until 2025. The figures in the previous pictures are on display at the Lego house in Billund, but not buried in its foundations. So, oh, it's so close. It's so close. Ruben actually gained 2 points on Richard Jones there, but it's really close. Question number 24. The DK book, Great Lego Sets, A Visual History, came out in 2015. With it came a miniature version of which classic Lego set? A miniature version of which classic Lego set? Was it the Galaxy Explorer, the Yellow Castle, the Airport Shuttle, or the Black Seas Barracuda? Those are iconic sets from different classic themes. And the correct answer was the Galaxy Explorer. This set with its miniature counterparts that came out in 2015. The leaderboard says Richard Jones has edged ahead by 4 points. So he should know it's his classic themes. So there you go. There you go. Question 25, and this is a multiple choice, but it has pictures as answers. So not like written answers, text options. You have 4 pictures to choose between for the correct answer on the next picture. And the question is really simple. Which of these pieces that you will see has part number 3005? Which of the pieces you will see is part number 3005? There you go. There's the 4 parts. You may have to scroll down to see them. But which one of these is 3005? The correct answer is the 1x1 brick. This one, that is 3005. It's not the 2x4, it's not the 1x2 tile, not the minifig head, but this one. And Ruben has regained the lead. Oh, it's so close. It's really, really close. It is turning into a thriller. Question number 26. What are the dimensions of the biggest flat Lego system base plate ever released for sale? What are the dimensions of the biggest base plate? 32 by 32, 32 by 48, 48 by 48, or 50 by 50? So how big is the biggest one? Probably many of you thought, yeah, I know that. It's 48 by 48, but it's not. This is the Samsonite 50 by 50 base plate from 1969. Makes no sense whatsoever, but this is the biggest Lego base plate ever released. Sensational stuff from the archives. The leaderboard is still the same. Question number 27. How many percent of the pieces in set 21008 Burj Khalifa are 1x1 round bricks in light bluish gray? How many percent of this set? Is it 3.7, 21.5, 53.8, or 70.2%? It's difficult to know, but look at the picture and think, oh, there must be many, but how many? The correct answer is 53.8, not quite 70%. Yeah, I know Rod says it felt about 250%, but yeah, absolutely. It's 112 of the 208 pieces, which means 53.8%. Ruben has edged ahead of Hugh Millington, who is now up into second. That's really interesting. Then we have question number 28, and we'll stick to architecture. What was the first Lego architecture set to depict a building in Europe? What was the first architecture set to depict a building in Europe? Was it the Brandenburg Gate, Big Ben, Villa Savoy, or the Leaning Tower of Pisa? Which one of the four was it? It came out in 2011, and it was the Brandenburg Gate. This set. Das Brandenburger Tor ist in Berlin lokalisiert, and it came out in 2011. What does that do to the leaderboard? Not much. Only Deborah Higdon knew it, and she is now in 5th place, ahead of Markus Rohlbühler, who didn't know this about his own country. How sad. Question number 29. How many % of the architecture sets, the 50 architecture sets officially released so far, are depict buildings or locations in the United States of America? How many of these are buildings or locations in the United States of America? 28, 33, 39, or 44%? Is it many, or very many, or almost half of them? It's almost half of them. It's 44. All these, 22 out of 50 sets, 44%. And I'm not counting Las Vegas, which wasn't officially released, that early version of Las Vegas. If I had, it would be 45%, but it's 44%. And the leaderboard says Jan Bayer is completely in control when he knows everything about the architecture series. So he's up to 5th. But apart from that, no big changes in the leaderboard. Question number 30, and after that, we'll have a look at the leaderboard again. Question 30. Which Maersk Line promo set was the first that did not contain any pieces in the Maersk blue color? Was it the Maersk Line container ship from 1974, Maersk Line container ship from 2006, Maersk Line container ship from 2010, or the Maersk Line Triple E from 2014? Very imaginative names for most of these sets. The correct answer is the latest one, the Maersk Line Triple E, this one. It contains medium azure bricks instead to reflect a color change in the actual company's logo, because the actual company's logo is not Maersk blue anymore. It's now medium azure or something similar to it. So that's 30 questions, and brings us this leaderboard, which has Hugh cementing his second place. Ruben ahead of Hugh, and then Richard Jones. Marcus climbing a little bit again, and we'll have a look at the rest of the leaderboard. That's interesting. Great, this brings us about halfway. So many people playing, that's really, really cool. There you go. And unfortunately, no, we don't have a prize for coming last, but and that's good, because then you just stop answering. So then anyone could come. Well, Ricardo could, but none of the other ones could catch up at this point. So we have 20 questions remaining. Question number 31. Lego had a special relationship with Shell for many years. In what year were the last promotional sets branded with Shell and Lego on the packaging released? When was the last one released? Was it 2008, 2011, 2014, or 2017? What was the year of the breakup? The correct answer is 2014, which the majority of you actually knew. These were the last sets to be co-branded with Lego and Shell in 2014. And the leaderboard, Richard Jones is gaining, I think. David, Marcus, and Jan are there. Question number 32, and this one again has multiple choice but pictures. So you have to choose between 4 pictures for the answer on this one. Which of the brands you can recognize did Lego not announce a collaboration with in 2020? Which of these brands did Lego not announce a collaboration with in 2020? Maybe you have to scroll down to see them. But which one did they not announce a collaboration with? And that is correct. See, this is an Apple set, but it's not an Apple set. So yes, the correct answer was Apple. Most of you knew that. didn't make much of a difference. Ruben was quickest though, so he actually gained a little bit. Question number 33, back to regular text-based questions, multiple choice. What was the name of the online Lego game released in 2010 that was cancelled just over a year later due to unsatisfactory revenue? What was the name of the Lego game that was cancelled? Lego Universe, Lego Dimensions, Lego Minifigures Online, or Lego Island, which was cancelled in just over a year after it was released in 2010. And, this is the correct answer, Lego Universe. Most of you knew that. This here, the massively multiplayer online game. And all of the people on the first page knew that. So no big changes here. Question number 34, we are right at. Also game related. What is the name of the non-Lego video game that spawned 9 retail sets in 2019? One of which contained Hammond the Hamster. What was the name of this Lego video game? Was it Top Gear? Was it Portal 2? Was it Overwatch? Or was it Fortnite? What was the name of the game that featured Hammond the Hamster? And how many fell into the trap? One person fell into the trap. So no, it was not Top Gear. Hammond the Hamster is also part of Overwatch. This is Wrecking Ball. And the leaderboard did not change much, I think. No. Still very close. Ruben is doing really, really good here to fend off Hugh and Richard. And David is climbing. So this is really interesting. Question number 35. On the Brickset all-time list of Lego sets with the most pieces, how many of the top 30 sets were released in the past 5 years, from 2016 until now? So how many of these big sets were released in the past 5 years? Was it 12 of 30, 19 of 30, 25 of 30, or 28 of 30 sets? How many of the biggest sets? The correct answer is 25, and most of you got that right. These are the 5 that are older. It's the Taj Mahal from 2008, Millennium Falcon 2007, Window Exploration Bag, which is a really strange one, which contains 10 of those plastic bags. That's from 2010. Tower Bridge is from 2010, and the Death Star is also from 2010. Leaderboard, Richard climbed ahead of Hugh and is close to Ruben, close. It's 76%. Marcus is making a strong comeback here. Question number 36. What's very special about the set you're about to see on your screen? Simple question. What is special about this set? Was it designed by Thomas Kiel Christiansen? Was it never released? Was it only ever offered as a glued model? Or was it the only set to feature 4x4 tiles? Something is weird about this set. And it's the fact that it was never released. So 44 of you knew that it was never released. That's straight into the bin. Sorry about that. So David got that wrong. Sorry, David. But the rest of them got it right and are actually inching ahead. Still very close in the lead, though. Question number 37. The Bionicle line borrowed a lot of its language from an indigenous people. Which people is that? Is it the Sami people, the Maasai people, the Inuit people, or the Maori people? The correct answer is, yep. So these guys, the scary guys, they are Maoris. They are performing their intimidating haka dance. And Ruben and Hugh knew that. Richard did not, even if he's from Australia. Interesting. So question number 38, and this is a written reply. Get ready to type your answer. How many of the Iron Man Lego art sets do you need in order to be able to build the bigger mosaic in the provided instructions? How many of the sets do you need to be able to build the bigger mosaic? Type your answer. We have almost everyone answering. There we go. Time is up. The correct answer is 3. 45 of you knew that. You need 3 sets to build this mosaic. So that was the correct answer. The 4 in the lead actually knew, and it's still less than 1 question separating them. So it's still really, really close. Question number 39, and then after that, we'll have a look at the leaderboard again. The Chinese New Year set you're about to see contains 3 individual Brickheads figures. How many Brickheads figures, large or small, have been released so far? So how many individual figures have been released so far? 85, 102, 156, or 185 Brickheads? And as of the Ninjago anniversary sets, the correct answer is 156, which the majority of you actually knew. He didn't design all of them, but a fair share of them came from the hands of this young man. And the leaderboard, Ruben in front of Hugh and Richard, with Marcus in 4th, David and Jan. And we go a bit further down. See the leaderboard. Doing really great, doing really great. That is brilliant. All right, Ricardo is gaining. He has more points than he did. That's brilliant. 10 questions remaining. And we are at number 40. How many colors are visible on the spectrum of set 40516? Everyone is awesome. How many colors are visible on the spectrum of this set? 7, 9, 11, or 13? And I know Dave is participating, and he could just turn around because I saw he had it in the background of the video. Let's see. Let's see. That is the correct answer. And you can count for yourself. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11. And the leaderboard, Richard did not know, but was not caught by Marcus, but it's really close. Suan is up into the top 6. So that's great. Even though she has a sleeping emoji, she's alert. Question 41. When I grew up, what you're about to see is what the Lego Technic logo looked like. In which year was the current logo first found on sets? Was it 1995, 1999, 2003, or 2005? In which year was the current logo first found on Lego Technic sets? And the correct answer is 1999. Not all 1999 sets featured the new logo, but these 6 did. The first model year in which all sets were branded with a new logo was 2000, but these first sets arrived already as early as 1999. And Jan knew that, gaining on Marcus, but not enough to pass him. Question 42, staying with Technic. For the 40th anniversary of Technic, a new version of an iconic set could be built with pieces from 3 2017 sets. Which iconic set was that? Was it the go-kart, the tow truck, the car chassis, or the supercar? 854, 8846, 8860, or 8880? The correct answer is the car chassis. This classic beauty from 1980 with its modern counterpart. Brilliant idea to do that. The results didn't change. They all knew. Just a little bit of a difference in how quick they were. Okay, so 7 questions, 8 questions left to catch Ruben. 20. What is this? What is this? Things are happening here. Okay. So the question was, what is the name of this weird and wonderful Lego theme from 1997? Is it Time Twisters? Is it Time Cruisers? Is it Time Busters? Or is it Time Squeezers? Time Twisters, Time Cruisers, Time Busters, Time Squeezers. Correct answer is Time Cruisers. Of course, you were able to see it on the screen. This is I'm going to be suing the producer of this quiz platform afterwards. So yes, this is the correct answer. But the enemies of the Time Cruisers were the Time Twisters, and the main character, Tim, had previously been known as Max Timebuster in a Lego comic. The Squeezers I added just because I thought it sounded funny. So not much change here, nothing to see. Next question, 44. Which of these animals were not represented among the Fabuland figures between 1979 and 1989? Which of these animals were not represented among the Fabuland figures? Poodle, walrus, rhino, or hippo? Which one did we never see as a Fabuland figure? And the correct answer is the rhino, because this is the closest thing I could find to a Fabuland rhino. They look a bit scared on the left, which is understandable. And the leaderboard says, oh, it's close. Richard is close to you, but not passing. So Marcus, no, so Ruben is getting difficult to catch. But of course, we have prizes for the top 3. So there's still a lot to fight for. And also, you can catch Ruben. Come on, I know you can. Next question has a written reply, so get ready to type. How many times has the Statue of Liberty appeared in an unglued Lego set? That means no magnets, no keychains. In an unglued Lego set. How many times have you seen a Statue of Liberty in a Lego set? That is, of course, one of them. Actually, the first that I'm holding in the Lego vault in Billund in the picture. And the correct answer is 8. And 3 people did actually know that it was 8. These are the 8 ones in question. It's the Statue of Liberty from 2000. It's a Skyline from 2005. Lady Liberty as a collectible minifigure, 2012. The Statue of Liberty in 2012 as well. A brilliant representation there in green. We have New York City, which has the tiny, tiny Statue of Liberty. We had the Welcome to Apocalypseburg. We have the Statue of Liberty from Architecture and the Brickheads from 2019. So, difficult question. None of you got that right. Question 46. In Nexonites, what is the name of the princess who is the only female knight? What is the name of the princess who is the only female knight? Is it Darcy, Macy, Daisy, or Lucy? One of the 4. Which princess? Sounds like Gosford Park to me. Darling, it's actually Macy. That's correct. This is Macy. So the leaderboard. Oh, you almost caught by Richard Jones, but not quite. Question number 47. Only 4 remaining, and Ruben is getting difficult to catch, really difficult to catch. Question 47. What is the relationship between Master Wu and Lord Garmadon from Ninjago? What's the relationship between these two? Are they brothers? Are they father and son? Are they in a domestic partnership? Or are they neighbors? They are certainly neighbors in the picture, but what's the relationship between them? They are father and... No, they are not. They're brothers. So, 2 handsome and angry brothers. So, obviously not in a domestic partnership then. The leaderboard. Oh, Hugh is out of the points, out of the prizes. You need to make a comeback here. If there's still 3 questions to answer correctly. Question 48. The Lego architecture set Venice was released in 2016, but Venice was first featured in a Lego set in 2009. In which product line was that? Was it Indiana Jones, Marvel Superheroes, Lego Factory, or Creator Expert? So the correct answer to that is Indiana Jones. This is the set in question, the Venice Canal Chase from 2009. And we have no changes, but it's still very even. I mean, I think Ruben has run away with the win here, but it's very close for second and third. So it's up for grabs. Question 49. The gift with purchase you're about to see from last year is a tribute to which iconic set from 1995? Is it the Screaming Patriot, the Rebel Roadster, the Island Racer, or the Blue Fury? Which one of those 4 sets could it be? It is actually the Blue Fury. The Rebel Roadster was so close, but this is the Blue Fury from 1995, along with one I did earlier, a minifig scale version. And the leaderboard, maybe it changed. No, it didn't. Ruben didn't know, but he's too far ahead to be caught. But it's super, super close between the rest of you. And let's see if the last question is a tiebreaker here. Finally, which set number corresponds with this amazing, heartwarming, and wallet-emptying Lego set? Is it 10125, 10179, 10182, or 10200? It is 10182. 10125 is one of the Santa Fe train car sets. 10179 is a Millennium Falcon, if I'm not very badly mistaken. 10200 is a Hot Rod Club, or Hot Rod set, garage set. But this is the correct answer, and Hugh Millington managed to snag second place in front of Richard Jones, and Ruben Raas, of course, is now the lucky winner of the Creator Parisian Restaurant, Creator Expert Parisian Restaurant. Then we have Hugh Millington in second place. That was correct, wasn't it? Yes, I think so. Yeah, for the Yellow Submarine, and Richard on third for the Arc de Triomphe. And that means that Ruben Raas can then obviously call himself Lego champion of the 2021 PdC Fan Weekend online edition. So congratulations, Ruben. Congratulations. That's a tough quiz and really brilliantly made by Ruben. That's really, really cool. So,
and congratulations to you, Ari, because that's putting in a shift. So well done, mate. Pretty much the non-stop session for an hour, running that yourself and managing the tech. Absolutely brilliant. Not to mention putting together all the quiz questions in the first place. So thank you very much.
It's so much fun.
No, cracking work, mate. Well done.
Lovely, lovely.
Right.
All right.
I think we are going to, let's grab a little break, shall we?
Sure.
So we'll just grab a 2-minute break, and then we shall come back and we will check in and see if the Brickforge guys are ready to start up maybe a little early.
Ironforge, I think,
yeah.
But yes.
Oh, sorry, Ironforge.
They didn't pay us. Brickforge didn't pay us to do any advertising of this, so we'll skip that. So
yeah, so we'll see if they're ready to go a little early, and we will get cracking. So
I'll go slip into something a little bit more comfortable then. All right.
Okay, just back in a couple of minutes. Quick break.
So my question would then be, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
That's great, because I am swapping between headset and not. So it's really...
I thought the headset was very fetching. We had a certain, I don't know, Spice Girls or...
I thought you were going to say Eurovision, but yeah, sure. anything is good.
Yeah. So thank you very much for putting that together, mate. I know it was a lot of work, and obviously it's quite a full-on hour. So really appreciate it. I think, certainly from the comments, everybody really enjoyed it, except for the people who were getting a bit chippy on some of those answers. But do you know what? It was great. So we're all good.
Were there actually people not agreeing with the answers? Oh.
Not so much the answers. There were a couple of moaning about trick questions, which...
yeah. But some of them are trick questions. I agree. I agree.
Yeah.
You have to have brilliant trick questions, or else it becomes too easy. It would be super easy if they weren't in there. Yeah.
No, really good. Really enjoyed it. So as I have the entire weekend, I don't know about you, but I think it's been a brilliant weekend. Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. I really enjoyed it. There's been a lot of cool content, and we've sort of been, which is lucky, because we've been stuck sitting here listening to it anyway. So it's good that it was good content. very, very, very happy with that. So yeah.
No, I think, and it was also that thing when Miguel asked if we could potentially get involved. I don't know about you. I just went, yeah, of course. Hadn't really thought about what that meant, that potentially talking for 2 9-hour shifts, but I think we could both manage that, couldn't we, for our respective countries, probably.
I think so too, and also I think the sort of friendly banter is recommended for something like this, so it doesn't become too serious. So hopefully it hasn't felt too serious. I have certainly not tried to not be too serious about it.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Well, no, I've thoroughly enjoyed it. I've thoroughly enjoyed working with you on it as well. So that's been good fun. So
yes.
I hope you've all enjoyed it as well. You may have seen on the Discord channel that the guys have posted a survey. I'm not sure if that's live yet or if it's going live just when we finish. But it'd be really good if you could post your feedback. It's obviously the first time one of these events has been run virtually, and I'm sure the guys have done a cracking job. But it's always good to hear, what you guys think as well, because even the best job in the world, you can always make things a little better. So it's, great if we can get your feedback. Really good for the organising team to understand what worked brilliantly and where, things might get tightened up if, God forbid, we're doing these virtual again next year. Hopefully not, fingers crossed. But I think one of the changes that's happened, certainly in my working life, but also in some of my leisure activities, has been the rise of, virtual events and, non-physical event space. And so I would imagine that we will see more virtual events even after we do go back to normal. And so any feedback would be much appreciated and potentially shared with other event organisers in the LEGO world, and it can all help them do some better stuff. So
and also, of course, I think there will probably also be, I haven't checked the survey, but there will probably also be a place where you can put suggestions. And that probably also goes for suggestions for a physical event. If you have a good idea that you think that the people in Portugal should know of and maybe try for the physical event, I'm sure would be really, would be really, really happy to hear from you about that as well.
Cool. All right. Well, I'm hoping...
I see Ruben who won the quiz. I see he's complaining about the food this year. So that might actually, hopefully that will be better next year. My pastel de nata was fine, but I don't know about his. So,
yeah, no, mine was pretty good too.
Yeah,
well,
great.
In fact, the one you gave me, that was great. So,
oh, lovely. Yeah.
So Marcus and Simon are almost ready to share the results of the Iron Forge competition. I had a good scroll through some of the stuff. There's just some brilliant things in there, and just
really, I agree.
Beautifully simple models using a lot of the seed parts and stuff. Just absolute class. There's a couple where I thought the posing on them was brilliant. So really, really nice, and especially at such short notice. So.
And some of them aren't really that simple either. There's some really intricate stuff. So yeah, really, really beautiful.
Well, I spent 3 hours last night trying to create circles with those damned parts, and sort of got there in the end. The color ended up being a bit wonky because of the joining brackets, but man, they weren't very easy to work with. So I'm thoroughly impressed with whatever anyone was putting together. So my personal favourite's probably the Millennium Falcon radar dish, which made me laugh a lot.
Really good.
I thought that was really good. So.
I have to admit that I haven't done it yet because I can't find the bag. The bag is so difficult to see. It's just disappearing. So I can't find it. I know it's somewhere in your bag. I just can't find it.
Your stealth bag. So there's Hugo saying that the feedback forum is on the Discord channel. If you could spend a few moments, very important for both them and also to report back to the Lego group about, this is one of the official fan weekends. And so any feedback you can provide is very useful to both the organizing committee and to Lego as well. So
yes, very important not to confuse the Discord channel with Discovery channel. Discovery channel is something completely different. So Discovery channel is fine. You can go there and check out the Discovery channel.
Yeah,
they have brilliant content on nature and geology and all that stuff. But the Discord channel is where you will go for the feedback form. Yeah.
Yeah. Actually, we should do a Shark Week on Discord channel.
Yeah, that would be really, really good. Wonderful idea.
Right. I think that we are pretty ready for our reports. Is there anything else we need to just cover off before we're done? So I think just on YouTube channel, so if you really enjoyed one of the presentations or you want to share it with somebody else who wasn't here or didn't watch it live, is the guys are chopping up the YouTube feed and then reposting it as individual slots, I believe. And I think that was done for yesterday, last night. So you should be able to go on to the PdC feed on YouTube and find the presentation that you really enjoyed and be able to link to that to share it forward. So please do so. There was some absolutely fantastic content over the last couple of days that I think deserves to be seen by more people. And so, that would be really good if you can do that and share stuff onwards, spread the word about what a good weekend you've had, if you had one. If you had a rubbish weekend, then please don't tell anyone. But hopefully you had a good weekend and then you can tell lots of people. So
it was a great weekend apart from those horrible hosts who were talking all the time. Oh. And those horrible accents. What were those accents all about? Stupid thing.
I'm glad you went there because I would have been tempted and mine would just be even worse. I'd just offend whole swathes of the world and stuff. Yeah.
But your Norwegian accent, Rod, can't we hear your Norwegian accent? No?
No.
Okay.
No. Sorry, I would just come off like sounding vaguely Swedish and then I would just offend everyone.
Absolutely.
So that's, it's like if somebody says to me, "Oh, are you from Glasgow?"
Yes.
So
I see Deborah in the comments says your Scottish accent is the most authentic. You must have practiced for hours. So yes, I think that's great. A number of hours.
I've had it for a while, like.
Yeah. It's perfect.
Right. I believe Marcus is going to join us, and then Simon will join us shortly. So, Marcus, if you're able to, do you want to jump in? Brilliant. So, cool. Hey there. How you doing?
If people are tired of me yet. Hi, guys.
Thank you very much for coming along again, and we're excited to hear what you guys thought. Have you got any general thoughts about what you saw in the Discord channel?
I just love the variety, honestly. Like there was so much good stuff, which was very simple and just was all about the core of the 4 pieces that we shipped to everyone. And we have a few favorites. We're going to go through most of them. I think we just figured it would be cool to give everyone an overview. I didn't have a chance to look at a Discord. And as always with every Ironforge, I think I just love the amount of entries and how different they were. I'm a bit sad you didn't post anything because even I built something. I built a little apple with about 4 of them. Oh, you did? Then we missed it. I don't know. But like I figured, like I can't host a seedboard competition without building. I didn't submit anything because we can't.
Is that the official Lego collaboration with Apple that we were missing?
Maybe
I think that is it.
spoilers.
Yeah, but that's 2021. So the correct, the answer is still right. So good.
Exactly. Like, whew, didn't want to sabotage your quiz. All right.
No, I did
And
put
we have
something in just to I couldn't resist having a play last night after I opened the box. Not my normal color schemes for building with, but I think I said I've got a wee Joker vibe off it, so that's why I went with a Joker thing. So,
I'm glad we could convince a former Iron builder to compete. I mean, you're always welcome to come back should you want some more action.
Man, I just don't need that indigestion. As much as I enjoyed doing it, and every time I did it, I just said, I'm never doing that again. And then, of course, a year later, somebody goes, how do you find it? So, yeah, I'll do that. And then after a month, you're like, eyes like this and, fingers bleeding, because you're like trying to pull bricks apart to get them.
It's only 2 weeks these days. You can do that. That's easy for you. But Simon just joined us. So
we
I
took
think
a lot
we're...
feedback from other people and pointed out that, yeah, maybe it doesn't need to be an entire month, because an entire month for most people, all people, is a lot. So we decided that, well, maybe we should nail it down back to 2 weeks so that it doesn't break your real life. In that 2 weeks, okay, that's not that bad, and you got your weekends. And I think you mentioned it yesterday where there are upwards of like 30-40 builds.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. It used to be 6 to 8 decent, medium-sized models was a really good showing. And then suddenly it became, if you weren't posting daily, you would be getting like sort of, some of your spectator pals going, what are you doing? Come on, what's going on here?
Right. I still vividly remember the rules was originally you had to do, like, the first incarnation, you had to do one build. It was one build, and that was the Iron Builder. Like, you didn't do multiple. You did one build, and it was presented at the end. I think that was the original Nanan versus Andrew Lee. And then they decided, well, it's enough to do more parts. So it was kind of fun then. But the rule was like that you had to get at least your first build done in the first week. That was the original scale or expectation. Now it was almost once a day, if not more. Yeah. So we kind of retooled it, or we thought, well, it's a bit much. And I kind of have a theory that some Iron builders kind of dim out a bit after their builds because it was just, their rounds, just because it was so intensive. And while it was great and everyone liked it, they didn't really like you kind of lost something. Like you kind of gave part of your soul to this competition.
Without a doubt. I mean, I would a couple of times when I did it, I don't think I touched a brick for about 3 months afterwards.
Right.
It's like, okay, I'm done. That's so full on. And it's sort of, if you're competitive, if you want to push on your building stuff, it is kind of, there's a bit of an ultimate challenge thing going on, which is really enjoyable. And that, stretching yourself and being prompted to have to build out of your comfort zones or favorite genres or things like that. It's brilliant. But it did make me, for a couple of months after each time, I was like, I don't want to build. I've done nothing else in my spare time for a month. I'm done. And so so that's the price you pay. So anyway, guys, I'm going to hand over to you so you can now talk about what you saw over the last couple of days. Thank you very much for coming along. It's massively appreciated by the PdC guys, and we're really looking forward to hearing what you've got to say. Cheers.
All right. So let me see if I can share my screen, and then we can go through the Discord. Thank you for those sharing my stuff, my Flickr account. If you do like Escher, I do have quite a few Escher builds going. Okay, so let's see if this works.
Perfect. I can see.
Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to skim through and go through some of these builds and kind of talk about what we kind of liked and didn't like, and then follow up. We will talk about the actual winners. And you did hear that right. That is winners with an S. Whoops, I'm going too fast. So the first one, I really like this because, again, Iron Builder is all about using the seat part foremost and front. It's very nice. It it shapes the couch really nicely. It's nicely color laid out. I kind of enjoy these types of builds, and which is why it's always so fun to see the creativity. And speaking of the creativity, this is another great one where I would never have thought to use it as a bow, but it works really, really well. Again, you're looking as part of the Iron Forge, Iron Builder, you look to see what the shape is and try to use that shape to your best ability. So this is a great example of using that natural bend to do that.
Have you seen, did you look at the timestamp? I think that's the craziest part about these three. They're so good, and they were built within like 20 minutes of me announcing the seed part. Like wow. Like I think probably the quickest Iron Builder, Iron Forge entries ever.
Right, and this goes back to Rod's comment, is a lot of it is about speed as well. Iron Builder is not just about building quality, it's about building quality and speed as well. This one in particular, I really like because you always forget that there are things on the bottom. Like using the part in every single orientation is a big thing about Iron Builder. That's why when we choose the pieces, we look for interesting things. Like the fact that it has this nice ridge. I really like that how the builder saw this and used it as like the sides of that slide.
Really like this one. Super creative right out the bat.
Right, and again, another great one, usage of the slow part of the piece, and I do appreciate the nice color on the toes. Again, I think a lot of people really, I love the creativity of trying to use all the pieces, because we weren't intending that. It was more Miguel gave us the opportunity to choose any of the pieces. And the rest was basically just fun throwaways. But the fact that so many people try to incorporate it all really, really, really was nice. I quite enjoyed it. This one was my favorite for like the whole morning, I feel, or like most of the day, just because I loved how simplistic it was. Because so often it's not about using a lot of the pieces or using them in a flashy way, just using them in the perfect location. And those two wings are just like, what else would you use there, right? Right, and again, it's the other nice piece usage of the palm tree really, really sells this. And again, it doesn't always have to be big or complicated. It's about just how well you use it. Again, like the really nice use of the parts that were given. This makes a perfect pot, and it's very bonsai tree-esque with that the base. This one, it was a bit more fun. Again, it's a lot of these challenges is just about what can you do and have fun with it. Like the Iron Builder, even some of the best builders in where they don't take it always too seriously. So it's really nice to see we have some fun and just whatever. This one, I kind of think instead of making it so long, we should have just made it wide so you could fit the plane. But I do like the fact that, again, you are building it out. I would have tried to maybe move this slightly more, because similar to Iron Builder, you have to see the piece. So hiding the piece or putting in the way back. Usually if this was actually more of a judge round where we're looking at individuals for every single build, like scoring every individual build for Iron Forge, where it's cumulative. In other words, each build adds on. These are the little things we look for to try to like boost up and improve. Again, like another one that used a lot of the pieces, which I really like, and a very clever way, again, using something different. Like I love the fact that we're seeing so many different uses of this seed part. This one, I think they had sort of the same idea of that carousel type thing in that orientation. I think that's the other fun thing, is that given that you have that orange bucket piece, it lends itself to certain kind of shape and creations. And you kind of see this with some of the Iron builds, where depending on the shape, you get other builds that follow that shape. So things that are angled tend to be a lot of round or flowers and things like that. So similar to this one, as we might see further below, because of the claw, or not the claw, the angledness, you can create interesting patterns. And when we do Iron Builder and send out 100 of these, it allows you to create and basically build relatively large using a lot of these pieces. This one, I love it. As a toy, growing up on Toy Story, like the claw will forever be in my mind. And it's, again, it doesn't have to be extremely complicated, but it's the simple, clever uses that kind of really impress me with a lot of these types of builds.
It's so smart. It also makes it look like it works, which is always something that elevates like a creation for Iron Builder or Ironforge. And I mean, it would probably work as intended, meaning you don't get a prize because the spaceman will fall out. But I think that makes it even more fun. Like, I really like the story. It's really cool.
I did not think about the reality of making the claw actually work or not. This one I really like because it's actually a really nice fleshed out scene. And again, using that curve to be kind of like a spout out into the pit and that force perspective, that's just this one. I really liked that it feels like almost like a FanWeek type entry where it is a cohesive scene that is nicely done.
Who knows? Maybe it was double dipping.
Double dipping is definitely a thing. Here, I love the configuration of the front where it just kind of comes together. It's quite nice.
I'm a sucker for geometry, so every time I see something that's making something repeated, it's always nice. Also, like here, the cars hoods, how they just create a nice shape. It's almost like we should make them without decorations and throw them in a set or two.
Yeah, like I think I have them in olive, which I really like, but they were pretty rare. But it was a fun piece. I think this would have been really nice. Like whenever we build, I think this is supposed to be like a micro scale, and this is like a city or some sort of levels, because you can see the. I thought those were numbers. Adding like a trophy figure or something, I could just imagine this to be like a really neat kind of thing.
I think it's missing a bit of context that would elevate it tremendously. That crab is so good. Like yeah, I love that one. It's so simple. It's humorous. The eyes really have that cool impression. Yeah, it's what more do you want? It's simple. It's perfect, on the point. It's great. Same for this one with the flowers. Like I think when Simon and I talked about the seed part, when Miguel gave us a choice, we were like, someone's probably going to build a flower and it's going to be gorgeous. And I think this is the first example of a really cool flower that makes really good use also of the other seed parts. So yeah, a really nice job on this one. Colors
and again, using multiple of the seed parts is always a plus.
And now we have a butterfly added to the whole scene with the other geometric seed part. Really nice. And those snakes are cool. Oh, speaking of a snake, that's like the perfect transition here. Didn't even realize we shipped that many pieces. Like, that's cool. I like the shaping. It's very organic.
And this one, I think it's actually one of the few I've seen that's used the C part in both orientations, in the bottom and the front, to create, again, more texture and detail. You want to see, like, sometimes it's almost like a treasure hunt to see where the parts are, and then when you really look and digest the build, it's like, oh, that's really nice. I also really like the Ninjago spinner thing that's hidden.
I was going to comment on that one. That's
of course you were. And then this kind of reminds me a bit of the crab itself, but like the character that is stuffed in. It's like this is like a brick high, not even like that. That's a lot to put in, and using the old flags and the tubes and such, it's just fantastic. And I think this is why we send 100 of these parts out when we do the full Iron Builder, is because it allows people to do things like this. And because what we actually found was a lot of the Iron Builders, the first thing they would do once they get the part is go and click and order more. That was like the secret thing that I don't know if many people realize, because the original Iron Builders, and I'm talking this like 3, 4, 5, 10 years ago, we only got a small assortment. Like it might be like 10 or 20, which is still very nice, but it's also very difficult. So I think when we restarted the Iron Builder, we said that we want to make sure that they had enough pieces regardless and did not need to do that.
It's really important to be on equal footing, basically. And if you live in a country with the quick bricklink shipping times, like you're in such an advantage. But
yes.
let's continue talking about these entries. We don't want to like have the people wait too long.
Yeah. So this
so
is
much when we
one.
can't build a car with these seed pieces, right? Like
right.
Stefan.
Like I think Stefan pointed it out. I rattled off a whole bunch of options in the Discord yesterday, and this is a great example of you can use it. Like again, so many of the nice pieces are used, and this actually looks like it wasn't forced. Like it's natural, which is always a key aspect of the Iron Builder. Again, another flower, but again, I really like how we saw that piece as a mouth of something and using it and putting the context with the fig. It really helps. Like you can tell the fear that was put onto this.
Facial expression is perfect too, and that snake once again. I love how minimalistic it is, but how much character it embodies at the same time. That clip is used perfectly.
Yeah.
Like, good job, David.
You can see them on the side. It's very nice micro that shapes it all. The middle, like I think this is a great build, but you can't see the pieces as much. You want to have like a central element to it that you can definitely see. And that's sort of like, it's not like it's building for Ironforge and Builder is a slightly different type of building because you're trying to showcase that piece. It's not just using the piece. So this is a great example of using the piece, but maybe highlight it a bit more. So this is a good example where it's not hidden, it's bright, you can see it, and then obviously your mind kind of clicks. Again, I just like the facial features have been really surprisingly fun, and I don't know why the seed part kind of evoked that, because it's not being used in that necessarily, but maybe it's the orange piece. Like everyone thought of mouth, and I'm just really enjoying going through and seeing all this.
I mean, you definitely don't want to see that guy at night, so I think
no.
Mission achieved.
Right. This is another example of using that repetition and pattern really, really well.
So beautiful.
Yeah. Rod, the feet just make me laugh, but you're right, that the shaping is very clean. Again, using that and kind of creating the shape is super key. This one, I'm very impressed he did this in 24 or 48 hours.
I don't think I can build a Millennium Falcon in that size in 24 hours.
No,
very impressive. Plus the hanger.
I know. I think I have instructions. I can't even do it that quickly.
No, but perfect piece usage. I mean, it's so iconic.
Exactly. This one is just adorable. Using the seed pieces and in such a minimalistic fashion, and just like the shaping, like it just really, really worked. Another great use of the seed part by shaping the roof of the church and like the nice hill in the back.
Also, nice work around the parts receiving issue. I think that's a first entry. Nice, like it's great that we can adapt these days. Another Nessie, another snake. I think that's the same thing where like the face just works really well, and yeah, it's always good to have a bit of character in a build that really sells it.
I think you would have gotten bonus marks if you actually wore the glasses, but like again, using the shapes effectively. Iron Builder has a long history of brick built things that you wear. That's always fun. I really like this one as well because the configuration is not something that we saw as easily. Like and instead of spreading up as legs, these are still legs but spread the other way. And again, an excellent use of the car piece, which we thought was the hardest part.
Yeah, I mean, it uses all the Z pieces too, which is not an easy feat. I really like this one because it actually opens up, which I think just elevates it even further. So there is something hidden, something to discover. And I really like when our competitors, or in this case, you guys really think about it and then just bring it that one step further. And this one really did that.
Another great ship. Brick separator use always gets bonus points in my mind, and it actually does kind of line up really nicely. Again, the orange piece adds a lot to the shaping that we've been seeing today.
And then the fountain dedicated to beers not drunk in PdC 2021. I think that's a worthy cause. I think we will all look forward to that again next year, hopefully.
Yes,
once again, geometry, cool stand. And the most important thing in the backdrop, of course.
Mm-hmm.
More flowers.
Prove that you built it
ponds.
during building.
Exactly. I like how different this is of a flower, because like I always saw the seed part as being the petal, and I love that it's anything but a petal in this one. It's a pea pod, and it's just a nice like different take on the subject matter. Really cool.
Whoops. This is fantastic. Like the shaping here and just the overall build, the arrow, the tiki bar.
Like just the face on the front is amazing. Like that's a one-day build, Keith. I don't know. Like it's really cool. Lots of detail, lots of character.
Yeah, I'm assuming this is dedicated to Paul. Another great centipede. Again, like we haven't seen this configuration of legs either. And
we should have sent 100 pieces per builder, so we actually could have gotten a centipede.
Little things like that makes me happy.
Next year, Miguel, we need more seed parts.
We need, yes. Some fantastic, again, shaping here, and I really like all the extra vines. This one, I'm jealous of all the fun flex or the flex tubes and stuff, and it does create a really interesting. I think it's a face. Like I think it's a face. Like if it wasn't for the bottom one with the eyes, I look at as like a sad face of an emperor, which I think is actually like I'm holding my hands to try to block the bottom part, which really is kind of fun. Whoops.
Yeah, I think it works for you off for that.
Exactly. I actually think we might have to stop talking about and going through, because while this is super fun and I love to talk about, this one's really like I could just keep talking about nonstop builds, but we should probably switch over and talk about which is our actual favorites and why.
Yeah, I'm scrolling at them through at the same time through my Discord, and like all of them are so good. Like I love that statue, like that trophy. There's this cool thing by Louis, who just spammed like 600 of those orange pieces to create like a nice like hexagon surface. That one, and then the speeder bike just next to it, like I believe that's Jason. That's really cool. And
Jonas.
As you can see, like every single one of these entries has something amazing for them. But we have 5 more minutes before Miguel gets the reins, so I guess we have to announce some winners.
Okay. So let's go with function first. We love the flower. The flower is simple. It's clean. It's functional.
We need an image, Simon. We need an image.
Oh shoot! I am sharing the Discord still. Hold on.
Exactly.
I flipped over to the other thing. How do I unshare screen? Hold on. I apologize. I need to share my screen, not the thing. There we go. Okay. So function. We like the flower. That the flower opens up. It uses the orange base very nice, but it's the fact that it's both the inside and the outside, and the actual thought to provide it actual function. We really like it. We knew that this wasn't actually an official category, but we thought having this was worthy to kind of do a honorable mention and point out that you kind of went slightly above and beyond to try to add a bit more to that. The next runner-up.
I just love this one. It has so much character. It uses most of the seed parts. It's the same thing, slightly different on the other side, with a totally different emotion, totally different pose and everything. And there's just so much in so little. So that really convinced me. Like, I would love that one. So,
right,
so
and
lovely.
even the bottom, like the legs aren't like perfectly perpendicular. They're slightly together. Like I feel part of like Lego building is kind of like trying to tell a story or a scene, and like this just without using any words, text, or anything, you could kind of see, well, that this person's kind of down on something. This one's are they walking away? Are they like what is going on? And the fact that we can kind of like get this out of no context and just seeing it is kind of like one of the really special things I see with a lot of builds. That kind of evokes certain emotions and just questions and prodding to do that. So I really like the shaping here is just so nice. But I think our first place winner, despite there were so many great entries, but the one that kind of blew our mind that was just really really impressive to us was well,
or not.
What?
Maybe you just
the
open the
space
Discord
is
again.
full. So clearly you could tell that we did a test run of all of this and did not.
Maybe we just need to ask for an earlier deadline next time, so we have a bit more time. To
I think that is what
also
we're gonna
scoring
learn.
well in a quiz.
No,
but like this one was the standout entry to both of us. Like I think, like we without telling the other guy, we were like, this is the one that is just like beyond everything else, because it has. It's perfect. Like, what else would you use it as? I think that's what I thought afterwards. And the face is amazing as well. Like, I can't believe that was built within like less than a day. Like, it's really gorgeous, and it's also completely finished. It has a stand. There's just so much thought put into it, and also just beautiful piece usage with everywhere else, like the golden earring, the bone. Like, there's just so much in it that's just like, it just embodies character. So I think that's just a well-deserved first winner, and I think it would also like hold up, if not score like first, second, or third in an actual Iron Forge or even Iron Builder competition. I think that's just how good this one is. So I think that's just a testament of how much you can do with so little time and just like a cool idea and a cool seat piece.
And I should also point out that the teal gets no actual marks outside of I makes me happy.
And
Gets
it
happy
matches
points.
so well with the lime green.
It does,
perfect.
and I think this is the key where even though some of the piece usage might be obvious, like other people thought about this, and you can actually see here it's not a perfect circle. It matches the shape of a head that would naturally have, but it's how you use it. And I think that's really the key to a lot of these seed part challenges, is not just using the piece, it's how you use it, how it integrates, and how you make the build. Like, if we took away the mohawk, it'd still be a good build, but putting that mohawk in makes the build. And that's kind of like that pop, and why for Iron Builder, it's all about adding that extra punch, and that punch is being that seed part usage.
Yeah, and I really hope that Jason's going to keep that one together and bring it to the next Paredes Coura 2022. Because it's just that good. Like, really, really great job, Jason. Well-deserved first place. And I hope Miguel and the guys ship you that first place prize, which is a fishing store of all things. That's one of the best sets in the last couple of years, I'd say. But I think we're out of time. We should hand over to our lovely hosts. And just thank everyone again for participating, for the organizers to ship out the abundance of seed part that some of you might receive in 4 weeks or 12, depending if Miami lets them go. But just thank you so much for everyone for celebrating the creativity and the Lego Break, and for taking part in that, let's be honest, insane building challenge. But it was very fun and also educational in a lot of ways.
Thank you so much for that.
Thank you very much. Cool. Simon, if you wouldn't mind stopping sharing.
Yes, sir.
That'd be great. Thank you very much, guys. Cheers.
Thanks so much.
And congratulations to Jason. That was something else, wasn't it?
It was, yeah, just absolutely brilliant model. As I was scrolling through and that's the one I saw. Oh,
yeah, you look at it, go exactly as they say. How did he make that in that time? Oh, it's just yeah. And it's obviously made in that time, because if you don't put that mohawk in, as Simon says, it's something completely different. It just isn't. It finishes the model. So yeah.
And then
really, really cool.
the two little figures, just the one on the right just looks so sad.
Yeah,
it's just brilliant. I love when people can just put a tiny little handful of bricks together and create
and convey that.
And story and stuff. Just magic. So we're about to invite the big man to join us to say goodbye.
Absolutely.
So
I have just a few words to end from our side. We have sort of arrived at the time of the event where we would normally pack up our mocks. We will have a final chat or two with those who are heading back home, and then we'll go back to our lovely boarding houses in Portugal. Maybe we'll relax a bit by the pool and we'll get a good night's sleep. And then tomorrow morning, maybe we would travel to Porto and have an after party that would last for 2 or 3 days with port wine tasting, unforgettable city sightseeing with awkward conversations, maybe lovely food, a trip to the beach, to wade in the Atlantic Ocean, and then we would have dinner, and we would have 2 desserts if we wanted to. Oh, and some drinks, maybe even some drinks, Ron.
Oh yeah, well I decided, seeing as I couldn't be there in person, I would get myself a Sandiera. So
that's just something that's something special, isn't it?
It is. It's just good. You know what? Have you not got any?
No, I haven't. I
would you like a drink?
Oh, absolutely.
Oh well, here you go.
Thank you so much. Oh man. Oh, this is it's being censored again. Oh yeah, this is Norway. We have a state monopoly on liquor, so that's okay. Well, you know what? Yeah, I'm gonna have some of that, or maybe I have a couple of options here. I have some port wine from 1985. It's older than my wife, and then I have
my wife.
I have some other port wine there. So I might pour myself a little drink of that as well. So that will be a lovely end. But all those memories, all the things that we want to do. Sadly, that will have to wait until next year, until we can do it together. We will be back, of course. We are longing to see you all again in person. And in 2022, the event will be back in the Centro Cultural de Paredes de Coura, or at least we think so. Miguel can probably tell us more about that. So here is, I'm truly sad to report, the closing message. Miguel.
I don't know what much can I add after this wonderful speech. I will first, of course, like to thank you both. You were simply amazing. And thank you very much for accepting the invitation to host this virtual event. I really, right now, I couldn't think of how could it have been better. You were simply fantastic. I'm pretty sure that all participants will find it the same thing. You just kept the ball running. You were amazing, and thank you from the bottom of my heart for doing this. I also like to, of course, to thank very much to all our presenters, because we had some amazing presentations, right? And they were, just like I said, and I was hoping for, it was a first-class program. And finally, I would also like to thank all the team that was in the backstage, because Harry and Rod were really the faces of the event, but there is really one person that we must speak up, because he was the guy who made all the support on Discord, all the support on Zoom, Tito, and he was the man behind the gears that kept the show running. And I'm sorry if I'm forgetting anyone in specifically, but also the participants, thank you very much for signing up and for interacting with us through chats, through live videos. That we also will be leaving the video on the Zoom conference call. After all of this, we'll stop the streaming on YouTube. So even hi Tito, thank you for joining. The guy on the backstage, and so that we could still be here for a while and giving see each other and interacting with each other again. Lastly, but I would like to ask you, if you may, there is a survey that is asked to us by the Lego company. It's on the Discord server. Just go into it's on the free channels. Just going to fill in because it's really important for the Lego company to know what you think about the event and if the event is really enjoyable by you, and if you it's important for us to keep it with the event. So that leads us to,
this is a different survey, right? There are two surveys.
No, there is a survey and a feedback form, right? The survey is asking for us from the Lego company, and the feedback form is where you can fill in and give on feedback. And of course, if you have any ideas, what you would like to see, cheers. If you like to see something new or next year, we hopefully that next year will allow us to do some physical events as well. But I have to be honest with you, guys, I wasn't expecting this virtual event to be so amazing as it was, really, because it's not really, like I said in the beginning, it's not really our thing. We missed the contact, we missed the chatting, we missed this, okay? Be able to enjoy, to have a chat, regardless of the Lego is what brought us together, but it's really like, you know, this is really like, I think, like what I once said to Ari in Scarbeck, there was a time that I was seeing Ari more often than I see my mother. Because every single event that I was, with 1 month or 2 months apart, I would see Ari. He was there. And this is really our family.
Slightly different roles in Miguel's life.
So once again, guys, thank you very much for being part of this. I think it was a wonderful virtual event. Thank you for joining, and hope to see you in flesh sometime soon. Cheers, man.
Cheers. Thank you.
Cheers.
And like Admiral Akbar would say, it's a wrap. We're now going to allow you guys to start video and unmute themselves. Be fit. Feel free to join in.
So many nice people.
Thanks, guys. It was a wonderful weekend.
Yeah, thank you.
Really, really enjoyed it.
Thank you so much. It was a scream. Loved it.
Yeah. Ari, your tuxedo looks wonderful.
Thank you.
Oh, Wagner!
Thank you, everybody.
Oh, Wagner Ali. Oh, by the way, I forgot something. I will be reaching out to the link of all the competitions through email so that I could arrange details to shipping out the stuff. Okay. Nico.
Thank you to everybody. Can you make the hours better to match up with Australia?
Had fun.
Hey. So let me take some
Trevor, just
screenshots.
get us all over to Brickvention.
Come out to Brickvention.
What time is it in Australia at the moment, Trevor?
2 o'clock, 2 a.m.
Oh my God.
Lucky I'm retired.
You look more awake than I did this morning.
Fantastic job, guys. Well done to Miguel and Tegas and Ali and Rod and everybody else. All the presenters had a blast.
We also had a blast. It was wonderful, really.
Oh, man.
Another screenshot. Everyone's so quiet.
Yes. Hang on, how come it's daylight outside Sue Ann's window then?
We're quiet because it's still being live streamed.
People in Australia are sleeping.
Tito, stop live
stream.
2 a.m.
It's just like in the lounge and at Paredes
it's,
Coura. It's super quiet.
I kept the
You
live
walk in and
stream on until you were saying thanks, but I should stop it now.
Alberto Rossi, I'm going to send you some scissors to you, okay?